Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Shishui is walking around as he is feeling anxious. What's going on with Itachi? He won't fail this assessment, right? Shishui, stop walking around like that. An Anbu should be always calm. Tenzang said gruffly. Sorry, I'm just too anxious. At this time Kakashi's closed eyes suddenly opened, and then he said, he's back. As soon as Kakashi's voice fell, the iron door was opened. The immature voice sounded. Chunin Itachi Uchiha, I have completed the assessment, now delivers the assessment item. After Itachi finished speaking, he handed the mask with both hands. Shishui was overjoyed when he saw this, and said, Itachi, I knew you were okay. Itachi did not answer, still maintaining the same posture as before. Shishui just smiled seeing Itachi's expression. After all, he already knows that Itachi has such a temperament. Kakashi showed a smile and did not speak. Instead, he took out a set of Anbu uniform and handed it to Itachi. Itachi Uchiha, congratulations on joining the Anbu's 6th team. This is your Anbu uniform. You should wear the mask when you execute mission. If you have any questions, you can ask Shishui. I believe that it is easier for you to communicate with him. Yes. As for your Anbu code name. Kakashi touched his chin, and then said, let's just call you Crow. I understand. Good, then you can come to Anbu base tomorrow to report. Itachi looked embarrassed when he heard Kakashi's words. What's wrong, Itachi? Kakashi asked with some confusion. Kakashi-senpai, can you change it to the day after tomorrow? Why? Shishui, who was on the side, quickly said, Itachi, Anbu's order is everything. Itachi didn't say anything yet. Kakashi suddenly remembered something, and said with a smile, then I will change it to the day after tomorrow. Shishui and Tenzo both looked at Kakashi in disbelief. When did Kakashi-senpai become so kind? Itachi looked happy, bowed to Kakashi, and said, thank you, senpai. You're welcome, you should go back now. Okay. After Itachi left, Shishui asked curiously, Kakashi-senpai, why did you change the day easily? Well, I just recalled that I won't be able to come tomorrow. If Itachi wants another day, it would be just right. Huh? Is senpai going to do something tomorrow? Tenzo asked. Tomorrow is the day the academy starts. As I am taking care of 3 little devils, I have to send them to the academy. Shishui and Tenzo finally realize about it. They are very familiar with Kakashi, so of course they know that Kakashi is taking care of 3 children. Under the moonlight, the 7th training field. Naruto, Karen, and Jugo are lying on the ground panting. Jugo, Karen, we are going to the academy tomorrow, are you guys nervous? Karen rolled her eyes and said, why do we need to be nervous? Big brother Kakashi has been teaching us for 2 years. If we can't get into the academy, we are not worthy of big brother Kakashi. That's true, it's definitely no problem. After hearing what Karen said, Naruto immediately gained confidence. Our goal is the 1st place. We must not disgrace big brother Kakashi. Karen stood up and declared her goal loudly. Yeah. I will take the 1st place. You? Just forget it, you still can't beat Jugo. Naruto was immediately stunned after hearing this. Although Jugo was sealed by Kakashi with the power of the cursed seal, his physique is still very outstanding, plus he is 2 years older than Naruto, so it is natural for him to be stronger than Naruto. Jugo just scratched his head awkwardly. The 3 of you, it's so late now, why don't you go back to sleep? Are you guys confident in the exam tomorrow? At this moment, Kakashi suddenly appeared. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment and Karen then said, Big brother Kakashi, don't worry, we will definitely take the 1st place. Oh? Really? Then you have to work hard. Kakashi said with a smile. Okay. With Sasuke Uchiha's existence, it is not easy for these 3 to take the 1st place. After all, Sasuke's talent is the best of their class, and the Naruto in the early stage won't be able to beat him. Uchiha Compound. San, I have successfully entered the Anbu and belong to Kakashi Hatake's team. Hearing this, Fugaku asked with great interest, oh? Is it Shishui's team? Shisui has a high opinion of Kakashi Hatake. What do you think of him? He is very strong. Fuiu is not surprised after hearing Itachi's opinion. Fugaku is different from the average Uchiha clan's member. Fugaku has a far-sighted vision and does not look at people with colored glasses. After all, Fugaku knows very well how Kakashi got his reputation in Hidden Leaf Village and the world. He would never underestimate Kakashi. Moreover, in the recent years, he has rarely heard of Kakashi using the Sharingan, even if nickname Kakashi of the Sharingan is still circulating. This is enough to show that Kakashi is still really strong without relying on Sharingan and with the restriction of having the Sharingan. Other Uchiha clan's member may be foolish and short-sighted, but Fugaku's vision is much clearer and sharper. You should learn from him, he is a strong man. Itachi was taken aback when he heard his father's words. After all, he had never heard his father praise a person like this. As the person who is both praised by Shisui and his father, Itachi is now even more curious about Kakashi. What kind of person is he? Chapter 145 Academy's Entrance Day. Mikoto, I have something to do first. Fugaku, today is Sasuke's entrance exam, don't you want to go and take a look? Fugaku his head and glanced at Sasuke, and said, I can't, just let Itachi go with him. Sasuke was somewhat sad after hearing this. But, well, there are some things in the clan that I need to deal with. After Fugaku speaking, he left the house without looking back. Standing behind the door, Fugaku sighed lightly, he arranged his appearance, and then walked towards the clan meeting room. Seeing Sasuke's sad expression, Itachi knelt down, flicked Sasuke's forehead lightly, and said with a smile, What's the matter, Sasuke? You don't like me to send you to school? Hearing Itachi's words, Sasuke said quickly, No, big brother. Of course it's good that you to send me to school, it's just. Sasuke said, looking at the door, and feels a little frustrated. Mikoto and Itachi were also a little helpless when they saw this. It's hard for Fugaku's temper to change. Okay, Sasuke, then let's go. Yeah. On the other side, Kakashi came to the Naruto's apartment. Since today was a special day, none of the three of them slept in. To be more precise, Naruto did not sleep at all because he was feeling exhausted all night. You guys ready? Yeah. Okay, let's go. Today is the opening day of Hidden Leaf Village Academy. The new students will enter the academy today and start their own shinobi career. It can be said that the academy is Hidden Leaf Village's most important place. After all, inside this academy, there are a lot of genius coming out to become the pillar of Hidden Leaf Village. There are Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Minato Namikaze. They are clanless shinobi, but because of the academy, they can finally show their worth and get accepted as the disciple of the great shinobi, becoming one of the strongest people themselves. It can be said that the academy is choosing students carefully. It selects all the excellent kids with potential, and then let them learn from famous teacher, then finally becomes the new pillar of Hidden Leaf Village. For example, there will be Hidden Leaf Village 12 at Naruto's era. As a result, Hidden Leaf Village continued to live and pass on their legacy. The academy is also important to let the big clan inside the Hidden Leaf Village to work together with the village. Kakashi walked in front, the three little devils behind him were surprisingly quiet, and even Naruto, who was usually the noisiest, became a little silent. When children face an unfamiliar environment, they will become somewhat shy and quiet. When nearing the entrance of the academy, Kakashi saw Itachi walking from another direction, and Sasuke was next to him. At this time, Sasuke is still very small. Oh, Itachi, how are you? Kakashi said as he waved his hand. After hearing someone calling him, Itachi turned and saw Kakashi. Kakashi-senpai, hello, why are you here too? Kakashi pointed to the three little devils behind him and said, I am sending these three kids to the academy. What about you? Is this your younger brother? When Kakashi mentioned Sasuke, Itachi obviously shows different expression. Yes. Sasuke looks at the strange man in front of him, and pulled Itachi's hand with some fear. It was obvious that this little guy was still very shy at this time. Sasuke, he is Kakashi-senpai that Shisui-senpai had always talking about. Sasuke was a little surprised when he heard this, and then he looked at Kakashi with eyes full of curiosity. After all, Sasuke heard Shisui praise Kakashi more than once. Kakashi was a little emotional looking at the little boy in front of him. Will this guy live in the darkness for vengeance in the future? Is it sad fate of the reincarnation of Indra? Naruto was curiously looking over at Sasuke. As Naruto looked at Sasuke, Sasuke also saw Naruto. The two looked at each other. Suddenly, they feel something in their heart, but it quickly dissipated. Xiong looked at Sasuke, and her eyes lit up. It's a handsome guy. But it seems that Neji I have met before is as handsome as him. Who should I choose? Karen thought while feeling a little embarrassed. Karen is always like this. On the contrary, Jugo doesn't have any feeling after seeing Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke have completed their fateful first encounter. The entrance examination registration of the academy is now starting. Parents who have filled out the form, please submit the form to me, and then the candidates will enter the academy for the assessment. After hearing this, Kakashi and Itachi walked over and handed in the form. Sasuke, Naruto and others also entered the academy. Good luck, Sasuke. Yeah, big brother, I will work hard. Naruto, Karen, Jugo, good luck. Don't worry, big brother Shiro, I am sure there is no problem. Yeah. Big brother Kakashi. We will do our best. Watching the four people go in, Kakashi and Itachi did not stay at the entrance. The time for this assessment is not short, and staying at this crowded entrance is not a good choice. Itachi, are you interested in chatting? Yes, Kakashi-senpai. Let's go then, there are so many people here, we will come back later. Okay. On Hidden Leaf Village's street, Kakashi and Itachi are walking side by side. Talking while walking, the atmosphere between them can be considered harmonious. About Kakashi, Itachi still respects him very much. As for Kakashi's opinion about Itachi, he always feels that Itachi's fate is really sad. After all, his future destiny is really too bleak. Itachi, what do you think about the relationship between Uchiha clan and the village? Hearing Kakashi suddenly asked him, Itachi was a little surprised as this kind of question is really sensitive. What's more, the relationship between Uchiha clan and Hidden Leaf Village is getting really bad now. Itachi was a little uncertain for a while, as he thinks whether this was a question Kakashi wanted to ask himself or something the leader wants him to ask. Seeing Itachi's expression, Kakashi also knew that he was a little abrupt by asking this. Sorry Itachi, this question may be too sensitive. I just came up with it on a whim, and I don't mean anything else by asking this. Kakashi-senpai, do you think the Uchiha clan can live in peace with the village? Hearing this, Kakashi is silent for a moment and then he said, Uchiha clan was originally part of the village. For it to develop this bad, it is a problem from the predecessors. There is no hatred between the village and Uchiha clan, but there is some kind of gap between them. If both sides can open their hearts to accept each other, maybe this problem won't exist. Hearing this, Itachi nodded, but he also knew that this method was too difficult. The understanding between people is not easy. After all, some people will never believe each other. Kakashi also knew that his statement was too idealistic, but other than this method, it was impossible to completely eliminate this contradiction. There is one way to temporarily eliminate it. That is to get a powerful foreign enemy. In this way, the Hidden Leaf Village's executives and the Uchiha clan can relax a little bit and save their relationship that has almost reached the freezing point. But if this enemy is not strong enough, the Uchiha clan may still be isolated by the Hidden Leaf Village's executives and not sent to the battlefield. However, it is only a few years since the end of the war, the villages probably have no intention of starting a war. The price is too great and not worth it. This has almost become an unsolvable situation. The idea of Shizue and Itachi is to move between the two sides and try to persuade them. However, it is clear that this method is not realistic. Kakashi-senpai, thank you. Itachi, the path of life is your own choice, but you don't have to carry everything by yourself. Kakashi spoke very earnestly, but Itachi did not understand. Kakashi did not explain, but patted Itachi on the shoulder, and said, let's go, it's time to go back, the assessment should be finished by now. By the way, remember to report to the Anbu tomorrow. Yes. Kakashi-senpai. Chapter 146 Mysterious Place. The opening day has come to the end, and Kakashi did not take care of the Naruto, Karen, and Jugo all day. After all, they need to experience these themselves, so Kakashi will not be their nanny. Moreover, Kakashi is already Anbu captain. Although there is not much business to do due to the special nature of Anbu, there are always some mission scheduling tasks. Shizue, Itachi, this time there is a mission that requires the three of us to go together. You two pack up now. We need to go outside the village. Shizue and Itachi did not ask much, and quickly packed up and prepared to set off. A month later, in the southern part of the Land of Fire, Kakashi, Shizue, and Itachi are sitting under a big tree to rest. Silver, I didn't expect this mission to finish smoothly. It was completed all at once. Shizue said happily. This mission is not difficult. After all, the most important thing is to let Crow familiar with Anbu's work. Hearing this, Itachi then said, thank you senpai. You're welcome, I believe that with your talent, this one time is enough for you. Itachi nodded as he agreed. Well, it's getting late, let's rest here tonight, and we will go back tomorrow. Kakashi said. Shizue and Itachi naturally have no problem with this. After the three of them ate a little bit of food, they each found a tree and leaned on the tree to rest. Of course, It is impossible to get into deep sleep. In the wilderness, only people like Naruto can sleep like a log. Obviously, these three people are not someone like Naruto. The night is silent and there is often a breeze blowing. The weather in October is always a bit cold. The dark clouds in the sky seem strange. Kakashi, Shisui and Itachi opened their eyes suddenly. Their scarlet Sharingan was revealed at the same time, and the seal on Kakashi's left eye was directly opened. The three people were shocked as their own Sharingan actually working uncontrollably. The three of them stood up at the same time, and they all saw surprise and doubt from the eyes of each other. What's going on here? Why did our Sharingan spawn uncontrollably? Shisui asked doubtfully. Kakashi and Itachi are silent, as they also don't know what's going on. At this time, the red light has faded from the Sharingan, and their eyes return to the former state. Only, the three of them did not think that this was an accident. The three of them looked at each other and felt something is wrong. It looks like this place is not simple. This barren mountain is just a small place where three people passed by, and there is nothing on the map. Is this place related to Sharingan? They didn't know, but this may be the only explanation for this strange phenomenon. Otherwise, the Sharingan's abnormalities from before cannot be explained at all. There is something strange. I think that it has something to do with this place. Now we have two choices. One is to uncover this problem, and the other is to leave this place immediately. What do you guys think? Kakashi touched his chin and said his suggestion. Shisui and Itachi looked at each other, and both saw the intense in each other's eyes. When Kakashi saw this, he knew that they want to uncover this problem. Then let's start to act. Blink, Crow, because the target is uncertain, we should split up and move in three directions. This mountain is not big, so half an hour should be enough for us. Then, whether or not we find anything, we will meet up here after half an hour and start planning. Is there a problem? No. Good, then go. Kakashi gave an order and the three of them dispersed. All of them are shinobi with a certain level of strength. At this time, there is no need for them to act together, so it is more efficient for them to split up searching for clues. Half an hour later, Kakashi stopped on a big tree. Weird, there is nothing here. Is it on Shisui or Itachi's direction? Kakashi's heart is secretly thought, and the eyes are full of thoughts. Forget it, I just need another way to find it. Kakashi murmured, and then he made a peculiar hand seal on with his both hands. Kai. At this moment, the three silver-white Tomoe behind Kakashi kept turning, and then a terrifying natural energy starts to fill Kakashi's body. Near to Kakashi's eyes, red eyeshadows appeared instantly. Sage mode. Under the Sage mode, the whole barren mountain is in Kakashi's perception. Kakashi soon discovered Shisui and Itachi's chakra. Shisui and Itachi are both coming back, and it seems that they haven't found anything too. This is... Kakashi's eyes widen suddenly as he feels a very powerful chakra reaction. And it is very concealed. In the middle of the mountain. This is not a human's chakra type, what is it? Kakashi frowned as he presses his right hand against his chin, and no one knows what he was thinking. As he had discovered his target, the natural energy inside Kakashi's body starts to fade and returned into the silver-white Tomoe cursed seal. Silver. Did you find anything over there? Neither Crow nor I found anything. Shisui and Itachi also come back at this time, but they found nothing. Yes, you guys come with me. Kakashi decided to go and take a look as he couldn't think of anything. The incident this time obviously has something to do with the Sharingan, so Shisui and Itachi are naturally the best helpers he can get. After hearing this, Shisui and Itachi followed Kakashi and move all the way, and then they soon arrive at a lake. Silver, is this? Shisui asked curiously. Under this lake, there is an underwater channel that is connecting to the inner side of the mountain. You can take a look with your Sharingan. Hearing this, Shisui and Itachi didn't hesitate, and directly opened their Sharingan. Sure enough, under Sharingan's view, there is a passage under the water. It's not that Sharingan has the ability to saw through the water, but there is some strange chakra inside the underwater channel, and Sharingan is able to see it clearly. What is this place? Why is there a very strange feeling? Shisui said. This place is very unusual. I don't recommend us to go down there. Itachi said calmly. What Itachi made sense, this place was weird inside and out, and it may be dangerous for them to go there. Crow, don't say that, since it can be sensed by the Sharingan, it must be related to the Sharingan. Maybe there is a secret of the Sharingan. I think we should go in and take a look. Shisui is quite confident and thinks that they should go in there. Senpai, what do you think? After hearing Shisui's opinion, Itachi thinks it is better to ask Kakashi's opinion. Since we are all here, naturally there is no reason to give here. I know that you are all curious about this place, don't you? Kakashi said with a smile. Kakashi understands Itachi's worry as he also thinks that this place was indeed a bit weird, but Kakashi felt that there was something worthy inside. Moreover, the feeling of the strange chakra made Kakashi very concerned. It seems to have a somewhat familiar, but it is the people's chakra that he is familiar with, so what is it? Kakashi can't think of an answer. Then if he wants to know the answer, he can only go in and take a look. Chapter 147 Stone Tablet. Since both Shizue and Kakashi agreed to go in, Itachi would naturally have no objections anymore. Then the three of them jump into the lake one by one. The lake's water is very clear, so there is nothing hindering their vision under the water. Kakashi swims at the forefront and soon he saw a dark hole. Without hesitation, Kakashi swims directly towards there. Shizue and Itachi then followed after Kakashi. After a while, Kakashi comes out of the water and then he can't saw anything as it is really dark. Kakashi then take out a scroll from the ninja bag and an oil lamp come out from the seal scroll. In an instant, there was a glimmer of light in this pitch dark place, and everything within 2 meters of the oil lamp was illuminated very brightly. This is... Kakashi's pupils shrank, as he saw 2 skeletons not far away from his location. At this moment, Shizue finally come out of the water. Silver, what did you find? Shizue asked. Kakashi pointed to the skeletons in front and said, it seems that we are not the first people to come here. Although the corpses have turned into skeletons, there are still a few pieces of broken clothing worn by the corpses. Seeing the skeletons, Shizue and Itachi were a little curious and looked at them closely. Itachi then carefully picked up the pieces of clothes that have been decayed by time and carefully checked them. This is... What's wrong? What did you find? Shizue asked. Kakashi walked over and put the oil lamp aside, also waiting for Itachi's answer. The pattern on this piece of clothing seems to be a piece of Uchiha clan's crest, look. Itachi handed the pieces of clothing to Shizue, and Shizue is shocked after looking at it carefully. Sure enough, although the pieces of clothes were small, and the patterns on them were blurred, Shizue and Itachi, who are members of the Uchiha clan, are able to recognize them. These 2 skeletons belong to the Uchiha clan member? Both Shizue and Itachi felt surprised in their hearts. It now appears that these 2 people in all likelihood are the Uchiha clan member. So what are the reasons they are here? They don't need to think about it too much as it must be related to the strange phenomenon that happened to their Sharingan before. So why did these 2 people die here? The expressions of the 3 of them became a little solemn. Obviously, this place is dangerous. The Uchiha clan member who has opens the Sharingan will not be weak, but both of them have died here. Obviously their opponents are very strong, or the things they face are terrifying. Kakashi did not speak, but instead began to study the 2 skeletons. Senpai, what did you find? Itachi asked. The 2 skeletons were not damaged. In other words, the reason for their death was not from strong external force. Otherwise, the skeleton's bones will definitely have signs of breaking. Shizue and Itachi nodded, agreeing with Kakashi's statement. The bones are intact and have not turned black, indicating that they are not poisoned. In other words, their deaths were caused by a small and fatal attack. There are only a few ways to cause them die like this. It seems that they died without their bodies being attacked. Ganjutsu. Shizue and Itachi said at the same time. Yes, it is Ganjutsu. They are Uchiha clan members and have opened their Sharingan, but the Ganjutsu can still kill them. That means the Ganjutsu must be very powerful. Shizue and Itachi nodded as they agree with Kakashi's statement. Indeed, having Sharingan makes the user has certain resistance to Ganjutsu. If the Sharingan user is killed by Ganjutsu, that means the Ganjutsu must be a rank Ganjutsu or above. A rank Ganjutsu, it is not something that can be used by ordinary person. Shizue is a little eager to try. After all, he is the most powerful of the 3 if it is about Ganjutsu. Silver, let me go ahead, as I am the strongest of us about Ganjutsu. Kakashi shook his head and said, no, you will stay behind. Why? Shizue said inexplicably. Because your Ganjutsu is the strongest, it is better for you to stay behind. If I and Crow are both caught by the Ganjutsu, we will rely on you to release us from it. This. Itachi also said at this time, blink, please. After finished talking, Itachi followed Kakashi as they walked forward. Shizue scratches his head helplessly, and said, fine, I will stay behind to help you too. Shizue also knew that Kakashi is right, and this is indeed the best plan for them. If there is really Ganjutsu in here, putting Shizue in the back is the best option. Furthermore, even if Kakashi and Itachi's Ganjutsu skills are not as good as Shizue, it is still better than most people. Kakashi takes the oil lamp and walk at the front, and the dark place was unfolded in front of the 3. The originally huge space began to become narrow, and in the end it became a long corridor that is just 2 meters wide. It's just that the stone walls on both sides of the corridor are scarily neat. It's like someone is deliberately cutting it with a sword. Just how sharp is the sword that can cut the stone wall so smoothly like this? Kakashi thought, and suddenly, a green light flashed in front of him. Kakashi stopped and said, "There seems to be something in front of us, everyone, be careful." Okay. The chakra inside their body flowed silently as they are ready to fight at any time. After a few more steps, they finally reach the end of the corridor. The three of them stand side by side and are stunned by the sight in front of them. A huge stone tablet is standing in front of the three of them, emitting a faint green light on its surface. "What is this?" Shizue said in surprise. Kakashi narrows his eyes and sees some inscription on the stone tablet. 3 great artifacts? Kakashi was stunned for a moment as the things written on this stone tablet are quite similar to the murals he had seen at the Hell Valley's forbidden area. Why is this thing here? Are there many things like this that tell about the 3 great artifacts? No, something is not right. This stone tablet seems to have chakra. Seeing this, Kakashi immediately cried out in surprise, "Be careful. There is a problem with this stone tablet." As soon as Kakashi's voice fell, the green light emitted by the stone tablet brightened and directly enveloped the three of them. There is no time to escape. It's bad. This is Kakashi's only thought at this time, but then his head feels dizzy. It seems that he has fallen into a certain kind of coma. Not knowing how long it took, Kakashi slowly opened his eyes. With a white light piercing his eyes, Kakashi's vision gradually became clear. But the scene in front of him made Kakashi feel very surprised. Familiar room, familiar ceiling. Isn't this my home? Hatake residence? Kakashi climbed up to his feet as he looks at everything in front of him incredulously. What happened? Kakashi felt something is wrong right away as soon as he uttered a voice. His voice is a bit strange. Kakashi immediately ran towards the mirror. The same silver white hair, the same mask, but both of his eyes are still intact and there are no scars on them. And his body becomes younger. This is when I was a kid. At this moment, the door was pushed open. Kakashi, why haven't you got up yet? Kakashi turned his head and felt surprised after looking at the person in front of him. White hair, familiar clothes. San? Chapter 148 Past Kakashi, why is your expression is like that? Come out for breakfast, and then we can practice together later. Tsukumo walked over and patted Kakashi's silver hair, then waved his hand and left the room. Kakashi stood blankly in front of the mirror. What is going on here? Ganjutsu? He tried to move his chakra. Then he feels the huge chakra reserve he had cultivated for several years had disappeared without a trace at this time. Even the silver white cursed seal had also disappeared. How could this be? Kakashi is puzzled, as this Ganjutsu feels too real. At this time, the chakra inside Kakashi's body is at best just gain in level. Did I reincarnate it again? Kakashi, come out quickly. Hearing Tsukumo is calling him again, Kakashi doesn't not hesitate and quickly came out. Kakashi, you are a little lazy today, are you too tired from yesterday's practice? Tsukumo asked. Note-san, just thinking about something. What are you thinking about for so long? Asked Tsukumo. Nothing, Kakashi said vaguely. Seeing Kakashi doesn't want to talk about it, Tsukumo did not say anything. Okay, come over and eat, then follow me to the yard to train later. Okay. San. Although he was puzzled, Kakashi still filled his stomach first. After finishing the breakfast, Tsukumo stood up and said, Kakashi, come with me. Kakashi nodded as he was very familiar with what happened next. Before entering the academy, this was his daily life. Since he has inherited the original Kakashi's memory, this thing feels like he experienced it himself. This moment reappeared in front of his eyes, making Kakashi sigh with emotion. But, San, is it really you? Kakashi looks at the Tsukumo's back in front of him, and the corners of his eyes are a little moist. How long have I not felt this way? Kakashi has forgotten. Before the tears from the corners of his eyes slip off, Kakashi forced them back. Shedding tears is something a man should never do. It's still the same familiar courtyard where Kakashi has swung his sword many times. But it feels different now as he is with a familiar but unfamiliar person. Kakashi, our Hatake clan uses the sword technique to shock the shinobi world, so you must master this sword technique. It is rumored that when the village was not established yet, there was a mysterious expert who taught our clan this formidable sword technique. Even if our clan didn't have any KK Genkai, because of this sword technique, our clan is strong enough to become one of the strongest clan in the shinobi world. Kakashi nodded. He had heard these words many years ago, and now that he hears it again, his heart is full of emotion. Hatake clan sword technique is something like taijutsu. It requires us to constantly swing the sword and turn it into our body's instinct. There are 8 basic sword techniques, namely sweep, chop, stab, slash, slice, cut, charge, and cleave. Today, you will practice all of these. You need to focus as I will only demonstrate it once. After Sakamo finished talking, he pulled out the short white sword behind him and moves towards the garden that is full of cherry blossoms. Sweep, chop, stab, slash, slice, cut, charge, and cleave. One move after another, although they seem simple, they are very powerful. The sword's shadow is moving with each stroke. Seeing this, Kakashi is a little ashamed as even now, his sword skills are still inferior to his father. It's not that Kakashi's talent is not good, but that he is too distracted. Sakamo has trained his sword skill for a lifetime, and he has already trained it to the point of perfection, but Kakashi trained not only at the sword skill, but also a lot of other things. Therefore, even if Kakashi's talent is outstanding, his sword skill is still a lot worse from Sakamo. If Kakashi didn't know that there were so many powerful enemies in the future, maybe Kakashi would concentrate on training the sword technique. It's just that Kakashi knows that this sword technique is far from enough to defeat his future enemies. After he finish, Sakamo stab his sword into the ground, and he looks like a powerful sword master. This is sword technique. Kakashi was embarrassed as when he was young, he never knows that his father is this strong. Sword technique is profound. Even with teacher, someone still needs to understand the meaning of it themselves. Back then, Mifune also talked to Kakashi about the sword meaning, and Kakashi thought that it would not take long for him to understand it. Unfortunately, until now, Kakashi has not realized it. Perhaps Kakashi doesn't have the determination to give everything for the sword. Kakashi, have you seen it clearly? Try it again and let me see. Sakamo said as he handed the white sword in his hand to Kakashi. Yes. San. Kakashi takes the familiar white sword and feels a little emotional. At the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, this sword was broken, and later he was rebuilt into the Millennium Sword. Every time he fights using the Millennium Sword, Kakashi has a feeling of that he is fighting alongside his father. Kakashi let out a sigh of relief as he gripped the short sword in his hand. Kakashi did his best, and his sword's shadow moved very beautifully. Sakamo's expression became very strange in an instant. Or rather he was surprised. In Kakashi's hands, the white sword was a bit less sharp, but it was a bit more flexible. In terms of moves, it is not inferior to Sakamo's display from before. With every cut, Kakashi seemed to use all his strength. The vague memory gradually comes back to his mind. That time I was taught by Tsan. Kakashi, be steady when swinging the sword. Kakashi, you're too slow, you must move faster. Kakashi, it's not enough, your strength is too weak. Kakashi, you have to grow up as soon as possible. I'm afraid that I won't be able to protect you. Kakashi, this is the last time. After this, you need to depend on yourself. Kakashi, forgive me. Suddenly, the scene in front of Kakashi changed. The dark night sky, there was lightning outside, and Kakashi saw a cold corpse in front of his eyes. The tall figure fell to the ground. The bright red blood kept flowing from his abdomen, and the white fang sword was deeply inserted into his abdomen. A man, whose name made the shinobi world frightened, ended his life in this way. Seeing the scene that is real and empty in front of him, Kakashi was not sad or even surprised. San, I have grown up. If there is a chance for me to meet you in the future, I will tell you that I have forgiven you. You are a hero to me. Lightning flashed across the night sky, illuminating Kakashi's bitter face. As the past reappears, Kakashi's heart is naturally filled with mixed feelings. Maybe I should thank this Kanjutsu. Kakashi chuckled and recollected all of the emotions. At this time, he was the powerful shinobi that has defeated Lord Fourth Raikage, Kakashi Hatake. Well, shatter. Kakashi said as he suddenly drew out the white sword that is inserted at Sakamo's abdomen, a white light flash, and the scene before him was shattered like a mirror. Ganjutsu, broken. Chapter 149 Sword of Totsuka. The fragmented illusion turned into nothingness before Kakashi's eyes, and the green light filled the entire space. The white sword in Kakashi's hands became the Millennium Sword, and the blade was shining with lighting. The Ganjutsu is indeed real, but the white sword has become the key to breaking the Ganjutsu. The white sword stayed in Kakashi's hands for several years, and later it was recast into Millennium Sword. It can be said that no one alive in this world knows this sword better than Kakashi. When he took the white sword from Sakamo, Kakashi's mind starts recall his purpose and he understood the key to this Ganjutsu. The Ganjutsu created the scene from the victim's memories, so even if they know it is a Ganjutsu, they still can't help but indulge in it. The ice-cold white sword made Kakashi understand the key of the Ganjutsu in an instant. In this illusion, there are only the white sword that exists in the past and the present. Having just met Sakamo, It is impossible for Kakashi's emotion to stay the same. But this emotion was quickly suppressed by Kakashi. Now this is not the time to be sad. This stone tablet is probably not that simple. Such a formidable Genjutsu, even if it was compared with the Itachi's Tsukaimi, it is not much worse. What is this stone tablet? Kakashi was a little curious as he wonders what kind of secrets could be hidden in this stone tablet that could release such a powerful Genjutsu. Its content is similar to the murals in the Hell Valley, but the murals in Hell Valley do not have such an exaggerated Genjutsu ability. 3 great artifacts, Sword of Kusanagi, Yata Mirror, and Yasaka Magatama. Could it be that the Sword of Totsuka is here? Kakashi is shocked. Among the 3 great artifacts, only the Sword of Totsuka possessed Genjutsu ability. The Sword of Totsuka belongs is one of the Sword of Kusanagi. It is a spiritual item and has no entity at all, and cooperates with the Yata Mirror perfectly. The liquid that flies out of the gourd and becomes the shape of the sword is the true form of Sword of Totsuka. The soul that is stabbed by the sword will be sealed inside the gourd, and then trapped in a Genjutsu-like world of drunken dreams for all eternity. Speaking of it, the abilities of the Sword of Totsuka is almost the same to that of Infinite Tsukaimi. And the Genjutsu Kakashi feels just now is estimated to be a masterpiece of the Sword of Totsuka. What Kakashi was thinking at this time was that he may have overlooked something at the forbidden area of the Hell Valley. There are murals that also depicted about the 3 great artifacts. There is no way that this place has such a strange Genjutsu, but that place has nothing. But without waiting for Kakashi to think about it, the green light in front of him gradually dissipated, and all the light remaining are condensed at the stone monument, and then a gourd-like thing appeared inside the stone tablet. And there are 3 big words engraved beside it, Sword of Totsuka. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. As expected, the Sword of Totsuka is sealed here. Kakashi didn't think much about this, and then he went to the stone tablet and gently touched the lines on the stone tablet. The gourd is releasing red aura, and the red light starts to flashes. Kakashi was able to feel the temperature that emanated from the gourd. The gourd seemed to feel something as it was emerging from the stone tablet and floating in the air. Kakashi was overjoyed and stretched out his right hand, wanting to take it down. But when Kakashi reached out his hand, the gourd flashed and turned into a cloud of red mist. It seems that it was impossible to touch the gourd with his hand. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment. He then took his hand back, and the gourd appeared again. Kakashi didn't believe in that he can't touch it, and stretched out his hand again. Unfortunately, no matter how many times Kakashi tried, he couldn't touch the gourd with his hand. What's going on? Kakashi was a little helpless. The Sword of Totsuka was already in front of him, but he even couldn't touch it, which made Kakashi very upset. At this moment, Shisui and Itachi appeared beside Kakashi. "Senpai?" Shisui whispered. Seeing Shisui and Itachi, Kakashi said, "Have you solved the Genjutsu?" Shisui and Itachi nodded. "Senpai, what is this?" Shisui asked as he pointed at the Sword of Totsuka. Kakashi did not answer, but pointed at the 3 words on the stone tablet. "Sword of Totsuka?" Both Shisui and Itachi were taken aback. "Isn't it one of the legendary 3 great artifacts?" "Yes, this is the Sword of Totsuka. This should be the place where the Sword of Totsuka is sealed. The Genjutsu just now should be the test of the Sword of Totsuka. It seems that 3 of us have passed." Kakashi chuckled and secretly thought. The luck of this Sword of Totsuka is really good. After waiting for so many years, it waits for someone to become his master, but no one came. But this time, 3 people came at once. However, Kakashi faintly felt that he might not get this artifact. "Senpai, you are the first to pass. This Sword of Totsuka is definitely yours." Even in the face of such artifact as the Sword of Totsuka, Shisui is not greedy at all. Itachi also nodded as he agrees to Shisui's words. "Shisui, Itachi, the artifact is a spiritual item. I am afraid I have no chance to take it." "What do you mean by this, Senpai?" "Senpai is the first person to break the Genjutsu, so how can you not be able to take it?" Shisui asked doubtfully. Kakashi did not explain, but stretched out his hand and tries to touch the gourd. Unsurprisingly, the gourd turned into a cloud of red mist again. This. Shisui and Itachi are a little surprised after seeing this scene. This Sword of Totsuka does not seem to be a physical one. Itachi said as he was looking at the gourd with his Sharingan. After hearing Itachi's words, Shisui also opened Sharingan and found that it was a spiritual item. Kakashi nodded and said, "Yes, this Sword of Totsuka is indeed not a physical item. You should remember why we came to this place." "Sharingan?" Itachi whispered. "Yes, it's Sharingan. If I don't guess wrongly, the one who can hold the Sword of Totsuka must have Sharingan. And, I am afraid it is not a normal Sharingan." "Did Senpai means Mangekyo Sharingan?" Shisui exclaimed. "Mangekyo Sharingan?" Itachi was a little surprised. This was the first time he heard of this term. Yes, Itachi, 3 Tomoe Sharingan is not the top form of the Sharingan, but there is still Mangekyo Sharingan above it. Back then, the Uchiha's ancestor, Madara Uchiha, suppressed the entire shinobi world with a pair Mangekyo Sharingan, with only the Lord First Hokage can match him. Shisui said as he explains about the Mangekyo Sharingan roughly to Itachi, and Itachi probably understood about the Mangekyo Sharingan with information. Yes, it is Mangekyo Sharingan. I have seen the records of the 3 great artifacts elsewhere. I am afraid that only the people who have opened the Mangekyo Sharingan can use them. Kakashi said. Senpai, I recall that your Sharingan should already be Mangekyo Sharingan, right? Shisui asked with some confusion. At the time when they are at Hidden Mist Village, Kakashi's Sharingan pattern was different from the normal 3 Tomoe pattern. Shisui then thought that Kakashi had already opened Mangekyo Sharingan at that time. Kakashi didn't deny it either, and then said, yes, I have opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, but this is not enough. You need to know that there must be 2 Sharingan to exert the full power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi was surprised when he heard this. Kakashi have opened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, an outsider can actually do this. Itachi began to understand why Shisui respected Kakashi so much. Chapter 150 Susanoo. Senpai, what do you mean? Shisui asked doubtfully. Kakashi looks at Shisui and said, Shisui, you should have opened your Mangekyo Sharingan, right? Itachi looked at Shisui in shock. He can't believe that Shisui also has opened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Seeing that Kakashi knows about this, Shisui just scratches his hair embarrassedly and said, yeah, it was opened not long ago. How do you know, senpai? Guess. Well, Kakashi's answer makes Shisui somewhat speechless. How can he guess something like this? However, Kakashi really does just guessing. According to original work, Shisui should have opened the Mangekyo Sharingan at this time. Shisui, since you have both of your eyes, with Mangekyo Sharingan, you should be able to use Susanoo. Shisui was startled. He didn't expect Kakashi to even know about this. Yes, senpai, how did you know about these things? Well, I also have Mangekyo Sharingan, so it shouldn't be strange for me to know about these things, right? Kakashi said with a smile. Shisui is stunned. Kakashi indeed have opened Mangekyo Sharingan earlier than him, so it was not surprising that he knew about Susanoo. Shisui, if I am not mistaken, we might need Susanoo to take this sword of Totsuka. Try it. This sword of Totsuka is spiritual item and not a physical one, so Kakashi came up with conclusion after remembering the future event. If his guess is correct, this method should work. Hearing this, Shisui did not think much about it. After all, it is a pleasant thing to be able to collect an artifact. Shisui closed his eyes slightly and immediately opened his eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan. The black 4-corner darts pattern circulates in both of Shisui's eyes. Shisui, you don't need to use the full body of Susanoo, just make an arm. Using Susanoo is making the eyes blinded faster, so it is better if Shisui didn't make the full body of the Susanoo. If it's just an arm, there shouldn't be any major losses. Shisui nodded, expressing his understanding. Itachi, retreat with me, what happens next may surprise you. Kakashi finished speaking, and then pulls Itachi for more than 5 meters. Itachi looked at Shisui's eyes, and there is a strange pattern that he had never seen before. Shisui looked at the sword of Totsuka not far away intently, his eyes widened, and a huge green skeleton appeared around Shisui's body. This is... Itachi was surprised, the scene before him was too shocking for the young Itachi. That is Susanoo, the ultimate skill that can only be used by having both of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi said quite enviously. Even if Kakashi have opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, with only one Mangekyo, he maybe won't be able to use the Susanoo. Blood begins dripping from Shisui's eyes. Seeing this, Kakashi immediately said, Shisui, quickly take it, otherwise, it will put a lot of load on your eyes. Shisui nodded, as he understood the situation and gazed at the sword of Totsuka. Then the right arm of the green skeleton directly grabs the sword of Totsuka. But when Susanoo's right arm grabs the sword of Totsuka, the sword of Totsuka did not turn into a cloud of red mist like before, but it didn't change and was directly held tightly. It's a success. Shisui is overjoyed and he quickly stops the Susanoo. Mangekyo Sharingan faded, Shisui felt a sharp pain in his body, and at the same time his body became soft. Seeing Shisui's condition is bad, Kakashi hurried over to hold on to Shisui. Shisui, how are you? It's okay, but I didn't expect that it would consume so much chakra to use the Susanoo. This is the first time I use this ninjutsu. Good, it seems that this sword of Totsuka is fated for you. Kakashi said with a smile. Thanks to senpai, I can get this sword of Totsuka. But if Senpai is able to use this sword of Totsuka in the future, I will give it to Senpai, Shizue said. Kakashi waved his hand and said, no, this is what you deserve. Shizue wanted to say something, but the stone tablet suddenly began to crack at this time. There is also an earthquake at this place. Kakashi exclaimed, not good, this place is going to collapse, let's go. When Shizue and Itachi heard this, their expressions tensed. After all, if this place collapses, they will die. Without saying a word, Kakashi directly picked up Shizue on his back and said, Itachi, go. Itachi nodded, then chakra surging under his feet, and he ran in the direction from where they came from. Kakashi followed closely from behind. Even if he was carrying Shizue on his back, his speed was not slow at all. Along the way, the flying stones splattered around, but Kakashi dodges it one by one. Shizue didn't say anything about putting him down. After all, he is not able to run as fast as Kakashi right now. Shizue knows that no matter whether it is Kakashi or Itachi, they would never leave him alone. After so many years of getting along with each other, Shizue knew exactly what kind of person the other party was. What the three of them didn't notice was that a red light entered Itachi's mind at an extremely fast speed. Itachi only felt that there seemed to be something else inside his head, but it was obviously not the time to care about these things. The three rushed all the way, and finally saw the water where they came. With 3 plops, all 3 of them jumped into the middle of the water pool. Shizue's body also temporarily recovered his mobility, and with Kakashi's help, he left this place. And shortly after the 3 of them jumped into the water, the place completely collapsed. Boom. The rubble then drops into the water, making splashes all around. Outside the place, Kakashi, Shizue, and Itachi jumped out of the lake. It's really dangerous, we're almost buried inside. Kakashi said as he suddenly remembered Obito. At that time, he was buried on the ground, and then he starts to get into the dark side. It's too dangerous. Shizue also let out a long sigh of relief, as he is lying on the floor. The first time he used Susanoo, it let Shizue knew about how much damage this skill would do to his body. Kakashi estimates that Susanoo can only be used after having the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, so there is no damage to the user's body. In the original work, Itachi's body condition is so bad. It is probably because of the use of Susanoo. This skill is strong, but the load on the user's body is too heavy. And using this ninjutsu will speed up the blindness of the user's eyes. In the original work, Sasuke was almost blind after using Susanoo for a few times. It can be seen how much faster the blindness happened by using the Susanoo. At this time, Itachi was holding his head. There seemed to be something floating in his mind, but he could not see clearly. He only knows that it is a piece of information. Itachi closed his eyes tightly, trying to see the fog in his mind. Kakashi and Shizue soon discovered the abnormal condition of Itachi. Itachi? What's wrong with you? Shizue asked with concern. Itachi shook his head and said, it's nothing, I just feel like there is something inside my mind. It's okay, it should be an illusion. Yeah. Itachi nodded as he can only think of that now. Well, let's get out of here, with such a big movement, it will attract other people, Kakashi said. Yes, senpai. Just when the 3 of them were about to leave, 3 big words flashed through their minds. Yata mirror. Chapter 151 Guy's Wisdom. The information in Itachi's mind flashed by, and he couldn't see anything clearly, so he temporarily suppressed it. The 3 of them didn't say much, they quickly left the place and found a place to rest. Nothing happened in the night, and the next day, the 3 of them rushed all the way back to Hidden Leaf Village. Hidden Leaf Village, Hokage Building, Meeting Room. Kakashi and Itachi stood side by side, acting as guards of the door to the meeting room. There was a problem between the Land of Fire and the Land of Forest, so Lord Third and Denzo are discussing about it. Itachi, are you used to Anbu's life now? It's okay, but it's not as expected. Oh? Are you talking about the missions? Yes, originally I thought that Anbu's missions would be full of blood. Well, you have to know that right now is not the war period, so there is not much assassination missions. I see. Protecting Lord Third is also one of Anbu's missions. Just then, the door to the meeting room opened. Lord Third then walked out of the meeting room. Kakashi, for the peace negotiations with the Land of Forest, I have sent a team to go there, but Denzo thinks that the Land of Forest has some ulterior motives, so he wants to send another team for backup. Kakashi pondered for a moment and said, so this is not your intention? Lord Third sighed and said, listen to what Denzo says. After that, Lord Third leave the meeting room. At this time, Denzo's gloomy voice came from the meeting room. Although it seems that we and the Land of Forest are going to do peace negotiations to exchange information on the border, I don't think it is so simple. It is probably their trap. On this point, Lord Third also agreed. Kakashi stood at the door without looking back, thinking in his heart. Land of Forest has not been very happy with Hidden Leaf Village recently, and the general public in the Land of Forest is also a shinobi group with great strength. For them to send such shinobi for the exchange information, I'm afraid that they really have ulterior motive. Moreover, this time the one Hidden Leaf Village sent to the peace negotiations is Guy. If something unexpected happened to Guy, I am afraid. Kakashi, you're going to be the backup this time, if they tried to do something. Denzo said, opening his left eye, and the cold light flickered. You will annihilate them all. Hidden Leaf Village does not allow anyone to betray us. Understood, I will go with Itachi as a two-person team. Okay. Then, goodbye. Kakashi finished speaking, and starting to leave. But at this time, Denzo suddenly said, Kakashi, I appreciate your ability, I hope you can come to the route. Kakashi was slightly surprised and then whispered, thank you for your kindness Lord Denzo, but I already am satisfied to be at the Anbu. You overestimate me. No. Your ability is definitely more suitable for the route, whether it is the mind or the darkness in your heart. I believe that you will grow better at the route. Kakashi did not answer, he just turned and left. Itachi was a little surprised, but he still followed after Kakashi. Denzo took his eyes back and his face was low. Humphrey, Kakashi Hatake, let me see how much stronger you are now. Damn Uchiha, getting in the way. At the gate of Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi and Itachi are standing at the top of the Hidden Leaf Village gate. Below them are Guy and his team who have accepted the mission and are preparing to set off. At this moment, Guy is already a Jonin, so he is the one leading in this mission. It's just that Guy is too spirited, and in many cases it is not good if he performs missions alone. It's not that Guy's IQ is not enough, but that he will directly ignore many small details. Speaking of it, Kakashi hasn't practiced with Guy for a long time, and he doesn't know how far Guy's progress at the 8 gates technique right now. Originally, Kakashi thought that he would be able to open the 7th gate after all his training, but he did not expect that the bottleneck from the 6th to 7th gate was so large. This time, it is no longer a problem with the quality of his physique. It is more about talent, the talent for taijutsu. What Kakashi has to admit is that on taijutsu, his talent is really not comparable to Guy's. Yash! Let the flame of youth burn, let's set off together. Guy yelled, then rushed forward, leaving his team as he disappeared to the distance. Seeing this, the remaining 3 people were taken aback and shouted, Captain Guy! Wait! It is estimated that the 3 of them did not expect to meet such a captain, and in desperation, they hurriedly followed after Guy. Senpai, they don't seem to know the real purpose of exchanging information this time. Ah, this kind of thing is only known to Hidden Leaf Village's top council, and we who have accepted the mission. Itachi, politics is very troublesome. If you don't want to get into trouble, it is better to not ask such a thing. It's better to have enough strength before you involve yourself in the vortex of politics. If not, it will be hard for you. After hearing this, Itachi is thinking about it, but there was a bit of bitterness in his heart. Even if I don't want to get involved in this kind of politics, I'm afraid I'm also involved now. The village and the Uchiha clan didn't want to give up. The war is too terrifying, and I will never let the village fall into war again. When he is still small, Itachi had witnessed the cruelty of war with his own eyes, so he had an instinctive rejection of war. Okay, let's go. Yes. Senpai. Inside the forest. Above the bonfire, there was a big iron pot, and the contents were full of aroma. Ah. It's so delicious, Hujuk, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Haha, eat more if you like. The one called Hujuk is a silver-haired old man with a very kind face. It is said that he has performed missions with Lord Third in the past, but he has always been a Geinin, which is why he was called Eternal Geinin. But everyone who has worked with him knows that this old man is not only strong, but also very good in other aspects, such as cooking. Lord Third also knows Hujuk's ability, otherwise, he would never send a Geinin to this kind of mission. At this time, another shinobi asked, Captain, I think it is not good. This bonfire is too big, what if it is discovered by the enemy and we are attacked? Kei suppressed his usual expression and said seriously, it would be great if they attack us. Our mission this time is probably not as simple as exchanging information. It should be more about checking about whether the land of forest is hostile or not. The 3 of them were taken aback when they heard Guy's words, and said, Captain, what do you mean by this? Haha, it doesn't mean anything, everyone hurry up and eat. Seeing Guy didn't say anything, the 3 of them didn't ask much. Above the big trees not far away, Kakashi and Itachi are secretly protecting Guy and his team. Hearing Guy's words, Itachi was a little surprised and said, Senpai, I didn't expect that man could guess the about that even though he didn't know the real purpose of this mission. Well, Guy may seem to be very simple, but he is not stupid. Otherwise, Lord Third will not send him to execute this mission. Kakashi is a good friend of Guy for many years, naturally knows that although this person looks very stupid, he is smart. Absolutely better than ordinary people. His simplicity is just his attitude in life, and if people think that Guy is a fool, they are wrong. If he was a fool, how could he become a Jonin? It should be known that to become a Jonin, they need more than strength. Even Naruto, whose power is the strongest in the shinobi world after the end of the war, must increase his knowledge first if he wants to become a Jonin. In the world of shinobi, strength is important, but if their IQ is not enough, it will be easy for them to be fooled by others. Just like Nagato, Obito, and Madara Uchiha. Chapter 152 Trap. Okay, let's have something to eat too. Kakashi said as he took out the ration pills and handed it to Itachi. Itachi was not polite, and took it directly. Speaking of which, they are eating hot pot below, and we are eating ration pills here. This treatment is really a world apart. Kakashi puts the ration pills into his mouth from under the mask, and almost vomit after feeling the taste. Senpai, I can accept it. I know this is the nature of Anbu's mission. Itachi said with a smile. Yeah, I can accept it too, but if I have a choice, I will definitely choose to eat a hot pot and sing a song. Kakashi said as his face was quite emotional. It seems that I have been in Anbu for a long time now. Should I leave Anbu for a while? After all, after living in the shadows for a long time, it is inevitable to think of living under the sun. Looking at both of his hands, Kakashi then thought, these two hands, all these years, they really have been stained with too much blood. Itachi didn't expect Kakashi to say this, he was a little surprised. But having said that, the Kakashi he heard from the Anbu that is not under Kakashi's jurisdiction is really different from the Kakashi he heard from Shizui. Moreover, since Itachi himself came into contact with Kakashi, he felt that Kakashi was not as cold-blooded as the Anbu said, but rather he felt like a big brother to him. And for the precocious Itachi, this kind of feeling is only felt from Shizui before. I didn't expect Senpai to say this. Well, there is nothing strange about it. After all, I have been in Anbu for almost 8 years. I already really tired doing this kind of thing. When people are given choices, they will choose a comfortable lifestyle, right? Itachi nodded and then asked, Senpai, why don't you apply to leave Anbu? With your current status, if you want to leave Anbu, Lord Third will definitely agree. Because of responsibility. Kakashi looked up at the sky and looked very emotional. Responsibility? Itachi is puzzled. Entering Anbu is what Minato-sensei expects of me, and Anbu needs me now. In fact, there are many better choices in life that we can't make. Hearing this, Itachi starts thinking deeply. Itachi, the village needs fresh blood like ours to change it, do you understand? I understand. Senpai, your Sharingan is a gift from a friend, right? You are not an Uchiha, but with Uchiha's strength, which side do you choose? Itachi suddenly asked. There is only one Hidden Leaf village. Whether it is the Uchiha clan or other big clans, they are all under the big tree of Hidden Leaf village. Itachi, under the cover of the nest, there is an egg. Under the cover of the nest, is there an egg? Itachi's face showed the maturity and thinking that shouldn't be at his age. Obviously Kakashi's words touched Itachi. This Sharingan is a gift from the old friend. He reminded me to never let my companion die. This is what I have been doing. I believe you also understand that in this world there are far more important things than your own life. I understand, Senpai. That's good, you are still young. Don't carry many things by yourself. You can tell me. If you feel that I am not qualified, you can go and talk to Shizui. Although he looks like that, but he is still very reliable. Thank you Senpai, and in my eyes, Senpai is absolutely qualified. Then I am honored. Well, they are leaving, we are leaving too. Yes, Senpai. The Fire Forest Canyon, the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Forest. Guy and his team arrived early, and right now they are waiting for the arrival of the Land of Forest's representatives. Not long after, 4 masked shinobi walked over from the opposite side. When Kai saw this, he asked, are you guys the people of the Land of Forest? Yes, we are. Then let's exchange. No, give me yours first. Guy frowned, as there is a bad premonition in his heart, but he still said, yes. Kai takes out the scroll in his arms and handed it to the leading kunoichi. The kunoichi takes a look at the content and then said, yes, it's the scroll we want. Then give us your scroll. The kunoichi then takes out a scroll and handed it to Guy. Guy wants to reach out and pick it up. But suddenly, his pupils shrank, and he kicked the scroll high into the air. He then saw that the scroll unfurled in midair, revealing an explosion. Boom. With a loud noise, the scroll actually exploded. With that kind of power, if Guy took it directly, he will be seriously injured at that time. Damn it. Sure enough, it is a trap. What do you mean by this? Why did you give us that scroll instead of the information scroll? Seeing that the situation was revealed, the Kanoichi jumped up and landed on a high platform. Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi has violated the agreement and attacked us, now counterattack. Hearing this, Guy is furious, shameless. It's obvious that you are the one who violated the agreement. The Kanoichi just coldly snorted, and then, from all directions, appeared dozens of shinobi with the same mask as the representative of the Land of Forest. Sure enough, you intended to betray us from the beginning? Captain Guy, what do we do now? A shinobi said nervously. It's no wonder that he is afraid of such a big battle. After all, there is too many enemies. At this moment, Kakashi and Itachi jump out and land in front of Guy and others. Kakashi then whispered, "Let us take care of it, you can withdraw." Anbu? The opposite shinobi did not give up the attack just because of the emergence of two Anbu. Earth-style, rock collapse. Kakashi saw a few of the enemies forming hand seals at the same time and then dozens of stones fall from the cliff. It's a bad memory for Kakashi. After all, Obito was smashed in half by this ninjutsu. Kakashi didn't feel much emotion, and directly forms hand seals with his hands. Earth-style wall. The huge stone wall rises and blocks the falling rocks. Crow, do it. Yes. Kakashi and Itachi jump up and rush directly onto the high platform the enemies are standing at. What? They are so fast. The Kanoichi is obviously shocked by this. How can I be missing from the fight? Guy loudly shouted, and rushed forward as well. Kakashi didn't say anything. After all, with Guy's personality, when he could fight, he would never run away. Besides, this mission is executed by Guy. Quick attack. Kakashi finished speaking, and then he stretched out his right hand. The Millennium Sword was instantly held in his right hand. Yosh! Come on, youth. Seeing Kakashi's silver-colored hair color, Guy naturally knows who it is, so he didn't refute Kakashi's order. Although the enemy's shinobi are strong for the Land of Forest's populace, for Kakashi, Guy, and Itachi, they are still weakling. Even if there are several jonin on the opposite side, they won't lose. Hatake sword technique, lighting moon slash. The Millennium Sword is covered with lighting and then blue crescent moon slash wave is moving toward the enemies. Arg! With a scream, in the blink of an eye, the number of people who died under Kakashi's sword broke through double digits. What a terrifying efficiency. Not far away, Itachi couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In the eyes of Itachi, Kakashi did not waste a trace of chakra, and every sword slash was cut at the enemy's vital point. They are all die by a single blow, and there is no second hit. Chapter 153 Argument. You are Kakashi Hatake. The Kanoichi is obviously very surprised. After all, Kakashi Hatake's name now is well known in the shinobi world. It can be said that if they don't have the strength of elite jonin, they should never engage against Kakashi. Kakashi didn't answer. When Anbu performed the task, he didn't need to say anything. The Millennium Sword on his hand then starts covered by lighting again. Millennium Sword. The sword, which is now covered by the lighting attribute chakra, is extended a few meters in an instant and then inserted directly into the chest of the Kanoichi. With a stab, the long sword penetrated into her body. Sure enough, it's you. Kakashi Hatake. The Kanoichi said weakly, and then she vomits blood and fell to the ground. Kakashi flicked the sword in his hand to get rid of the contaminated blood. Kakashi at this time is no longer what he used to be. Killing has become an instinct. At this moment, Kakashi's murderous aura surprised both Itachi and Guy. However, this murderous aura just flashed in an instant, making the two of them think that it was just an illusion. But both Guy and Itachi knew that it was not an illusion. The Kakashi that is hidden under the mask right now is a god of murder. Kakashi, you. Kakashi glanced over Guy coldly when he heard his words, and said in a low voice, Guy, how can you call out the name of the Anbu that is performing the task? Guy was startled by Kakashi's look, and said quickly, yes. I'm sorry. Crow, make sure there is no one alive. Okay. Hearing this, Itachi drew out the long sword given by Shizui, and cut the throat of the corpses one by one to ensure that they all died. Seeing this, Guy is shocked and quickly said, you. Kakashi stopped Guy and whispered, Guy, this is Anbu's mission, don't leave the enemies alive. Kakashi, you. You have changed. Hearing this, Kakashi is stunned. Yeah, it seems that I really changed. Am I like this from the very beginning? No. What is the thing that changed me? Is it the darkness? Or the endless killing? Thinking about this, Kakashi didn't know it himself, but he knew that this was not what he wanted. He does not want to be a cold-blood killer. Sorry, Guy. Kakashi whispered, and then left with Itachi. Guy stood in the same place, looking at the dead bodies everywhere, and his heart was feeling sad. Since the end of the war, he has never seen this scene again. Kakashi, you can't stay in Anbu anymore. Kei tightens his fist, his expression shows seriousness like never before. Senpai, are you familiar with the person? Between the trees, Itachi, who followed behind Kakashi, suddenly asked. Yeah, we have known each other since we were young. We used to train together oftentimes. We are rivals for life. He doesn't seem to know much about Senpai. Yeah, if Guy really understands Kakashi, how could he is so surprised seeing Kakashi doing this kind of thing? Because I didn't do any missions with him since I entered the Anbu. Anbu, it's really a place that changed people. Kakashi said thoughtfully, looking at the white clouds in the sky. Senpai, do you regret it? I can't talk about regretting it. Everything in this world is between gains and losses. When we get something, we will inevitably lose another thing. We just need to choose wisely. Gains and losses? Itachi whispered. Itachi, I know that there is some kind of contradiction between the village and the Uchiha clan, and I also know that you and Shizui are working hard to change this. But sometimes our personal strength is too small. So, if you want to do something, you need to ensure your own safety first. Senpai, do you mean? Itachi asked in surprise, as bad thoughts start to fill his heart. I don't know what other people think, but Denzo has always hated the Uchiha clan. I am afraid he will not let Uchiha clan go easily. Denzo is your biggest obstacle if you want to fix the relationship between the village and Uchiha clan. Senpai, you seem to have prejudice about Lord Denzo. No, it's not my prejudice. Denzo may be really loyal to Hidden Leaf Village, but Denzo always has the greatest hostility to Uchiha clan. Uchiha clan's situation right now is largely caused by Denzo. Senpai. Itachi, I'm telling you this, whether you believe it or not, just take it to your heart. It will do you no harm. Itachi lowered his head in thought for a moment, and said solemnly, Yes, Senpai. No matter what kind of thought Kakashi said to him, Itachi could feel the kindness in Kakashi's words. As for Denzo, Itachi will believe in him for the time being. After all, he is also Denzo's spy. For the Uchiha clan, Itachi could only deal with it. Okay, let's go back and hand over the mission's report. Yes. Hokage office. Sure enough, Land of Forest really betrayed Hidden Leaf Village? Lord Third said as he releases a long sigh full of disappointment. Yes, Lord Third, are you going to do something to the Land of Forest? I will let Denzo do it, Kakashi. Kakashi bowed his head and said, Yes. Kakashi, how is Itachi Uchiha under your hands? Itachi is very good, and in time, he will become Hidden Leaf Village's pillar. Really? That's great then. Lord Third said with satisfaction. Lord Third, regarding the Uchiha clan, I don't know how you will deal with it. With his high position in Anbu, Kakashi naturally knows that the Uchiha clan is becoming more and more restless. Although part of this is due to the Uchiha clan's own reasons, a large part is also due to the persecution from the Hidden Leaf Village's top executives. Especially Denzo. Hearing this, Lord Third's expression changed and then he said, Kakashi, you know about the Uchiha clan. I tried my best to help them, but the Uchiha clan seems to be difficult to contact. Lord Third, the gap between the village and the Uchiha clan has been around for a long time, and it cannot be changed in an instant. But I believe that among the Uchiha clan, there are still people like Itachi and Shizui. With Shizui and Itachi's influences in the Uchiha clan, as long as they try their best, they can affect the entire Uchiha clan. So we should give them enough trust. Kakashi, you're right. So what are you going to do? Lord Third, we want the Uchiha clan to feel our sincerity, so we must first remove our surveillance. After all, we are the people from the same village. If we continue to monitor them, it will seem that we didn't trust them at all. As soon as Lord Third wanted to say something, the door of the office was pushed open. The one who opened it was none other than Denzo. This old man doesn't think so. Denzo, why are you here? Lord Third said in surprise. The reason this old man comes here is naturally because he has something to say. Kakashi, you trust the Uchiha clan too much. This clan is a cursed clan. They are full of arrogance. If we relax our vigilance, when they conspire to rebel against us, what are we gonna do? It will become big trouble. Have you forgotten the Kurama's attack 6 years ago? Lord Denzo, we can't say for sure that the Kurama's attack 6 years ago was done by the Uchiha clan. Because of your unwarranted suspicion, you isolate your companions. Is this what one of the Hidden Leaf Village leaders should do? Kakashi refuses to give up and tries to argue. Asshole. You don't need to tell me how to be the leader of Hidden Leaf Village. Don't forget your identity. Denzo's face was full of anger, obviously offended by Kakashi's words. Okay, stop arguing. Lord Third quickly interrupted the quarrel between Denzo and Kakashi. Hearing this, the two of them closed their mouths and looked at Lord Third. With a sigh, Lord Third then said, "Keep monitoring the Uchiha clan for the time being. I'll talk about the rest of the matter later." Lord Third. "Well, Kakashi, you should step back first." Kakashi was a bit unwilling, but still said, "I understand." Denzo looked at Kakashi coldly, but Kakashi ignored him and left the Hokage office directly. Sarutobi, Kakashi is very dangerous. His power has made him forget who he is. Enough, Denzo, Kakashi has been with me for a long time. I know who he is, so I don't need you remind me. Chapter 154 Companion. Seeing Lord Third trusts Kakashi so much, Denzo knows that it is useless to provoke him. On the issue of the Uchiha clan, Denzo was able to take the initiative because Lord Third also had some doubts about the Uchiha clan. Therefore, under Denzo's incitement, Lord Third agreed to continue to monitor the Uchiha clan. As for Kakashi, Lord Third has absolute trust on him, coupled with guilty feeling he has after the death of the White Fang. It makes Lord Third has an unspeakable sense of trust in Kakashi. As long as there is such a sense of trust, Lord Third will never doubt Kakashi, let alone do anything against Kakashi. Okay, let's not talk about Kakashi's business. What do you plan to do with the Uchiha clan? Lord Third sits in his chair with a serious face and said, "Let's deal with it first, and see what happens next." Huh, so it's like that. Denzo, I warn you, don't overdo it. The Uchiha clan is also the hero who helps build Hidden Leaf Village. This old man knows. Denzo finished speaking, and left straight away. Lord Third sits weakly in his chair and sighed, "Am I really old?" Lord Third said as he looks at the pictures hanging on his office. There are 4 photos there, him when he's young, the Lord First Hokage Senju Hashirama, the Lord Second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and the Lord Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze Kakashi, who was out of the Hokage office, was a little angry, but soon he suppressed this emotion. After being a shinobi for so many years, if he can't control his emotions, it can be said that he is too incompetent. Damn it, with Denzo's interference, I am afraid it is very difficult to stop the demise of the Uchiha clan. He will never give the Uchiha clan a chance at all. In that case, no matter how hard Shisui and Itachi are working, it will be nothing in the end. Kakashi is somewhat powerless. There is no solution in this situation. The two sides cannot reach a consensus. In the end, it will end the same as the original plot. To be honest, Kakashi doesn't care what happens to the Uchiha clan in the end. But for Shisui's fate, Kakashi really couldn't bear to let it happen. In the past few years, Shisui is a very important friend of Kakashi. Forget it, let's have a good talk with Shisui. At the worst, I will tell him to be more vigilant. After making that decision, Kakashi did not delay and went directly to Shisui. Anbu 6th Team's room. Shisui, who has just finished his mission, is now changing his clothes. Shisui. Shisui heard someone calling him from behind, and when he looked back, he saw that it was Kakashi, which was a bit strange, so he asked. "Kakashi-senpai? Why are you here? Shouldn't you go on a mission with Itachi?" "Ah, the mission is completed." "So, is Itachi good?" Shisui asked happily. Shisui is very concerned about this person who is like his own younger brother. "Yeah, Itachi is very good. I estimate that he will surpass you in a few years," Kakashi said with a smile. "Senpai, it's good that you said Itachi is very good. But I don't agree about him surpassing me in a few years. After all, I am also improving," Shisui said unconvincedly. "Haha, Shisui, you still cares about this? Of course, as a senpai, it will be very embarrassing to be surpassed by the younger generation," Shisui said naturally. "Then, according to your words, I have to work harder, otherwise one day I will be surpassed by you and Itachi. If that happens, it will be too embarrassing." "That's natural, senpai should also have a sense of crisis." Shisui laughed and patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Kakashi was a little helpless. Shisui was just like a well-behaved junior at first. Now that he knows Kakashi for a few years, although he still called Kakashi his senpai, his words are a lot more casual now, and the two are like good friends. "Shisui, I just talked to Lord Third about the problem between Hidden Leaf Village and the Uchiha clan." Kakashi's words changed, making Shisui a little stunned for a while, and then asked, "What did Lord Third say?" "I originally intended to let Lord Third to revoke the surveillance of the Uchiha clan and let the Uchiha clan see Hidden Leaf Village's sincerity." "Really? That's great," Shisui said excitedly. "Shisui, don't get excited, this thing didn't work out." The joy in Shisui's heart was instantly put out after hearing this. If this matter is really successful, Shizue is confident to persuade the clan members to make changes, at least the coup can be temporarily stopped. Why? Shizue asked. Denzo didn't agree. He always had doubts about the Uchiha clan. Shizue scratches his hair helplessly and said, "Hey, it seems that we need to let Lord Denzo knows about our stance in peace." Shizue, Denzo has a deep prejudice against the Uchiha clan. I am afraid it can't be changed with just a few words. I know, senpai, I will continue to work hard. Shizue, I didn't mean that. Huh? I'm afraid Denzo will start with you. After all, your Sharingan ability is too strong, Denzo may not be assured of you. It's okay, Kakashi. I believe that Lord Denzo is doing this for Hidden Leaf Village. He will give the Uchiha clan a chance and won't do anything to me. Kakashi sighed. Shizue is really an idealist. How can someone like Denzo so easy to talk with? Well, it's fine if you don't listen to me, but there's something I want to tell you. What's the matter? Denzo's right eye is Sharingan, beware of Izanagi. What, Denzo's right eye is Sharingan? Shizue was shocked. Yes, just be careful with Denzo. With your skills, if you're careful, you won't be attacked by Denzo. Shizue nodded, although he thinks that Denzo won't do anything to him, but Shizue will still take Kakashi's words to his heart. Shizue, you are my valued friend. Be careful. Shizue was taken aback, and then he said with a smile, of course, I will listen to you, senpai. Yeah. That's good. But I am very happy that senpai valued me as his friend. Shizue said, feeling a little embarrassed as he scratches his nose with his index finger. Kakashi smiled a little and didn't say anything. The bond between the two of them has always been there. In this cold Anbu, only the warmth between people can keep the mentality of the Anbu members. Otherwise, all of them may have become terrifying murderers. Okay, Shizue, let's go have dinner together. Is it a kairaku ramen, senpai? Shizue asked. Yeah, let's go. Okay. Shizue, if you can, please live, I don't want to see you die. Looking at the familiar face in front of him, Kakashi's heart is a bit heavy. Touching his left eye reminds him all the time. The word companion is really important for Kakashi. Kakashi's ear seemed to hear the words from the boy who is wearing a pair of goggles with orange lenses again. Those who abandon their companions are even worse than trash. Chapter 155 Hidden Mist Villages Move at the entrance of Hidden Leaf Village Academy, Itachi stood alone under a tree. The bell rang after class, awakening the contemplative Itachi. Looking up, I saw Sasuke just walking out of the academy gate. Seeing Itachi, Sasuke leaped forward happily. Big brother. Why are you here? With a smile on his face, Itachi said, the mission was completed earlier than expected, so I come here to pick you up. That's great. Oh, Itachi, what a coincidence, have you come to pick up Sasuke again? The bursting voice surprised Itachi slightly. Looking back, he sees Shizue and Kakashi come over. Shizue, senpai, why are you two here? Ah, Shizue and I went to dinner together, we just passing by here. Sasuke holds Itachi's right arm with some worry. Based on his past experience, when Shizue met Itachi, he will take Itachi away. Naturally, Sasuke's small movements cannot be hidden from the three people present. Shizue was a little bit dumbfounded when he saw this little guy was really. Itachi, do you want to come with us? Shizue asked. As expected, Sasuke secretly pouts his mouth and looks very cute. Sasuke, are you angry? Shizue joked when he saw this. No. Sasuke turned away proudly and snorted coldly. Itachi smiled when he saw it. Sasuke was really cute when he was trying to be prideful. Sorry Shizue, but I want to take Sasuke home first. Sasuke was overjoyed when he heard this, and looked at Itachi with bright eyes. Unexpectedly, Big Brother actually chose me today. Well, that's really a shame. After all, it's rare for Kakashi-senpai to treat someone. Shizue said with great regret. I'm sorry, next time I have a chance, I will invite you to dinner. I'm just waiting for those words. I'll be waiting for you then. Shizue said with a smile. Itachi nodded slightly and left with Sasuke. When I saw Itachi with Sasuke like that, I remembered my previous self. I used to take Itachi home like that. Shizue said with emotion. Ah, are you talking about the time before Itachi graduated? Kakashi said. Huh, how do you know about that senpai? Shizue asked suspiciously. Hee, how can I, the captain, not knowing about what my subordinate is doing? Captain, are you stalking me? Shizue said with a weird expression. How is that possible, you think too much. Kakashi slapped Shizue's back and then he left with Shizue. Big brother, is that Kakashi really amazing? On the way back, Sasuke couldn't help but ask. Kakashi-senpai? He is really amazing, Big brother has no confidence to beat him. Itachi thought for a while and said. How is it possible? Big brother is the strongest. Sasuke said as he was not convinced. Haha, Sasuke, Kakashi-senpai is really strong. When you grow up, if you can be accepted as his student, it will be your good luck. I don't want to. I have to learn from Big Brother and become like a shinobi as good as Big Brother. Sasuke looked at Itachi with excitement. Itachi was taken aback for a moment, and then he smiled. Then you have to work hard. Okay. Inside the Hokage office, Lord Third looks at the information in front of them, and frowns slightly. What's going on? Isn't Hidden Mist Village in chaos right now? How can they send peoples into the territory of the Land of Fire? Forget it. No matter what the reason, I need to send someone over to see the situation. Would, come and call Kakashi and Shizui. Yes. Lord Third. After a while, Kakashi and Shizui came to the Hokage office. Lord Third. Well, Kakashi, Shizui, I don't know why, but Hidden Mist Village suddenly sent peoples into the territory of the Land of Fire. It seems to be a deliberate provocation. I want you two to go to there to support the shinobi there. Hearing this, was a little surprised, but still replied, yes. Lord Third. Outside Hidden Leaf Village, two figures are constantly moving between the trees. Kakashi-senpai, this time, Hidden Mist Village's movement is very strange. Shizue said. Kakashi nodded and said, yes, it is really strange. It is reasonable to say that the Hidden Mist Village at this time should be in the middle of a civil war and should not be able to send peoples to the Land of Fire. The situation between Terumi Mai and the Lord Fourth Mizukage should have been tenser than ever. But at this time, sending people to the Land of Fire is really intriguing. What do you think, senpai? Shaking his head, Kakashi said, I don't know, but we will know when we get to the mission location. Yes. But it's been a long time since I performed a mission with you, senpai. Shizue said with a smile. This is true. After all, Kakashi has been busy training the Sage Mode in the past 2 years, and he never stay inside Hidden Leaf Village for a long time. For a while, they are performing mission by themselves, without any partner. Yeah, it's been a while. Kakashi smiled as he said that. Hidden Leaf Village, root space. Inside the dark room, Denzo silently looks at the information in front of him. All of them are dead with only one wound. Are Land of Forests shinobi really that weak? Anzang's left eye was full of cold light. The stronger Kakashi is, the more Denzo feels uncomfortable. It seems that the Uchiha clan's affairs need to be taken care of faster, otherwise, I will not be able to deal with Kakashi Hatake. And that Shizue Uchiha, which is so close to Kakashi Hatake, is also a problem. Kakashi, Shizue, and Itachi. If these three are united together, they will be no worse than the original Sannin. Uchiha, they're really troublesome existences. Hidden Leaf Village, third training field. A long-haired man with a strange pattern mask appeared suddenly. It's really a nostalgic place. How long has it been since I last come here? Oh yeah, by the way, it's time to find that funny little guy. Somewhere in the territory of the Land of Fire. Lady Mai, what are you going to do when you come to the Land of Fire with us this time? Ow, there is someone I need to meet at Hidden Leaf Village to verify my thoughts. Kakashi Hatake? Yes, he said that the Lord Fourth Mizukage was controlled by a Genjutsu. I want to know if there is any way to break him free. Lady Mai, even if he knows, he won't tell us. After all, Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Mist Village are not allies. It doesn't matter, I still need to confirm it. But Kakashi Hatake's status in Hidden Leaf Village is high now. How do we find him, Lady Mai? Terumi Mai twiddled her hair and smiled. I naturally have my way. I was a little helpless. No matter what, he felt that this action was too risky. Ow, we will divide into 2 groups. You go to perform the mission given to you by Yagura, and I will do my own things. If you encounter an enemy that cannot defeat, you will immediately retreat. Do not cause casualties. What? Lady Mai, you want to act alone? Yes, I'm doing this operation without any authorization. It's not convenient for you to help me, so I'll do it myself. But that is too dangerous. Ow, you look down on me too much. If I'm going to retreat, there are not many Hidden Leaf Villages shinobi that would be able to stop me. Terumi Mai finished speaking and stood up. After a few years, her graceful body became more alluring. The charm of mature women is gradually radiating from her. Seeing this, Ao was a little at a loss, but he couldn't control anything about Terumi Mai. Lady Mai, I hope you can think about it again. Ow, you are too noisy. I'll go first, and see you in 3 days. Terumi Mai said as she uses Shunshin to left the place, leaving Ao alone. Chapter 156 Meeting Terumi Mai again in the woods, a girl-like blue figure is moving between the trees. Terumi Mai had 3 reasons for coming to the Land of Fire this time. The first reason is to find Kakashi and ask if he has a way to dispel the Genjutsu that control Yagura. The second reason was that Yagura sent a small force to invade Hidden Leaf Village secretly, making Terumi is very puzzled, so she wants to come over and check it out. As for the third reason, Terumi couldn't tell it herself, but she blushes a little when she thought of the silver-white figure. Kakashi Hatake, I haven't seen you in a few years. I don't know how you are now. On the other side, Kakashi and Shisui are on their way. Shisui, we will move separately later. You will go to support the shinobi there, and I am going to the back of Hidden Mist Village's team to see if there are reinforcements. If there are reinforcements, I will kill them. Okay, be careful senpai. Don't worry, this is no problem to me. Shisui nodded, he has no doubt about Kakashi's ability. Although Shisui has made great progress over the years, and even opened the Mengekyo Sharingan, but if he fights against Kakashi, Shisui still has the feeling that he will be defeated like the first time they met. Shisui knows that it is not because he admired Kakashi in his heart, but because Kakashi's strength is also growing. But Shisui doesn't know about what Kakashi did in these 2 years when he is not inside the village. In fact, except Lord Third and Jiraiya, everyone inside Hidden Leaf Village doesn't know about what Kakashi is doing. Even Denzo doesn't know. Although Kakashi often disappears, he still did a lot of missions. So Denzo didn't pay much attention to him. After all, over the years, Denzo has been working on how to destroy the Uchiha clan. A more accurate statement should be that Denzo has always wanted to get more Sharingan. After all, Denzo knows about the strength of the Sharingan. And he also has obtained the latest research results about Hashirama's gene from Orochimaru, and if he can get more Sharingan, Denzo's strength will be greatly improved. For someone like him, this is simply an irresistible temptation. Therefore, in Denzo's view, the Uchiha clan must perish. In this way, he can achieve his ambitions. Soon, Shisui and Kakashi moved separately. As soon as he is separated from Shisui, Kakashi immediately used the Sage Mode. The red eyeshadow appeared again. There is nothing more convenient than Sage Mode to find someone or something. This chakra is very familiar, it apostrophes Terumi. She came here too? And she acts alone? Kakashi was a little confused, what is she doing here? Shouldn't she in the Hidden Mist Village right now to plan about how to defeat the Lord Fourth Mizukage? According to the information, Terumi and Yagura's situations are already very tense, and they may explode at any moment. And at this critical moment, Kakashi really couldn't think of any reason for Terumi to come all the way to the Land of Fire. But now that she found out, no matter what is her reason, Kakashi will go to meet Terumi. Interesting, let me see what your purpose is. Wearing his Anbu's mask, Kakashi then starts to run towards Terumi's location. Terumi stopped abruptly on the treetop and frowned. Am I discovered? How? This place is still far from Hidden Leaf Village, so how come there is Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi appearing here? Come out. Terumi's lips are moving and her eyes are looking around. Although she knew that the Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi is here, Terumi is surprised that she could not find that person at all. How can this be? When did Hidden Leaf Village have such a strong person? Very keen perception ability. Can you tell me what happened to Hidden Mist Village that make you came to the Land of Fire? Kakashi's figure emerged from behind a tree, ice-cold eye, a strange mask, and that silver-white hair. When Terumi saw Kakashi dressed in Anbu coming out, she was not nervous, but smiled. It turned out to be you, Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi just touches his hair helplessly after hearing this. Even after wearing a mask, it's very embarrassing to be recognized because of his hair every time someone sees it. Kakashi then took off his Anbu mask directly and said, "Speak your purpose." "How cold, I thought we were friend." Terumi said as she brushes her hair slightly, and looking at Kakashi playfully. Unfortunately, Kakashi is not amused. "I'm sorry, but I'm at work. Can you tell me why you are not at the Hidden Mist Village fighting with the Lord Fourth Mizukage right now, and instead come here?" When Terumi seeing Kakashi still show his business expression, she can't help but feels a little angry. "Is this guy a piece of wood? You're no fun." Terumi complained. Kakashi was a little helpless. Although he knew that Terumi had such temper, when he really faced it, he still felt quite weird. "Kakashi Hatake, I am here this time to ask you a question." "Ask me?" Kakashi was a little surprised. "What's the problem?" "You said that the Lord Fourth Mizukage is controlled by Genjutsu, right?" "That's right. So, do you have a way to dispel this Genjutsu?" "Me?" Kakashi was a little silent after hearing this. Obito is not a person who specializes in Genjutsu. The Genjutsu that he applied to Yagura relies more on the power of his Mengekyo Sharingan. If Kakashi really wants to dispel it, he has some certainty. But Kakashi can't do it. In any case, the relationship between Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Leaf Village has never reached such a good relationship. If it is Kazekage who is under the control of Genjutsu, there are still some possibilities. It is impossible for Kakashi to take the risk of being called as rebel by helping to dispel the Genjutsu on Yagura. He is not stupid. Sorry, although I have some confidence to do that, I can't help you to dispel that Genjutsu. Hearing this expected answer, Drumroll is not surprised. If Kakashi really agrees to this, Drumroll will find it strange. We can make a deal. Sorry, I can't do this kind of thing, and even if I can solve the Genjutsu, can you guarantee that there won't be the next time? As long as there is 3 tails inside Yagura's body, he will be kept under control. Obito is not controlling Yagura, as he controls 3 tails that is inside Yagura's body. Tailed Beast may seem very powerful, but against the Mangekyo Sharingan, they are very weak. Drumroll's face sank when she heard this, as if that was the case, they wouldn't be able to save Yagura at all. Well, please tell me, what are you, Hidden Mist Village's shinobi, doing for coming to Hidden Leaf Village this time? Kakashi said as he releases pressure from his body that made Drumroll amazed. The chakra inside their body is ready to be released at any time. A battle seems to be imminent. Chapter 157 Shizue's request. Hey, Kakashi Hatake, are you really doing this? Drumroll's face become a bit ugly, there is even some resentment. This is my mission, and I don't have any other choice. Let's talk about what purpose Hidden Mist Village has this time. You guys can't afford a war against another village right now, so what is your purpose to here? Humphrey, how do I know? It is not once or twice for Yagura to give some strange order. This time it is somehow letting out to lead a small team to Hidden Leaf Village to carry out harassment operations. Although dissatisfied, Drumroll still told Kakashi the truth. Investigating Yagura's purpose is one of the reasons for Drumroll to come here. She was thinking that if she talks to Kakashi, she may get an answer. But it looks like the result is not what Drumroll imagined. Hearing this, Kakashi frowned slightly and released murderous aura. Lord Fourth Mizukage's orders that even Drumroll can't figure out the purpose of. That order is obviously from Obito. But why did Obito order such things? Trying to harass Hidden Leaf Village? No, it doesn't make sense. The strength of this Hidden Mist Village's shinobi team is far from enough to do anything to Hidden Leaf Village. Obito should be very clear about this, so what is his purpose for doing this? At this time, Kakashi eyes shines, is Obito went to Hidden Leaf Village? So is this Hidden Mist Village's shinobi team is just a diversion so he can go to Hidden Leaf Village easily? Seeing Kakashi's expression that seems to realize something, Drumroll then asks, what are you thinking of? Nothing, but there should be no big problem. Tell your people to leave the Land of Fire as soon as possible, otherwise, it is very likely for them to die here. What did you say? Ao is one of Drumroll's important subordinate. If he really die in Hidden Leaf Village, the loss will be too great. That's what I just said. Ao is not that weak. I admit that Ao's strength is not bad, but he will meet someone who has once defeated him. Drumroll was taken aback. Uchiha Shizue. Yes, Shizue has already intercepted their team. If they fight seriously, you must be clear what the result is going to be. Damn it. I am not trying to make things difficult for you, just take your people out of the Land of Fire. The things in Hidden Mist Village are already messy enough, so don't include Hidden Leaf Village. Hearing this, Drumroll shows a happy expression, and said, you care about me? You have to understand. It's not like it is impossible. Kakashi scratches his hair. Why do I feel that this sentence is ambiguous? Hee, what a lovely man. When we meet again next time, I believe that our relationship will be different. Drumroll finished speaking and left. She really is a strange woman. In that case, the matter of Hidden Mist Village is solved now. But Obito, are you really coming to Hidden Leaf Village? Kakashi looked in the direction of Hidden Leaf Village and his heart feels a little heavy for a while. If there is an opportunity, he wants to talk with Obito. But with Kamyu's power, if Obito didn't want to meet him, Kakashi won't be able to do anything at all. For him to come back to Hidden Leaf Village, is it because of Itachi? Or because of the Uchiha clan? Forget it, I should go and meet Shizue first. After temporarily suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Kakashi decided to complete this mission first. On the other side, Shizue has met the shinobi at the mission location. Sir, we have found the trail of Hidden Mist Village's team 3 kilometers ahead. Shizue nodded and said, okay, prepare to ambush them. Let's make Hidden Mist Village go back to where they come from. Yes, sir. After the others leave, Shizue frowned and starts to think. Strange, there are less than 10 people at Hidden Mist Village's team. What is their purpose? The team is less than 10 people, and it is not the terrifying combination of 7 shinobi swordsmen of the mist. For them to come to Hidden Leaf Village is simply suicide. So Shishui couldn't figure out what is their purpose. In fact, letting these Hidden Mist Villages shinobi to come here is not just Obito's whim. Once this kind of thing happens, with the personality of Lord Third, it is inevitable for him to send someone he trusts to find out the reason. Kakashi is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Obito wants to go to Hidden Leaf Village to do something, so he pushed Kakashi away. If it was the original Kakashi, then Obito is naturally not worried about being discovered by Kakashi. But now it's different. Kakashi's strength has made Obito somewhat wary. So, to be on the safe side, Obito chose to do things when Kakashi was not in Hidden Leaf Village. On the other side, I led several Hidden Mist Villages shinobi to move carefully. Suddenly, several shurikens fly toward them. What? Arg! With two screams, 2 Hidden Mist Villages shinobi have been killed by the shuriken. Stop! Seeing this, Ao quickly called. Looking around, it is clear that the whereabouts of his team have been exposed. Byakugan. Chakra starts to move toward his right eye, and then his vision changes to become black and white. This is... In the distance, a figure with green chakra filled Ao with fear. Retreat. Captain Ao? Retreat, the one in front of us is Shunshin no Shishui. We are not opponents at all. Moving on will only increase our casualties. But Lord Mizukage's quest. I will be the one to explain to Lord Mizukage about this. Do you want to make such a meaningless sacrifice? No. Let's go. After King finished speaking, he left with the Hidden Mist Villages shinobi. In the distance, Shishui was even more puzzled when he saw this. It feels too anticlimactic. Could it be that these Hidden Mist Villages shinobi are coming here to travel? He didn't understand at all, so Shishui gave up and stopped thinking about it. At this time, a figure rushed over from the rear. Shishui, how is the situation? The Hidden Mist Villages shinobi has retreated and should not come back again in a short time. That's good, let's go back then. Okay. On the other side, Drumi Mai also meets Ao's group. Lady Mai. Ao, what is the situation? I met Shunshin no Shishui, so we retreated. A very wise decision, Drumi Mai praises. Lady Mai, have you finished your business? Almost. It seems that we are going to kill Yakura. Let's be prepared. Drumi Mai said with a heavy heart. Hearing this, Ao just stay silent. Is there no other choice except this? Hokage office. Oh? So, Hidden Mist Village is only doing a small-scale intrusion this time? Yes, it should be like that. Whether it is the number of shinobi or their combat power, it is very weak. If they rely on these people to attack, it is really stupid. Lord Third feels that this matter does not seem to be simple, but for now, he can conclude it like that. Lord Third, there is something I need your help for. Shishui suddenly said at this time. What's the matter? I hope that the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan can be resolved. Shishui, I am working hard on this issue as well, but there is no progress. I want to rebuild the trust between the Uchiha clan and the village. How do you want to do it? I hope I can do this in your name. Lord Third pondered for a moment, and then said, yes, I agree to this matter, but you need to do it in secret. If there is any problem, you can come to me and I will let Kakashi help you. Hearing this, Kakashi who is on the side then said, yes, Lord Third. Thank you, Lord Third. Lord Third showed a smile and said, Shishui, if all of the Uchiha clan is like you, maybe there won't be a problem like this. Thank you for your praise, Lord Third. No, I should be the one to thank you. You remind me of an old friend. After confessing some matters, Kakashi and Shishui left the Hokage office. Shishui, what are you going to do? I can only do it from the Uchiha clan side first. You want to convince Uchiha Fugaku? Yes. You should know that even if you manage to convince Uchiha Fugaku, other clan members will not settle down. I know, but if the head of the clan can try his best to stop the coup, he will buy more time for me. Do you want to use Koto Matsukami at Uchiha Fugaku? Shishui shook his head and said, no, I will only do that if there is no other choice left. Kakashi patted Shishui's shoulder and said, Shishui, be careful, if there is any problem, remember to inform me. No problem. Kakashi took out a 3-pronged kunai from his ninja bag, and said, take this. I will get to your location as soon as possible if anything happens. Shishui didn't reject Kakashi's goodwill and put the kunai in his own pocket. Thank you, Kakashi. Kakashi is taken aback. This is the first time Shishui did not call him senpai. Chapter 158 Prelude Above the Canyon, Shishui is standing alone. The road to change things is not easy, and Shishui knows it is difficult. But this is his responsibility. Hidden Leaf Village and Uchiha clan. He does not want to give up any of them. Therefore, he must think of a way to save both of them. The Uchiha are very dissatisfied with the behavior of the Hidden Leaf Village's top executives. It can be said that the coup is not because of Uchiha Fugaku's order, but because a lot of Uchiha clan's members wanted it. They want to seek change and want to fight for their legitimate rights and interests. In their view, if they continue to be oppressed by the Hidden Leaf Village's top executives, the Uchiha clan will be wiped out sooner or later. Rather than just sit and wait for death, it is better for them to take the initiative. And they know that Uchiha clan's full power will be able to do something to Hidden Leaf Village's top executives. These are all Shizue knows. When he first entered Danbu, he thought that Hidden Leaf Village's top executives will believe in Uchiha clan again. Unfortunately, Hidden Leaf Village's top executives are too distrusting towards the Uchiha clan. Lord Third is good, but the rest of the Hidden Leaf Village Council, including Denzo, are very hostile towards the Uchiha clan. Therefore, Lord Third is the only breakthrough point for Shizue. Fortunately, Shizue has now won the trust of Lord Third. With Lord Third's authorization, many things that Shizue does will become justified. Shizue, what do you want me to do? At this moment, Itachi came from not far away. Itachi, we haven't been here for a long time. Shizue didn't look back, but still looked at the flowing stream. Yeah, since we became Anbu, we don't have much time to train together. Itachi also sighed with emotion. Itachi has always regarded Shizue as his own older brother. Many things that Itachi does to Sasuke are actually what Shizue did to Itachi. It can be said that Shizue set an example for Itachi. Let Itachi know more clearly how to be a big brother. Hey, the conflict between the village and the clan has become more and more serious. I know. In recent days, I have also taken over some of Anbu's mission, including the mission to monitor Uchiha clan's movement. The village's suspicion of the Uchiha clan is above my expectations. Itachi said in a melancholy manner as he knows that this was not a good start. I have a clear understanding of these things during my time in Anbu. Lord Third wants to resolve the dispute between them through peaceful means, but Denzo and other two council members are very hostile with Uchiha. It is very tough. The Hidden Leaf Village's top executives are not all one mind. The political disagreement between the Lord Third and Denzo has already happened for a while now. Yeah, but Lord Third is still the Hokage. His opinion is still the most powerful. Now he is already sending me the mission to handle the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Hidden Leaf Village. I will try my best to resolve this conflict and avoid innocent casualties. Both Shizue and Itachi know that once Hidden Leaf Village and the Uchiha clan fight, both of them will lose. Shizue turned his head, looked at Itachi, and said, Itachi, I want to know your stance. Stance? Yeah, are you siding with Hidden Leaf Village or the Uchiha clan? After all, your current identity is too sensitive. Others may not know, but Shizue knows Itachi very well. Anbu, Root, and the Uchiha clan. Itachi right now can be said to be a triple spy. And if this kind of spy has been working for a long time, it will be difficult even for himself to determine which side he belongs to. Itachi, just stay silent. Itachi, the clan have already doubted you, let me monitor you. Although I trust you enough, I hope you can tell me about your plan. After all, I believe that our goals are the same. Shizue, I want to eliminate the gap between the village and the Uchiha clan, but it's too difficult. It's so difficult that I don't even know how to do it. Hearing this, Shizue patted Itachi's shoulder and said with a smile, it's okay. As long as you have this thinking, it is enough. Leave the rest to me. Shizue, what are you going to do? At tomorrow's clan meeting, I will persuade Fugaku-san to give up the idea of the coup. If it doesn't work, I have no choice but to use Kotoa Mitsukami. What? This is the only way. Only when the clan settles down first can we continue to think of ways. Once Fugaku and the other clan members start the coup, it will be too late. Well. Tomorrow, you will go with me. Okay. After Shizue and Itachi finished discussing the matter in detail, they left. It's not that Shizue did not think about using Kotoa Mitsukami on Hidden Leaf Village's top executives. At first, he thought about it, but eventually gave up on this idea. Once doing this thing, the later part will be harder to control. The cooldown time of using Kotoa Mitsukami is too long, even if Shizue uses it himself, it is roughly estimated that the cooldown time will reach several years. It's too late if he waits until he can use it again. There is only one Kotoa Mitsukami, so who is it used on? Lord Third? Denzo. Once applied to the victim, a huge change in attitude will surely show the clues to another person. At that time, Shizue's action will be immediately exposed. And when Shizue starts with the Hidden Leaf Village Council, then the Hidden Leaf Village Council will never trust Shizue anymore. Uchiha clan's situation will get worse, and civil war may even break out directly. That kind of situation is the last thing Shishui wants to see. If he used it on Fugaku, even if other people have doubts, there is nothing they can do. The plan is like this, but can it really succeed? Root space. Denzo sat quietly in his chair, and his eyes shows dark expression. Shishui Uchiha, Kodo Matsukami. He's a troublesome existence and we definitely can't allow such a threatening guy to exist. He then touched his bandaged right eye and whispered, "It's time to change to a better Sharingan. Shishui Uchiha, you should be honored. Your eyes can become this old man's new eyes." B, C, D. Yes, Lord Denzo. In an instant, 3 figures knelt in front of Denzo. "I need the 3 of you to lead all the Jonin in the roots, and lie in ambush at the Valley of Fire. Tomorrow, you will assist me to take on Shishui Uchiha." "Yes, Lord Denzo." "Go down and get ready. No mistake is allowed tomorrow." "Yes." The 3 of the men leave, and only Denzo was left in the dark room. "Tomorrow, there will be no more Shishui Uchiha in this world." "Uchiha, huh? A bunch of clowns." Kakashi sat on the roof of his house alone, looking at the bright moon in the sky and thinking something. Shishui's road is too difficult to walk. I don't know if he will succeed. After all, Denzo is dangerous. About Denzo, he has a really complicated character. But Kakashi's, this person is dangerous. Suddenly there was a 3-pronged kunai appeared in Kakashi's hands, and cold light flashed in Kakashi's eyes. "Denzo, if you dare to do something to Shishui, I will definitely make you pay." Chapter 159 Denzo's Action Hokage Meeting Room. Shishui half kneeled on the ground, 3 advisors, including Lord Third and Denzo, are sitting together. "Lord Third, there will be Uchiha clan meeting at this afternoon. I will persuade Fugaku to get along with Hidden Leaf Village there." "Oh? Are you sure?" "Yes." "Okay, then you can go and do it." "Yes." After leaving the Hokage building, Shishui feels relaxed. After today, perhaps Uchiha clan's situation will be much better. At this moment, an Anbu landed behind Shishui. "Huh? Shishui Uchiha, Lord Denzo invites you to meet him at the Valley of Fire." After the Anbu finished speaking, he disappeared. Valley of Fire? What is Lord Denzo going to do? Shishui's eyebrows were slightly frowned, and Kakashi's words could not help but resurface in his heart. Beware of Denzo. Forget it, I should go and meet with him first. Doubtful in his mind, Shishui still decided to go meet with Denzo. Shishui is very clear about Denzo's power inside Hidden Leaf Village. Denzo is an indispensable part for the Uchiha to be accepted by Hidden Leaf Village. If he can convince Denzo, his plan will go smoother. Shishui believes that everyone is thinking about the best for Hidden Leaf Village, and Denzo should not really want to destroy the Uchiha clan. After all, it will be a big loss for Hidden Leaf Village. Root space. Lord Denzo, I have told Shishui Uchiha to go to the Valley of Fire. Very well, what about the arrangement of the Valley of Fire? B, C, and D have deployed together with 20 Jonin and waiting for ambush in the Valley of Fire, so there will be no problem. Hearing this, Denzo's eye flashes with cold light, and then he said, "Okay, then let's set off." "Yes, Lord Denzo." On the other hand, Itachi is going to go to the appointed place to meet with Shishui, and then go to the clan meeting together. "Itachi?" The familiar voice made Itachi slightly stunned and turned to look. Itachi saw a beautiful woman with long brown hair looking at him with wide eyes. "Izumi Uchiha." "Izumi, why are you here?" Itachi asked. Oh, I came out to buy dango, do you want some?" Izumi said as she handed the dango in her hand to Itachi. Itachi smiled a little and took the dango and said, "Thank you, Izumi." "It's okay." "Itachi, where are you going?" "There's something happened in Anbu, so I have to deal with it." Itachi said that his eyes were slightly dim, but he quickly recovered. It turned out to be like that. "By the way, Itachi, since you joined Anbu, things seem to have changed a lot." Izumi said helplessly, as if she was a girl blaming her boyfriend for not having time to accompany her. Itachi pretended to not understand Izumi's feelings for him, and said, "Yes, there are many things I need to do." "Itachi, you are really amazing. You have joined the Anbu at such a young age. I know that the future of the Uchiha clan will depend on you." "Uchiha clan's future?" Itachi muttered to himself, he doesn't knowing why, but he suddenly felt that this sentence was a bit ironic. Of course, Izumi certainly didn't mean to ridicule him. "Yes, I often hear from the other clan member that you and Shishui will become the pillars of the Uchiha clan in the future, just like Madara Uchiha and Uchiha Izuna a long time ago. In the Warring States period, there is Madara Uchiha and Uchiha Izuna inside Uchiha clan who both have Mangekyo Sharingan, which is arguably makes it the most prosperous period for the Uchiha clan. Countless Uchiha clan's members now miss that period. Itachi smiled bitterly when he heard Izumi's words. He knows that the thoughts of his clansmen were no longer in Hidden Leaf Village. Otherwise, how could they miss the glory of the Warring States period? Seeing Itachi's expression, Izumi thinks that Itachi is feeling a great pressure. Itachi, you don't need to be like this. In my heart, you are super powerful, and I know that one day you will definitely surpass them. Thank you, Izumi. I have something to do, so I will leave first. Suddenly, Itachi didn't want to talk with Izumi anymore. This girl was really easy at making his heartstrings move. Izumi was taken aback for a moment, feeling a bit bitter in her heart, but she still said, well, good luck then. Sorry, Izumi, thank you for the dango. After Itachi finished speaking, he uses Shunshin and left. Seeing Itachi's back who is leaving, Izumi feels complicated in her heart. On the way, after swallowing the dango in his mouth, Itachi's mind was not calm. Izumi, Uchiha clan, and Hidden Leaf Village. Shisui, I wish you could succeed. I really like this village. After a while, Itachi finally arrived at the agreed place. Well? Shisui hasn't come yet. Where did he go? Shisui has always been punctual. Now that the meeting time is almost up, how come Shisui hasn't come yet? Suddenly, there was an ominous premonition in Itachi's heart. Shisui, you need to be alright. In the Valley of Fire, Denzo was already waiting here when Shisui arrives. Lord Denzo, can you tell me what's going on? Shisui, what do you want to do at the Uchiha clan meeting tonight? Uchiha clan's will is not so easy to change. Lord Denzo, I will try my best to persuade the clan head Fugaku and the other Uchiha clan members. Oh? If Uchiha is so easy to talk to, I am afraid we will not fall into this current situation. Lord Denzo, you can rest assured that I have prepared backup plan. If I can't persuade them, I will use Koto Umatsukami to change Fugaku's will and make him loyal to Hidden Leaf Village. Koto Umatsukami? It's really a powerful Ganjutsu, but this old man would like to know, if one day, this old man is not as good as you think he is, would you also use this Ganjutsu on this old man? Denzo said, his eye flashes with cold light as he stares at Shisui. Shisui was stunned. He never expected that Denzo would say such a thing. Lord Denzo can rest assured that I will never do this. Oh? How can this old man trust you? This. Well, if you hand over your Sharingan to this old man will naturally believe in you. What? Shisui was shocked. As Denzo said that, he tries to grab Shisui's right eye with one of his hand. Although Shisui was shocked, he is a powerful shinobi, so his sharp instinct allows him to grab Denzo's hand. His eyes glared at Denzo, and he cast Ganjutsu at Denzo immediately. Denzo's pupil shrank, and he fainted immediately. Sorry Lord Denzo, but this Sharingan is very important to me, I can't hand it to you. This is just the ordinary Ganjutsu, so it won't hurt you. After Shisui finished speaking, he releases Denzo's hand. He then turned and was about to leave. But suddenly, a figure appeared again in front of Shisui. The speed is so fast that Shisui unable to react for a moment. Your eye, I have accepted it. Denzo's right hand touched Shisui's eye, but at this moment, Shisui turned into crows, flying in the sky and dispersed. Crow clone. What? Denzo did not expect that Shisui actually avoided this attack. Sure enough, you can use Izanagi. Kakashi-senpai is right, your right eye is a Sharingan. Chapter 160 Shisui vs Denzo. What? Kakashi? How could he know about this? Hearing this, Denzo can't believe it. For him to own Sharingan, no one knows about it except himself, so how could Kakashi know? His hatred of Kakashi inside his heart is burning even stronger now. Lord Denzo, I respect you as a Hidden Leaf Village advisor, but I can't agree with your behavior. Why can't you give the Uchiha clan a chance? Why can't you trust me? Humphrey, there is no need for the Uchiha clan to exist in this world. Since the matter has already reached this point, there is no need to do this thing carefully anymore. Denzo ordered, and in an instant, dozens of root members surrounded Shisui. Shisui was not surprised, since Denzo was meeting him to steal his Sharingan. Of course he would not come alone. That being the case, the arrival of the root members should not be surprising. Shisui's expression was a bit solemn. Although he had absolute confidence in himself, his opponents this time are root members, so he couldn't be careless. After all, Shisui still has some understanding about the root. The shinobi inside abandoned everything, completely loyal to Denzo's order, and at the same time, their strength is very strong. It can be said that at least 1/3 of the powerful shinobi in Hidden Leaf Village is from the root. It is because of this powerful force that Denzo does not put the Uchiha clan in his eyes. After the death of the Lord's second Hokage, although Hiruzen Sarutobi was appointed to take over Hidden Leaf Village, He was still too young at that time, and he had no ability to force the entire Hidden Leaf village to listen to him. Therefore, the power of Hokage is divided. Denzo is the biggest beneficiary. Back then, the Uchiha clan was also ready to move, but because of one person, they were suppressed. This person is Shishui's grandfather, Uchiha Kagami. Unexpectedly, his grandfather's companion from back then is now trying to steal his Sharingan, making Shishui's heart filled with complicated emotion. Even if he is feeling complicated, Shishui has never been a person who is sitting still waiting to die. There are dozens of shinobi, and among them, there is no shortage of elite jonin. This lineup, even for Shishui, has a lot of pressure. Secret technique, Insect Sphere. Aburame clan. Overwhelming amounts of black bugs were released from the body of a root member, and its appearance was quite horrible. Seeing this, Shishui quickly forms hand seals. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. A giant fireball spurted out of Shishui's mouth and burned the black bugs directly. At this moment, a figure fell behind Shishui. Hidden Leaf Village sword technique, Dance of the Three Moons. He's fast. Shishui secretly thought, and then he quickly took out his tando. Uchiha style, Dance of the Sun Halo. The collision between the sword and the tando caused sparks flying. Shadow imitation technique. A black shadow moved from the foot of the other root member, but in an instant, it almost reaches Shishui's foot. Shishui's pupils shrank. He immediately uses Shunshin to disappear from his previous location. Nara clan. Byakugan. There he is. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. The invisible chakra airflow condenses into an air wave, and hit the air. Shishui's figure was instantly hit and revealed. It was so powerful that it only fell after Shishui fly in midair for a while. After only a moment of fighting, Shishui was already forced to such a situation. Denzo's subordinates have different abilities. Except for the Uchiha clan, Denzo almost have all of the clan with secret skills inside Hidden Leaf Village under him. These people are naturally not Shishui's opponents in one-on-one fight, but so all of them are united together, and their cooperation makes Shishui exhausted. What's more, Shishui's ability is not a secret in the eyes of Denzo and other root members. After doing so many missions, Shishui's ability was basically exposed. Of course, it also includes Mengekyo Sharingan. The information about enemies' ability is very important in Shinobi's fight. Even if it is someone as strong as Pain, after knowing their ability, their enemy will be able to make countermeasure to defeat them. Shishui, give up, and hand over the Sharingan obediently, otherwise, not only you will die, but even the Uchiha clan will become history in an instant. Damn you, Denzo. Lord Third won't let you get away with this. Haha, Sarutobi. As long as I move my hands, what can Sarutobi say? A dead Uchiha, and living root, as a leader, Sarutobi definitely knows which to choose. Shishui is silent. Indeed, in this world, only living are valuable, and those who die are simply not worth mentioning. Even if Lord Third are trying to fix the Uchiha clan's problems, if the Uchiha clan is destroyed, Lord Third will definitely choose stay silent rather than trying to do anything to Denzo. Lord Third will always choose which best for Hidden Leaf Village. Seeing Shishui's expression, Denzo waved his hand calmly. Seeing this, one person forms a hand seal silently. Mind-body switch technique. Hey! An invisible spiritual force is projected onto Shishui. Shishui's body loosened, it seemed that his whole body had lost its strength. It's successful, Lord Denzo. Shishui said as he raised his head, revealing a smirk. Very good, Yamanaka, good job. You go and dig up his eyes. Denzo ordered one of the root member. Yes. Lord Denzo. Out of caution, Denzo still didn't do it himself. With the danger of Koto Matsukami, Denzo, who has lost his Sharingan, knows that he can't resist it. A root member came to Shishui and reached out to take Shishui's eyes. At this moment, Shishui's Sharingan pattern changes in an instant. Mengekyo Sharingan. The root member screamed and fell to the ground. The remaining root member tightened their nerves again. And the body of the Yamanaka clan member also spurted a mouthful of blood at this moment. I don't expect that you are so cautious, Denzo. Shishui smiled bitterly. Humphrey, such insignificant trick. Shishui didn't try to run or form many hand seals at this moment. After all, he is in dangerous situation now. The four-corner shuriken pattern of both of his eyes turned rapidly, oozing blood. Seeing this, Denzo was taken aback. That is Susanoo. Green's giant skeleton wrapped around Shishui and provide him protection. Is this the Susanoo from the legend? Sure enough, it looks powerful. When Denzo was young, he also heard the power of Madara Uchiha. Among them, the name of Susanoo made Denzo remember. The Lord's second Hokage was also amazed when talking about this ninjutsu. It should be mentioned that the Lord's second Hokage is a master of ninjutsu, and no one knows how many forbidden techniques he had invented. One can imagine how powerful the ninjutsu that he praises. I don't expect that you would know about Susanoo. Sure enough, you did a detailed investigation on the Uchiha clan. Humphrey, stupid clown. Denzo then forms hand seals using his hands. Wind style, vacuum sphere. A large number of air bombs spurted out from Denzo's mouth towards Shisui, but it did not cause any damage to Shisui's Susanoo. What? How is it possible? Chapter 161. Title. At the end of the wind release can be said to be the strongest attribute in the Shimura clan, and the vacuum sphere is the Denzo's most favorite wind release ninjutsu. Denzo has enough confidence for this ninjutsu to do something to Shisui's Susanoo, but it didn't do any damage to it. But Shisui isn't happy in the slightest. A sharp pain makes Shisui's body move forth and back. In the past, it was unbearable for Shisui to use Susanoo's arm to collect the sword of Totsuka, not to mention the use of this level of Susanoo now. Although it is not yet complete, it has already revealed half of its body. Susanoo, Tsukumo. The green Susanoo's chest suddenly opened, revealing an orange Magatama. What is that? The root members were shocked. This kind of ninjutsu that have never been seen before are really terrifying. However, soon, they felt no fear. Countless green arrows spurt out from the orange Magatama. Zayu zayu zayu. The arrow is so fast that these people can't avoid it at all. Arg. With a scream, dozens of root members fell. Seeing that the situation is not good, Denzo quickly grabbed the root member beside him and make him become a shield for him. The green arrow instantly filled the whole body of that root member. Arg. That root member let out a scream and looked at Denzo. Denzo-sama. Denzo ignored the root member, he snorted coldly, and said, Humphrey, what a tough guy. After that, he threw the corpse in his hands like trash. At this moment, Shisui has already dispersed his Susanoo, half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily, with blood in his eyes. It seems that this ninjutsu consumes a lot of your strength. Shisui, that's it, your eyes are mine. Denzo looked at Shisui condescendingly, his eyes full of coldness. It's not even close. The green Susanoo took shape again, and Denzo hurriedly retreated back. Damn, he can still use it. Go. Denzo let out a soft whisper, and the remaining root members immediately starts forming hand seals. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Earth style, earth and stone dragon. Lightning style, lightning quake flash. Fire style, flame bullet. Dozens of ninjutsu all attack Shisui's Susanoo, and inside Susanoo, Shisui's figure is shaking for a while. Even with Susanoo's protection, the shock caused by all of this ninjutsu hitting Susanoo still made Shisui's internal organs feels uncomfortable. I can't delay any longer. I didn't expect that Susanoo's consumption was so heavy, and my eyes are starting to blur. Shisui secretly thought in his heart. The green Susanoo punched out, and the ground instantly shattered. Denzo frowned, the commotion here is too big, and if I don't solve it quickly, then Hiruzen will come, and it will be troublesome. Thinking of this, Denzo no longer hesitates, and forms hand seals. Summoning technique, Baku. A huge creature that looks like an elephant instantly appears in front of everyone. Seeing this, a root member is surprised and said, This is Lord Denzo Summon Beast. As soon as the Baku appeared, it opened its mouth, and a powerful suction force came out from Baku's mouth. At this moment, Denzo disappeared. The strong suction creates a strong hurricane, and Shisui's Susanoo could not move. What a terrifying wind release. I never expect that Denzo's summoned beast is very strong. Wind style, vacuum wave. What? Shisui turned his head suddenly, he doesn't know when, but Denzo is now behind him. The vacuum wave power is multiplied by the great suction power from the Baku, and it makes a hole directly at the Susanoo's back. Fire style, great fireball technique. Shisui made a decisive decision. A fireball is spurted out of his mouth and was directly inhaled by the Baku. The Baku is hurt and the suction then disappeared. And now Denzo is close to him. With his movement back, Shisui immediately used Susanoo to attack Denzo. But at this moment, Denzo shouted, Do it. In an instant, the root members quickly formed a seal. Self-cursing seal. Black runes then emerge from the ground and wrap around Shisui's Susanoo. What? Shisui was shocked as his body instantly unable to move. What a powerful binding force. For Denzo to set up an ambush here, how could it be so simple? This seal has already been created by Denzo in the Valley of Fire before this meeting, and it only takes a moment to activate it. After a while, Shisui's Susanoo starts to disperse. This is the best time. Denzo took out a kunai and sharp wind attribute chakra instantly clad the kunai, forming a wind sword. This is it. Shisui Uchiha. The sharp wind attribute chakra kunai then slashed towards Shisui. At this moment, the chakra inside Shisui's body burst out. Because of this, His left hand regained the ability to move. Slash. There is blood spattered at this moment. Shijue's left hand has been severed and flew out instantly. At the same time, from Shijue's pocket bag, all kinds of shinobi tools scattered all over the place, and there is also a three-pronged kunai. At the last minute, Shijue uses his left hand in exchange to dodge this fatal blow. Denzo's pupil shrank. But his right hand was not idle at this moment, and he grabbed Shijue's left eye. Arg! With a scream, Shijue's left eye was directly plucked by Denzo. His left eye socket is now full of blood. Oh? Is it the left eye? Then. Give me your right eye. Denzo's eyes are cold and ruthless, staring at Shijue as if he was looking at a dead person. Shijue only felt a sharp pain in his left eye, and his vision became more blurred. It seems that you won't do it. Looks like I need to do it myself. Denzo said, as he rushes towards Shijue again, trying to take Shijue's remaining right eye as well. It's mine. Shijue pupils shrank. I can't dodge it. With Suzunu's side effects, and also the pain of losing his left hand and the left eye, Shijue has no more strength to dodge Denzo's attack. At this moment, a silver light flashed and disappeared in front of Denzo, bringing Shijue away. Who is it? Denzo was furious, but he saw a silhouette at this moment. That was Flying Thunder God Jutsu? Kakashi Hatake. Denzo reacted instantly. Inside Hidden Leaf Village right now, the only one who can use this ninjutsu is Kakashi. Damn Kakashi, he's blocking my way again. Among the trees, Kakashi continued to jump while carrying Shijue. Looking at Shijue's missing left hand and left eye, the anger in Kakashi's heart is burning. Denzo. Although he wants to go back and cut Denzo right away, the most important thing at this moment is to heal Shijue first. Otherwise, Shijue might lose too much blood and die. Kakashi. Take me to the canyon. But Shijue, your injury. It's okay, Kakashi. Itachi is still waiting for me there, and I have something to tell him. Okay. Looking Shijue's bleak appearance, Kakashi really couldn't bear to refuse. So, Kakashi increased his speed, and then Kakashi and Shijue moves towards the canyon. It didn't take long before they arrive at the canyon. Who? Seeing someone is coming, Itachi reacted immediately. Chapter 162 Your eye, I will get it back for you. A miserable Shisui appeared in front of Itachi, and the person holding Shisui was Kakashi. Shisui. Itachi turned pale with shock. The appearance of Shijue right now is really miserable. Itachi, you are still here. Shijue, why are you wounded like this? Kakashi-senpai, what the hell is going on? Kakashi then said with a self-blame, you can blame me, Itachi. It is because I'm too late. Kakashi is not to blame for this matter. Itachi, Uchiha's coup can't be changed. Once Hidden Leaf Village starts the civil war, other villages will try to invade. At that time, Hidden Leaf Village will fall into the darkness of war. I originally wanted to use Kotoa Mitsukami to change the fate of the Uchiha clan, but I did not expect that not only Denzo didn't trust me at all, but he also took my Sharingan. Itachi looks at Shijue's empty left eye socket. His heart is not calm. Itachi, Denzo will never let my right eye alone. Before that happen, I will entrust my right eye to you. Protect the village in the name of the Uchiha clan. Shijue said, and then he took out his right eye and gave it to Itachi. Shijue, you. Kakashi was shocked. Kakashi, I'm sorry for troubling you this time. You saved me and Denzo must know about it. I can no longer trouble you with this. Original Shijue wants to give his Sharingan to Kakashi, but if he gives it to Kakashi, then Kakashi will definitely be involved in the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Hidden Leaf Village, and that is something Shijue does not want to see. He knew how much trouble there would be. He didn't want to involve Kakashi in this. After all, Kakashi is a friend he cherishes. Shijue. Well, Kakashi, don't look at me like that. Itachi took the Sharingan blankly and asked, Shijue, what are you going to do now? Shijue smiled and get away from Kakashi's support. He then walked over to the edge of the cliff and said, Kakashi, I'm causing you trouble. If you can, help Itachi. Itachi, if I die, the Uchiha clan may change. The rest is up to you. I have prepared my suicide note, goodbye, my dear friends. Kakashi and Itachi are both shocked. Shijue. Itachi yelled. Don't stop me, goodbye. Shijue said, and then he jumps off the cliff. What a joke. I will never allow it. Kakashi screamed and jumped off the cliff too. Shijue. Kakashi-senpai. Itachi screamed with sorrow, leaving 2 lines of blood and tears in his eyes. When Itachi opened his eyes again, there is black 3 spiraling curves pattern on his eyes. Under the cliff, Kakashi looked at Shijue who is not far away and shouted, Shijue. I will never allow you to die like this. Kakashi. Kakashi's chakra then burst, caught up with Shizue in an instant, and then he holds Shizue in his arms. Shizue, you really are stupid and hopeless. Hearing this, Shizue smiled bitterly and said, Kakashi, if I am not dead, the Uchiha clan won't change. How can you die? The Uchiha clan won't change just like that. Denzo will definitely destroy them. Hearing Kakashi's words, Shizue just stay silent. He also knows about this. His death will only delay the Uchiha clan's coup. But the fundamental core issue still remains unresolved. It is just Shishui's helpless move to leave these things to Itachi. What can I do now that I lose my Sharingan? You fool. When Kakashi finished speaking, a silver light flashed, and when the two were about to land, they disappeared without a trace. At the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, there is a small village, called Hidden Tea Village. Over the years, this Hidden Tea Village has been very low-key. Apart from occasional people leaving the village, there has been no more movement. So gradually, the village was forgotten. After all, in the eyes of the outside world, this village only has one Jonin and some Chunin and Geinin. So no one cares about this village. At this moment, a silver-white figure suddenly appeared in Hidden Tea Village. More precisely, it appeared inside the room of Hidden Tea Village's chief. Leader? Ruga is not surprised to see Kakashi appears in front of his eyes. It should be known that Kakashi has appeared here a handful of times over the years. But soon, Ruga was attracted to the person in Kakashi's arms. Both of his eyes are gone and his left hand is also gone. He looks critically injured, and he can die at any time. Ruga, you go out first. Also, don't let anyone come in. Although Ruga was curious, he did not ask much. He quickly said, yes. After putting Shizue on the bed, green chakra starts to come out of Kakashi's hands. Kakashi then tries to heal Shizue's wounds, but it didn't work at all. Kakashi frowned after seeing this. Although my medical ninjutsu is not good enough, there should be no problem for me to stop the bleeding. So why can't this wound closed? Kakashi removes his headband and open his Sharingan, and then Kakashi finally found the problem. There seems to be something inside Shizue's body. This is Juinjutsu? Denzo's kunai is being clad with Juinjutsu. After Shizue is cut by this, he will not be able to heal. Damn Denzo, he can only use these cunning tricks. Shizue has already lost a lot of blood, and his face has become very pale. If this continues, Shizue will undoubtedly die. Kakashi was anxious, but soon forced himself to calm down. Calmness can solve the problem, and panic will only make Shizue die faster. So I need to calm now. After releasing a sigh, Kakashi then carefully checked the Juinjutsu, and soon he found something. This technique is actually something like Fuinjutsu. Moreover, it is very similar to Uzumaki clan's Fuinjutsu. Damn it, Denzo actually uses Uzumaki clan's Fuinjutsu for his attack. Kakashi cursed in his heart, but he felt relieved. Kakashi has learned about Uzumaki clan's Fuinjutsu. It is important to know that Uzumaki clan's Fuinjutsu are something that Kakashi has been studying since the very beginning. At this time, Kakashi's mastery in Fuinjutsu is absolutely outstanding. In only a moment, Kakashi already understood the principle of this technique. Kakashi forms hand seals and then he pressed his right palm on Shizue's chest. In an instant, the black runes quickly come out from the inside of Shizue's body, and gathered on Kakashi's right palm. Even though Shizue is in a coma at this time, he still wailed. Immediately, Kakashi took his right hand back, and saw that it was completely black. Taking out a scroll, Kakashi slapped it with a palm, and shouted, "Seal." After he completes this, Kakashi quickly stopped the bleeding on Shizue's wound using medical ninjutsu. Shizue's wailing gradually disappeared, and his breathing became much calmer. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Now, there should be no problem with Shizue. After this, Kakashi replaced Shizue's clothes that are full of blood. Then Kakashi said gently in Shizue's ear, "Shizue, your eye, I will get it back for you now." Chapter 163 Kakashi vs. Root. The Valley of Fire, Denzo and the Root members are still here. Lord Denzo, we searched around here, but we didn't find Shizue Uchiha at all. We didn't know where the person who just came to save Shizue Uchiha went to. Damn it, did they successfully run away? Denzo is a ruthless person, so his expression is ugly right now because he can't get Shizue. After finally setting up this trap, he wanted to finish Shizue Uchiha in one fell swoop, but he didn't expect that this was happening now. Denzo didn't care about Shizue's life or death situation. He knew that if no one could crack his Juinjutsu, Shizue wouldn't be healed. At this moment, Shizue might have already died. As for the people who can crack his Juinjutsu in an instant, Denzo thinks that there are not many people in this world who can do that. As far as Denzo knows, Kakashi should not know much about his jutsu. Denzo is more concerned with Shizue's other eyes. What he takes from Shizue is his left eye. He can't use that eye at this moment. It is because Denzo uses his right eye socket to hold the Sharingan, not his left eye socket. So if he wants to switch it to his left eye socket, there will be some trouble for Denzo if he does it right now. At least until the Uchiha clan is destroyed, he couldn't do it blatantly. It's just now that Denzo's physical strength is declining, and he is now used to have a Sharingan on his own body. So without any Sharingan, Denzo won't feel safe. After living for so long, people will become more and more afraid of death. So, even Denzo is also afraid of death. Damn, Kakashi Hatake, I won't let you go. At this moment, not far away, Kakashi appeared out of thin air. Near his feet, there is a familiar three-pronged kunai. It is the one that he gave to Shizue before. Denzo, it seems that you are talking about me. A silver white hair, a black mask, and a black robe that dances with the wind. The people present are all tense. The name of Kakashi Hatake has become very famous after all this year. More than a year ago, Kakashi fought against the Lord Fourth Raikage and win. It makes him became famous. The root is well informed, and among the Hidden Leaf village shinobi who is watching the fight, there were some members of the root. Therefore, the root is well informed about the detail of the fight. Sword technique. Lightning release. There is also the sudden use of Flying Thunder God Jutsu which surprised everyone. No one would have thought that Kakashi, who was under 18 years old at that time, could actually fight against the Lord Fourth Raikage. He even wins the battle. At that moment, everyone knew that Hidden Leaf Village had a new genius. A genius that is beyond the Lord Fourth Hokage. After this fight, Kakashi's strength became even more mysterious. Except for Lord Third, no one knows what Kakashi was doing for the past year. No one knows how much stronger Kakashi is right now. Kakashi Hatake, you dare to come back. Denzo sneered coldly, his expression is full arrogance. Kakashi's expression is cold, and killing intent filled his eyes. Of course I dare to come back, you killed Shizue. Now that I come back here, I will naturally take your worthless life. Humphrey, it's just a fate of the Uchiha clan. It's not a pity for him to die. Since you came back here, give this old man Shizue's right eye. Hearing this, Kakashi laughed without anger, and said, ha ha ha. Denzo, you are really so self-righteous, who do you think you are? Everything this old man does is for Hidden Leaf Village. If you are still Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi, you should cooperate with this old man. What a big joke, after all you have done, you keep saying it was for Hidden Leaf Village. So is this your gift for Hidden Leaf Village? What you are doing all this time is for your own desire. Humphrey, you're just a kid, so how can you understand this old man's painstaking efforts? I really don't understand, besides selfishness and desire, what else is your action for? What do you know? The Uchiha clan is a group of madmen. If they are not destroyed, one day they will threaten Hidden Leaf Village. You ask yourself why the Uchiha clan reached this point right now. Isn't it because you forced them out? This old man did this to them all this time is because their desires were too strong. They wanted to control Hidden Leaf Village. This is just your guess. You simply act according to your own ideas. You don't give them any chance to show their opinion. If you haven't always rejected the Uchiha clan, the situation right now won't become like this. Whatever you say. This old man will ask you once again, are you giving Shizue's right eye or not? Denzo obviously doesn't want to talk anymore with Kakashi. After all, his purpose is Shizue's eyes. Denzo, maybe your ears are not very good, I just said before that I am coming back this time to take your worthless life. Flash steps. Kakashi's figure disappeared instantly, and appeared behind Denzo in the next second. With Millennium Sword in hand. Hatake clan sword technique, Thunder Moon. Denzo turned his head in horror, just to meet Kakashi's cold eyes. So fast. Lord Denzo. Be careful. A root member immediately stand in front of Denzo and was cut in half by Kakashi. Denzo took this opportunity to get away. Denzo, I have to say, you have a group of good men. Kakashi said coldly. Kakashi Hatake, you really are a scourge. It was White Fang's flash steps just now. I didn't expect you to reach that level, even if White Fang is coming back to life, he won't be much better than that. Kakashi pointed at Denzo with his sword and said, thank you for your praise, but today, you still have to die here. It's only you here. I'm afraid you're not qualified to take this old man's life. Then you can find out yourself. Protect Lord Denzo. In an instant, dozens of root members were standing in front of Denzo. Only these people? I'm afraid it's not enough. Kakashi whispered. It's enough to deal with you. Do it. Denzo then ordered. Fire style, Flame Bullet. Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. Combination Jutsu, Big Fire Bullet. Lightning Style, Lightning Quake Flash. Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Combination Jutsu, Thunderbolt. Kakashi frowned slightly as the huge flame bullet and the thunder-filled water is coming closer. The root member is worthy of being recruited to the root. Their ninjutsu are strong, and it is no wonder that Shisui was seriously injured by their attacks. However, these are not enough for Kakashi. Hotake Clan Sword Secret Technique, Thunder Dance. The Millennium Sword is covered in blue lighting. The Millennium Sword looks like it holds a dragon and the sound produced is like dragon roar. Boom. With a loud noise, the terrifying attacks clashes against each other, causing terrifying wind pressure. The Thunder Dragon instantly destroyed both the huge flame bullet and the thunderbolt, and moves towards the root members. Damn. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It is too strong. 5 root members then forms hand seals at the same time. Earth Style Wall. An earth wall that is more than 5 meters thick instantly lifted up and tries to block the Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon blasted towards the earth wall. Crash. The 5 meters thick earth wall was like a paper wall and cut into pieces in an instant. Chapter 164 Sage Mode, Activate. Wind Style, Vacuum Wave. Strong wind then ejected from Denzo's mouth and landed on the Thunder Dragon. After destroying 3 ninjutsu before, the Thunder Dragons are not strong anymore. And it eventually dispersed after being hit by Denzo's wind release. White Fang's sword skills, I didn't expect you to have mastered it to such a degree. It looks like I really underestimated you before. Denzo looked gloomy and his eyes are full of regret when he looked at Kakashi. If he knew that Kakashi would grow so fast, he wouldn't let him go. Damn White Fang, even after his death, he is still making trouble for this old man. Denzo secretly said in his heart, and couldn't help but think of the situation before White Fang's death. Denzo, don't be amazed, today, you will die under my sword and atone for your sins. What a big mouth you have. When this old man became one of the strongest Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi, you were still not born yet. Humphrey, you old man just dare to talk about your past like that. Kakashi coldly snorted. Chakra burst on his feet as he rushed toward Denzo. Arg. The Millennium Sword dances wildly, and with a slash, a root member would die. With Kakashi's full strength, these root members are not Kakashi's enemy at all. In just a moment, the fallen root members have broken through double digits. Denzo's face is getting more and more ugly. After all, not only these people are the backbone of the root, they are also Denzo's source of confidence to do anything in Hidden Leaf Village. It really hurts for him to see them being killed by Kakashi like this. Blood was splattered, and Kakashi's body was inevitably stained with blood. The Millennium Sword in Kakashi's hand has no mercy, and when his hand is moving, a head would fly up. The Sharingan in his left eye socket kept rotating and observed the enemy's movement. Kakashi is under a lot of pressure by facing so many root members. If it wasn't for Sharingan that is able to gain insight of enemies' actions, Kakashi would have lost at this time. The Scarlet Sharingan looks very scary, exuding a cold and merciless aura. Hidden Leaf Village Sword Technique, Dance of the 3 Moons. At this moment, Kakashi saw a root shinobi split into 3 figures, waving the long sword in their hand toward Kakashi. Too slow. Kakashi didn't turn his head, and just slashes his sword towards one direction. The 3 figures disappeared and then another figure appeared out of thin air, and the Millennium Sword slashes, and blood surged like a fountain. What? He actually can see through my attack. After the man finished speaking, he fell unwillingly. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. The invisible air wave moved towards Kakashi, but Kakashi looks calm. The Millennium Sword is cutting a person, and then he slashes his sword vertically. Ding. The sound of the clash sounded, and the invisible wave then being cut by Kakashi. What? The root member from the Hyuga clan was stunned after seeing this. After all, it was the first time for him to see someone use a sword to cut through the 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Goodbye. With another slashes, that root member can no longer see the sun tomorrow. The Valley of Fire has now become a field of the death god. Blood stained the entire ground. After a while, there were less than 10 people around Denzo. Denzo, what other moves do you have? With these people, I am afraid they will not be able to protect you anymore. The rest of the root members can't help but swallowed their saliva and thought, too strong. Kakashi is too strong. After all, he is only using sword techniques and not ninjutsu. But even then, the core members of the root were killed. Seeing the dozens of corpses on the ground, everyone's hearts feels chilly. We shouldn't have messed with this man. This is the only thought in the hearts of all of the root members at this time. Denzo's expression is now very ugly. The loss is too great. Although the shinobi can be trained again, With the loss of all those root members, I will not be able to restrict Sarutobi in the next few years, and my power will be greatly weakened. At the thought of this, Denzo's hatred of Kakashi grew without limit. Kakashi, you asshole. Your death will make Hidden Leaf Village's development better. Haha, you think so? I think that it is your death that will make Hidden Leaf Village more prosperous. How can an ignorant kid understand this old man's way of life? Sarutobi is the light of Hidden Leaf Village, and this old man is the shadow of Hidden Leaf Village. Only if this old man exists that Hidden Leaf Village can be better. I don't know where you get that kind of confidence. You have such a wrong perception. Do you know how many tragedies have been caused because of your existence? Those are just a stumbling block in Hidden Leaf Village's development. Their death will make Hidden Leaf Village even more prosperous. It's just your bullshit. Talking with you is just a waste of time. Humphrey, why do you think this old man speak with you for so long? Denzo said, showing a smile that showed he succeeded in a conspiracy. Kakashi felt a little uncomfortable. Kakashi Hatake, did you know that the shinobi of the root were all being cursed by me? And in their blood, there is another technique. What? Kakashi was shocked. Looking at the blood on his body, a bad feeling emerged in Kakashi's heart. Now, you won't be able to hide. Denzo then forms a hand seal. Blood seal, self-cursing seal. The red blood that was staining Kakashi's body is starting to move, and the blood on the ground also flew up and poured into Kakashi's body. And then an invisible binding force brought Kakashi down and Kakashi's body can't move. The blood seal runes wrapped around Kakashi's body and even climbed to Kakashi's face. After a while, Kakashi's face is now full of seal runes. Humphrey, how can a smelly brat like you able to fight against this old man? Denzo coldly snorted and then walked towards Kakashi. At this time, Kakashi was bound by the self-cursing seal, and he could only stare at Denzo. Kakashi Hatake, since you don't want to hand over Shizue's left eye, I will take your left eye instead. Denzo said as his right hand moves towards Kakashi's left eye. Kakashi suddenly showed a smile at this moment and said, Denzo, you are really overconfident. Did you think this level of seal will be able to stop me? Hearing this, Denzo felt something wrong in his heart. His right hand then moves even faster. Just as Denzo's right hand was about to touch Kakashi's left eye, the chakra inside Kakashi's body suddenly exploded. Sage mode, activate. No one saw that the silver-white Magatama at Kakashi's waist rotating quickly. At this moment, red eyeshadows appeared at Kakashi's eyes. Denzo's right hand then being slashed by the Millennium Sword. What? This is... Denzo pupils shrank, and then he saw a right hand flies out. That familiar appearance is Denzo's right hand. This slash is what you owe to Shizue. The blood splashes, and Kakashi's ice-cold eyes is looking at Denzo, making him being chilled to the bone. You damn brat. Denzo cried out painfully, clutching his missing arm with a face of disbelief. Lord Denzo. The rest of the root members rushed up and used Shunshin to move Denzo to the distance. Chapter 165 The Will of Fire. Kakashi stretched out his left hand and a small bottle appeared in his hand. There is a green liquid in the bottle, and a red Sharingan floats inside, which looks very strange. It is Shizue's Sharingan. Just now, Kakashi slashed and cut Denzo's right arm and then took the bottle from Denzo's arms. After using Sage mode, it is very easy for him to detect the Sharingan's unique chakra. Kakashi.u. Denzo spit out blood, staring at Kakashi firmly. Sage mode. Denzo never expected that Kakashi would actually master this secret technique, and able to use it in an instant. Denzo also has the understanding about Sage mode. Lord First Hokage, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Lord Fourth Hokage all studied Senjutsu. But except for Lord First Hokage, the rest of the people's Senjutsu is just still half completed, and it takes time for them to start using Sage mode. Orochimaru is even worse and he can only apply Senjutsu to his cursed seal. But Kakashi is able to use it in an instant. This is something Denzo never expected. What's more tragic is that the Sharingan that he had obtained through hard work was taken away by Kakashi. Denzo, this is the end. Damn you. Do you think you can kill me? This is Hidden Leaf Village. Denzo screamed hysterically. Kakashi shook his head and said, your death will make Hidden Leaf Village prosper. That's ridiculous. This old man is doing everything for Hidden Leaf Village. Without this old man, Hidden Leaf Village would never be able to stand today. Denzo whispered. Then maybe you should look at it yourself. Do you think that Hidden Leaf Village is very prosperous now? Compared to the Hidden Leaf Village in the past, isn't the Hidden Leaf Village right now is in its worst state? What a joke. It's all your selfishness and you dare to say that it is for Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi Hatake. I don't have much energy to talk nonsense with you, go to hell. Kakashi waves his sword, the sound of thunder roars as the sword moved towards Denzo. Denzo's pupils shrank. Am I really doomed? Damn, my ambition has not been realized yet. Just as Kakashi's sword was about to hit Denzo, a thin figure suddenly appeared. Summoning technique. Monkey King, Inma. Ding. Kakashi's sword is being blocked by an iron staff, and the owner of the iron staff is the Lord Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen? Lord Third? Kakashi and Denzo were both surprised. They didn't expect Lord Third to come at this moment. Lord Third looked at Kakashi and said, Kakashi, what are you doing? Are trying to betray the village? Lord Third is full of anger. Kakashi is the successor that he is optimistic about, but now he has done this kind of thing, he may not be able to become his successor. Lord Third, I naturally will not betray Hidden Leaf Village, I am just removing the cancer for Hidden Leaf Village. Humphrey. Kakashi Hatake, who do you say is the cancer? Denzo is obviously very dissatisfied with Kakashi's statement. He has dedicated his life to Hidden Leaf Village, but now he is being called a cancer, he naturally will not agree. Kakashi, please make it clear, what is going on with you and Denzo? Although Denzo is a bit extreme, but everything he had done is for Hidden Leaf Village, so he is not a cancer. Hearing this, Lord Third frowns slightly, he thinks that there seems to be a misunderstanding right now. Lord Third, should Shisui die? He had done so much for Hidden Leaf Village, and it can even be said that he betrayed his family, but what did he get in the end? Look, this is Shisui's left eye. Seeing the small bottle on Kakashi's hand, Lord Third knows that Denzo is doing something venomous to Shisui. Denzo. Lord Third scolds. This old man, he has done this kind of things for a long time, and it is undeniable that he did it for Hidden Leaf Village, but this time. Hiruzen. Shisui Uchiha's Sharingan is too dangerous and it is a mistake for it to be on his hand. If he uses Koto Matsukami on you and me, Hidden Leaf Village will belong to the Uchiha clan. Facts have proved that Shisui Uchiha is indeed unfaithful to Hidden Leaf Village, otherwise he will contribute his Sharingan and not resist when we take it. Obviously he had the thought to betray Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi laughed angrily when he heard Denzo's words. Hahaha, what a big joke. What kind of bullshit theory is that? You can kill people, but people can't resist. Denzo, who do you think you are? Did you think that the whole world must obey your order? Lord Third frowns after hearing this. Denzo is simply a robber this time, and his theory is not proved at all. As a shinobi, which one does not value his strength and life? How could it be possible to give these two to others casually? This is simply outrageous. Denzo, you are too much this time. Humphrey. Hiruzen, you are too soft. As far as I can see, there is no need for the Uchiha clan to exist at all. And this Kakashi Hatake, who dared to attack one of Hidden Leaf Village's elder council, is simply lawless. He is the shame of Hidden Leaf Village. He should be classified as a rebel. Enough. Denzo. Hiruzen, you. Denzo, you shouldn't have done that to Shisui. Humphrey, you are stupid. Lord Third shook his head and does not intend to continue to argue with Denzo. After all, he knew Denzo's character really well. Kakashi, what about Shisui? Lord Third, you can ask Denzo. Shisui lost his left eye, and Denzo also cut his left hand, plus using the medical ninjutsu, I can't stop Shisui's bleeding, so Shisui can't live. Hearing this, Lord Third just stay silent. He naturally knew about Denzo's means, and Shisui was probably dead now. Kakashi, no matter what, you can't kill Denzo. Now that you have killed so many root members, you can take it as revenge for Shisui and stop now. Lord Third, do you remember what you told me at the Minato-sensei's funeral? Kakashi's question was a bit sudden, and Lord Third couldn't react for a while. Kakashi didn't care, and said to himself, when the leaves fly, the fire will continue to grow. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves sprout. Kakashi. Lord Third, you said it yourself that the people of Hidden Leaf Village should have the will of fire. May I ask, what Denzo is doing? Can it be called the will of fire? Kakashi, Denzo is the shadow of the Hidden Leaf Village, he is an indispensable part of Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi shook the head and said, Lord Third, Lord First and Lord Second have never needed such a thing as root. Lord Third was shocked. For a while, he didn't know what to say. Yes, Lord First Hokage and Lord Second Hokage naturally do not need such a thing. Lord First Hokage can suppress the shinobi world by himself, so who dares to do anything to him? And Lord Second Hokage is hailed as the fastest shinobi at his time and he also had very strong political skill. Who dares to antagonize him? But Lord Third can't do that, he has powerful strength, but he can't be called invincible. As for his political skill, he is not good enough. Therefore, he can only allow the root to be created. But now, the root is just tool for Denzo's ambitions. Chapter 166. Coming to an end. The place was a bit silent for a while. Kakashi looked at Lord Third quietly, waiting for an answer. Just looking at the hesitation of Lord Third, Kakashi actually already know the answer. Lord Third has always been too tolerant towards Denzo. Lord Third sighed and said, Kakashi, you have your own bond, and so do I. Now I'm standing in front of you not as Hidden Leaf Village's Lord Third Hokage, but as Denzo's companion. As Denzo's companion, I beg you, please let it end here. Kakashi and Denzo were both surprised. They didn't expect Lord Third to actually say this. Hiruzen, you. Denzo was speechless for a while, looking at this old friend who is no longer young, with mixed feelings in his heart. Kakashi was also surprised and said, Lord Third. Kakashi, I am sorry about Shizui. If I found out about Denzo's thoughts earlier, maybe this won't happen. You are reckless for Shizui. So far, I understand about you wanting to revenge Shizui, but to me, Denzo is like Shizui to you. Lord Third said with a smile as he was recalling his old days. In fact, the relationship between Denzo and Lord Third is not just a normal friendship. Denzo and Lord Third can be called rival. After all, Lord Third and Denzo grew up together, they also both have the same teacher, and also at the same team. Two equally talented people appreciate each other and compete with each other. It's just that Denzo failed to get the Hokage position, so he was resentful and always wanted to use his own way to prove that the Lord Second Hokage's choice back then was wrong. Proving his own action is the best for Hidden Leaf Village. He fell into the darkness, and the darkness shrouded him. He was arbitrarily and self-centered, thinking that everything he did was right. The slight difference between him and the others is the fault of others, not him. Those who disobey him are rebel. In fact, Denzo to Lord Third is like Sasuke to Naruto. It's just that Lord Third is not Naruto, and there is no such thing as Lord Third trying to get Denzo out of darkness like Naruto gets Sasuke out of darkness. Denzo is not Sasuke, his heart is only full of revenge. The four are similar but not the same. Kakashi thought for a moment and said, Lord Third, I have the right to kill Denzo. But today, you are trying to protect Denzo, whether it is out of respect for Hokage, or respect for my sensei, I will let this end here. Kakashi, thank you very much. After hearing Kakashi's reply, Lord Third was relieved. It is not that Lord Third fears Kakashi, but Kakashi is someone who will become the future pillar of Hidden Leaf Village in Lord Third's mind. Kakashi shook his head and said, It's alright Lord Third. After all, you didn't declare me to be a rebel, so it was already really good to me. Kakashi killed so many people today. So even if Lord Third directly declared Kakashi as a rebel, there is nothing wrong with it, but Lord Third did not obviously understand Kakashi's behavior. This kind of understanding is not as simple as imagined. Lord Third was also once a young man too, and he knows how angry he will be when his friend died. Therefore, after seeing Kakashi's action, Lord Third can understand and didn't get angry at Kakashi. The root members are all orphans, or the clan's abandoned children. So no one cares about their life and death. Even if so many people die today, no clan would came to trouble Kakashi. This is the shinobi of the root. There is no past, no future, and no emotion. Moreover, Kakashi did not intend to do anything against Hidden Leaf Village. Because before he knew it, Kakashi has bonded with a lot of people in Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto, Karen, Jugo, Tenzo, Shizui, Guy, Kurenai, Jiraiya, Asuma and even Lord Third. These people, these emotions, these bonds, are things that Kakashi gradually acquired after living through this world. In this case, Kakashi won't never betray Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi has already passed his rebellious age. He has his own persistence and bottom line, so today he tries to kill Denzo. But he also has his own concerns and reluctance, so he is now ending this thing here. If he continues to get revenge, there is no benefit to himself. Killing Denzo was a pleasure for a while, but Kakashi was far from willing to bear the cost. In this world full of killings, all his warmth is here, so how can he leave? He is no longer a bystander who just passed through, but a participant. These emotions really existed in his heart, instead of the original vague memory. Taking Denzo's life is not worth enough for him to leave this place. Moreover, this hatred is for Shizui, and he should let Denzo lives for now and let Shizui get his revenge himself. Denzo is no longer worth anything in Kakashi's eyes. Hiruzen. Kakashi is betraying the village. You mustn't hide it. Denzo, this time you are the wrong one. How could you attack Shizui, who is Kagami's grandson? Denzo shook a bit after hearing this. Uchiha Mirror, a very old name, so long that Denzo can't remember for a while, but his name can't be forgotten. Kakashi, let's stop this thing here. Kakashi did not speak and disappeared from this place. For a moment, the Valley of Fire appeared empty, and the shocking battle just now seemed to cease to exist. The remaining root members all sighed in relief. The death god finally left, and the threat of death seems disappeared at this moment. Denzo, go back. You won't be able to take over the root's affairs for the time being. Hiruzen, you. Don't say anything. I have already decided. After Lord Third finished speaking, he turned and left. Only Denzo is left unwilling. At this moment, the remaining strength of the root is not enough to fight against Lord Third, not to mention that Hokage has absolute power. Denzo's power is given by Lord Third, so he naturally can take it back if he wants to. Without Lord Third's approval, Denzo's power won't be able to get strong. Even if his own strength is good, he is still not as strong as Lord Third. Looking at the corpse scattered on the ground, and the remaining root member, Denzo's heart is feeling complicated. Am I really wrong? No, I am not wrong. Denzo's eyes that were in confusion just now regained its firmness. How can the real hero's beliefs shaken so easily? Lord Denzo, what should we do next? Go back to the village, but you guys should deal with these bodies first. Yes. Lord Denzo. Denzo looks at his missing right arm and his mind is constantly thinking. It seems that it is time to use the deal with Orochimaru. I don't know if the Hashirama cells can be used by me. Denzo secretly thought in his heart, and then he took his cut-off right hand, and left the Valley of Fire. Chapter 167. Departing inside Hidden Tea Village, Kakashi's figure once again emerged. Shisui is still lying in bed, but his breathing is now very stable and he should be not in danger anymore. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that Shisui survived. Now, he only need to wait for Shisui to wake up. Kakashi opened the door and Ruga is still guarding the door. Leader, you are finally out. Well Ruga, what's the situation in Hidden Tea Village? Leader, after you issued an order to make Hidden Tea Village into a closed state, Hidden Tea Village has been committed to develop the village. And the unique metal in Hidden Tea Village can fully support the Hidden Tea Village's development. Kakashi nodded. Since Ruga became his subordinate, Hidden Tea Village became Kakashi's force. Over the years, Kakashi has rarely visited Hidden Tea Village. But every time he comes, he brought the next development plan to Ruga. Now Hidden Tea Village has gradually prospered, and now there are a lot of younger generations, and many have grown up. Now, in Hidden Tea Village, including me, we have a total of 10 Jonin, 58 Chunin, and more than 200 Geinin. Very good, it seems that over the years, you have worked really hard. Kakashi said with a smile. Of course, after all, it is leader's order, so I've been working hard all the time. Very well, please take care of the person inside this for a few days, and remember, don't tell anyone about him. I understand, leader. It should be no problem. Well, I will leave the Hidden Tea Village's development to you. Of course, after all, this is my responsibility. Okay, you can go ahead and work again. Yes, leader. After Ruga finished speaking, he left to arrange some specific matters. Kakashi walked back to the room and saw that Shisui was already awake. Kakashi? Shisui asked. It's me, Shisui, how do you feel? Hearing this, Shisui smiled bitterly and said, what can I say? It is luck that I don't die. Shisui, I've got your right eye back from Denzo. I will help you heal your eye later. And the left eye is still with Itachi. When I find him, I will get it back. Shisui was taken aback, and quickly asked, Kakashi, did you go and fight Denzo? Yeah. You are crazy. Fighting against Denzo is same as betraying Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi smiled and shook his head, but immediately remembered that Shisui can't see anything right now, so he immediately said, don't worry, I just took back your eye from him. And Lord Third also know about this, so it won't be any problem. Shisui breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this and said, if that is the case, there is really no problem. Shisui, I told Denzo and Lord Third that you are dead. Shisui was stunned. He knows that Kakashi didn't want him to get involved in the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi's intentions are good and Shisui understands that. So he can only smile. Kakashi, thank you. After this incident, I have done everything I can for the Uchiha clan and Hidden Leaf Village. In the end, I still failed. So I will leave the rest to Itachi. Sorry, I couldn't help you, Kakashi said. You don't have to apologize, this is not your business. And also, you have saved me. Well, let's not talk about this, let me fix your eye. My medical ninjutsu is still not really good, so I still need your cooperation. Kakashi said. But hearing this, Shisui shook his head and said, no need, Kakashi. Why? Kakashi was surprised. I lost the pride of the Uchiha clan, so I'm no longer suitable to have such a pair of eyes. What stupid words, do you want to be blind forever? No, the darkness makes it easier for me think about what I want, and to see what this world has. Let me stay like this for a while. So I will entrust my eyes to you for the time being. Seeing Shishui's insistence, Kakashi was a little unsure, but he still does not force Shishui. Well, when you figure it out, look for me again. Shishui nodded and asked, Kakashi, where is this? Here is Hidden Tea Village. Hidden Tea Village? Shishui looked surprised. Is it the Hidden Tea Village that is at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind? That's right. Why are we here? It is said that this village was closed 5 years ago. Yeah, I tell them to close this village. Kakashi then explained the relationship between Hidden Tea Village with him to Shishui. Hearing this, Shishui chuckled slightly and said, I can't believe you are able to get a small shinobi village from doing a mission. It's just luck. Shishui, now you can't go back Hidden Leaf Village, you can just live here. Well, the air here is very good, I like it very much. That's good, if you have any questions, you can call me. I have to return to Hidden Leaf Village first. Kakashi said as he handed a 3-pronged kunai to Shishui. Okay. With a bang, Kakashi disappeared again. Shishui felt Kakashi's presence disappear and muttered, thank you, Kakashi. Hidden Leaf Village, inside Hokage Building, Lord Third is looking at a pile of documents in front of him with a headache. The disappearance of Shishui made the Uchiha clan very violent. During this period of time, it can be said that there has been a lot of violent law enforcement happening. But it is gradually converging. The absence of Shishui also made the Uchiha clan less confident. Recently, Denzo is not doing anything. Currently, the village is as calm, as if it were calm before the storm, so the atmosphere has become very strange. It seems that as long as there is a fuse, a terrifying explosion will occur. Lord Third felt headache after thinking about this. Knock knock. Knocks were heard from the door. Please come in. Opening the door, Kakashi stepped into the Hokage office. Kakashi? What's the matter? Lord Third, I have something to ask for your consent. Hearing this, Lord Third put aside the document in his hand and asked, What is it? I want to leave the village for a while. What? Why? Give me a reason. Lord Third said with surprise. I've been in Anbu for a long time now, so I want to leave for a while. Hearing this, Lord Third stay silent, thinking about the pros and cons, and thinking about why Kakashi said so. Soon, Lord Third came to a conclusion. Being in Anbu for a long time can't be the reason to leave Hidden Leaf Village. At most, he will just leave Anbu. Combined with the situation right now, in Lord Third's view, Kakashi did not want to intervene in the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan. On one hand, it is the place guarded by his teacher and father, on the other hand, it is the family of his own friends. Kakashi, who was caught in the middle, naturally feels uncomfortable. Thinking about this, Lord Third then sighed and said, Okay, I agree, but don't leave for too long. This old bone of mine can't last long. Chapter 168 To the Land of Whirlpools. Yes, Lord Third. Please take care of Naruto, Karen and Jugo for me. Don't worry. Lord Third naturally knows what Kakashi meant. It is nothing more than to make sure Denzo didn't do anything. This is something that Lord Third can still make a guarantee. In the original work, the reason why Sasuke can live so well is because Lord Third's constraints on Denzo, and also Itachi's threat to Denzo. In this regard, Kakashi still believes in Lord Third. Leaving the Hokage building, Kakashi didn't rush back to pack his things, but went to find the Itachi. Anbu base, the 6th team's room. Itachi is sitting absently inside the locker room alone. The door opened with a creak, and Itachi looked up slightly. It was Kakashi who came here. Kakashi-senpai. Itachi said. Kakashi nodded and said, Itachi, why are you here alone? It's nothing, just thinking about something. Right, what about Shishui's body? I've taken care of it, do you want to see it? Kakashi is still not going to tell Itachi that Shishui is not dead. It's not because he was afraid that Itachi would leak the secret, but because the timing is not good now. Itachi shook his head and said, No, just let Shishui rest peacefully. What are you going to do? About the Uchiha clan and the village. I don't know, the village and the Uchiha clan are in tense situation now. So it's too difficult. Itachi said the truth. The problem now is that both sides have problems. Even if the Hidden Leaf Village's executives gave in, the Uchiha clan will not give up. This is an inevitable battle. It is really too difficult to break this deadlock. For Itachi, who is only 11 years old right now, the pressure is too great. Kakashi patted Itachi on the shoulder and said, Itachi, when you don't understand it, go back to the original point and you may find the answer. Itachi was puzzled, but he nodded and said, Thank you, Kakashi-senpai. It's okay, but I have to leave Hidden Leaf Village during this time. If you need my help, you can call me. Kakashi said as he took out a piece of paper with a seal formula imprinted on it. As long as someone infuses chakra inside that formula, there will be a connection with Kakashi. Yes, Kakashi-senpai. Remember, don't act rashly. Yeah. The two chatted for a while before Kakashi left. Seeing Itachi in the locker room alone, Kakashi could only sigh. Sorry, Itachi, I can only rely on you for this. According to the original plot, the Uchiha clan's genocide should happen at around 2 years from now. When the time comes, let's consider everything again. Back at the Hatake clan's residence, Kakashi removes his Anbu's uniform and put on his normal clothes. All this time, Kakashi had already thought about leaving, but it has been delayed until now. Kakashi was really tired after spending too much time in the Anbu. A long time ago, Kakashi wanted to take a walk in the world of Naruto. Like Jiraiya, he wants to leave his footprints in every corner of the world. There is also a very important place he needs to go to. The land of whirlpools. When he first just transmigrated to this world, Kakashi found 4 symbol seal inside the forbidden room of Sakamo's house, so Kakashi starts to guess whether his mother who he had never met before was an Uzumaki. It's just that Kakashi was not strong enough before, and so Kakashi never tried to investigate it. After a while, when his is strong enough, he has no time to investigate. So this time, the land of whirlpools is also a place that Kakashi wants to go to. After being in the dark all this time, he naturally wants to know the truth. At this time, Kakashi doesn't want to side with Hidden Leaf Village and he also doesn't want to side with the Uchiha clan. Anyway, there is still 2 years' time before the genocide happens, so it's better for him to go outside and do something else. After 2 years, no matter what happen, he will come back and see the final result of this matter. The famous Uchiha clan is now looks like meat on a cutting board, which is really sad. Kakashi didn't want to watch Hidden Leaf Village's warm water cooking of frogs here. It was really disgusting. So he chose get out of Hidden Leaf Village. And he can also do his own things. It's been 6 years, and it's time to do what he wants to do. Packing up his clothes and sealed them into the scroll, Kakashi released a long sigh. Everything is ready, now I should say my farewell. Kakashi then went to Guy's home, but Guy seems to be doing mission right now, and his home is empty. The timing was bad, so Kakashi can't meet with Guy now. As for leaving a letter, it seemed too hypocritical, so Kakashi didn't do it. Hidden Leaf Village Academy. The familiar bell rang again. Naruto, Karen and Jugo walked out of the classroom. Damn, Sasuke is in the first place again. I must beat him next time. Naruto's loud voice reached Kakashi's ears, and Kakashi couldn't help but smile. It seems that Naruto still want to beat Sasuke. They are really a fateful rival. Naruto, Sasuke is excellent, so you won't be able to do it. So stop yelling like that, it is embarrassing. Karen said Naruto with a vicious tongue, but she still showed her concern for Naruto. Karen does not like Sasuke as much as in the original work. In fact, in the original work, Karen liked Sasuke because Sasuke rescued her during the Chunin exam. For Karen, that kind of kindness is enough to be remembered for a lifetime. And now without this thing happening, it is natural that she has not admired Sasuke like the original. What? Karen, do you think I can't do it? Yeah, maybe in other things you can, but in theory class, hee, what can you say about you being the last one? Hearing this, Naruto blushed and yelled, hey. That was an accident. Oh, it's an accident. Karen said and smirked. At this time, Jugo suddenly said, Big brother Kakashi. Naruto and Karen were shocked at the same time when they heard Jugo's words, and then they looked at the direction that Jugo is looking at. Sure enough, there is a familiar figure. Big brother Shiro. Big brother Kakashi. Naruto and Karen exclaimed in excitement, and then they all pounced on Kakashi's body. Kakashi smiled, holding one in each hand. Jugo is a lot more calm, so he just standing aside. I saw you both bickering here. Kakashi said with a smile. It was Karen that starts it. It's because Naruto is too stupid. Karen and Naruto then start to blame each other. Seeing this, Kakashi just laughed at it. Jugo, how is your academy's life? It's good. It's completely different from my life before. That's good then. Let's go, I will take you all to eat at Akiraku ramen. Long live Big Brother Kakashi, Big Brother Shiro. Kakashi then took the 3 little devils to Akiraku ramen to eat some ramen. After finished eating, they return home. In the dead of night, the 3 little devils all fell asleep. Kakashi gently covered the 3 of them with quilts, and then left. Kakashi took off his Hidden Leaf Village's headband and put in his backpack. His Sharingan is now covered by a black eye mask, which didn't look strange. I'm ready, it is night now. It is a good time to start moving. The land of whirlpools, here I come. Chapter 169 Arrive in the dark underground cave. A person with strange mask stands quietly. At this time, a man with a Venus flytrap-like extension emerged from the ground. Obito, Kakashi has left Hidden Leaf Village. Black Zetsu said. Oh? Where did he go? Obito asked with interest. I don't know, the direction he is going is the east. East? Interesting, I didn't expect Kakashi to leave the Uchiha clan alone at this time. Obito said in a playful manner, no one knew what he was thinking. Maybe it's because of you, Obito. White Zetsu said in a joke. Obito did not answer, but stay silent. White Zetsu thought it was boring, so he stopped discussing this topic. Instead, he starts to ask, Obito, Uchiha's coup may be delayed. What are we going to do? Nothing needs to be done. Just wait, I know that Hidden Leaf Village won't be able to bear it for much longer. Once the seeds of doubt are planted, they will always bloom. So it's like that. The Black Zetsu looked at Obito with some emotions. This innocent teenager has now become so good at planning the storm in the dark. Although he was being taught by Madara Uchiha, it is only for less than a year. So this growth rate is really amazing. What about Kakashi? Black Zetsu then continued to ask. Don't worry about him, let him go. Obito, your Sharingan is still on his body, don't you want to get it back? No, it's just a Sharingan. Obito Uchiha is the one who gave it to him, so I won't take it back. After Obito finished speaking, he stopped paying attention to it. Ah, it seems that Obito is still very affectionate about Kakashi. White Zetsu said playfully. Who knows? We don't need to provoke Kakashi. Well, that brat has learned Senjutsu, so we can't get too close to him. Black Zetsu said. That's true. The underground cave once again fell into silence. The Land of Whirlpools is a small island in the middle of a sea between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. There is a shinobi village in the Land of Whirlpools, named Hidden Eddy Village. 20 years ago, during the Second Shinobi World War, the Hidden Eddy Village was attacked by many shinobi villages because of their powerful chakra and their mastery in Fu-in Jutsu. By the time Hidden Leaf Village arrives there to help, it was already too late. There, only the ruins of the village remained. Almost all of the shinobi of the Hidden Eddy Village is dead. Only a few clan members is able to run away in time and live by hiding, scattered in this world. Since then, the well-known Uzumaki clan has rarely been heard in the shinobi world. Even the Uzumaki clan's name has become a taboo and not being mentioned by its own clansmen. It is really sad to have the power that makes people feel fear, but not have the ability to protect their own self. Right now, the Land of Whirlpools has become a place that is under no one jurisdiction. There are residents, but there is no shinobi village and no daimyo. They are a group of people without a country. The Land of Whirlpools has also become a place where few shinobi come. Hidden Eddy Village has been destroyed 20 years ago, so people here have gradually forgotten that such a village once existed. They all continue to live their own lives. Those who have experienced the chaos of the war 20 years ago are now getting older. In an ordinary village in the Land of Whirlpools, there are hundreds of villagers living there. Jiro, don't run around, we will have lunch later. I know, Kasan. I am just going to the river to play for a bit, so I will be back soon. Be careful, don't get too close to the river, you know that you can't swim. I know, Kasan. A kid that is about 7 or 8 years old, ran to the river happily. The beautiful woman who looks like she was about 30 years old watched the teenager go away, and then she said with a smile, that child is really naughty. She shook her head and walked into the house to take care of the housework, intending to make her husband and her son eat a delicious lunch. An ordinary and fulfilling life is played out here every day. They are ordinary, they have a carefree life. Because on this small island, there is no shinobi, only tranquility. Standing by the river, Jiro looks at the sparkling lake and said, Yosh. Today I am going to catch a lot of fish and give good food to Tsan and Kasan. The boy rolled up his sleeves and planned to do a big job. He has completely forgotten about what he has promised to his mother. The water by the river was very shallow, so the boy took off his shoes and socks. The water only reaches his knees when he stood there. The river is very clear, it is so clear that people would be able to see small silver white fish swimming around at the bottom of the river there. The boy looked at the little fish with a smile on his face. The boy stretched out his hands and moved closer to the little fish. A little closer. Closer, and I can catch it soon. The boy silently encouraged himself in his heart. Now. The boy suddenly reached out and grabbed the little fish. With a loud splash, the boy's hand reached into the river. Got it. The little silver white fish was caught by the boy, shining brightly under the sun. Great. I caught it. The boy danced happily, but in the next second, the silvery white fish slipped away from the boy's hand and fell into the river again. Ah! My fish. The boy was shocked, and hurriedly chased the fish. But because the fish had entered the water, It won't be easily get caught by the boy again. The boy was in a state of anxiety. He ignores the river, and struggling to move forward. At this moment, the boy's feet slipped and fell into the river. The boy's face changed, it's mud. His right foot was stuck in the mud, and the boy discovered that the water had already reached his chest. And he was still sinking into the mud little by little. Help. Because of the fear, the boy uttered a cry so that someone can help him. It's just that the river is empty and there is no one else except him. The environment that was refreshing and pleasant before has now made the teenager feel extremely uneasy. At this time, his mother's words rang in the boy's ears. Jiro, don't get too close to the river, you know that you can't swim. The panicked and shouted desperately, Kasan. Help. San. Help. Splashing the water did not give the teenager hope of life. Instead, it makes him sink deeper and deeper. The fear of death filled the boy's heart. Could it be that my life is over? But at this moment, a lazy voice rang in the boy's ear. Hey, kid, what are you doing here? The boy then heard the voice. On the other side of the river, a young man with silver white hair, and wearing a black robe. He has a handsome face, but his left eye was covered by white bandage, as if he was injured. Such a handsome person. This is the first impression of the boy, but soon the boy reacted. Please help me. Ah, it turned out you need help. I thought you were playing with water. The young man said with a smile, and then under the shocked eyes of the boy, he walks step by step on the water, moving towards the boy. The clear stream slowly dissipated ripples under his feet, but it did not wet his shoes and socks. The sun is dazzling, and in the boy's eyes, the young man seems to be shining at this moment. The young man walked up to the boy and pulled the boy out of the water, said with a smile, Boy, what is your name? The boy was taken aback for a moment. He was held by the young man with one hand, but he feels no pain. He then subconsciously answered, Jiro, Matsuda Jiro. Oh? Nice to meet you. What is your name? The boy suddenly asked, not knowing why. Me? You can call me Silver. The young man then said with a smile. Chapter 170 Higneti Village. This young man with silver white hair is naturally Kakashi, who has arrived at the land of whirlpools. When going out, it is natural for him to take another identity. After all, Kakashi Hatake's name is too famous. Silver big brother, how did you walk on the river just now? Can you tell me? Ah, it's a shinobi trick. Shinobi? What is shinobi? Jiro looked puzzled. This time, Kakashi was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the kid in front of him didn't even know what a shinobi is. It's a profession that has a lot of tricks. Jiro scratched his head, puzzled, and asked, Silver big brother, for you to walk on the river just now, is it also one of the shinobi's tricks? Yeah, it is a small trick. Can you teach me that trick? Jiro looked at Kakashi with passionate eyes. The boy was very interested in this weird trick. Kakashi shook his head and smiled, no, it's a secret. Hearing this, Jiro was a little disappointed. He just thought that if he had such a powerful trick, he would be able to show off in front of his friends in the village. Kakashi looked around and asked, Jiro, is there any village near here? Yes, the place where I live is called Heshi Village, and it is not far from here. Oh? Do you know about other villages? Other villages? Jiro scratched his head and seemed to be thinking about it, and then he said, I don't know, I have been here since I was born, and I have never go to any other places. So it's like that. Kakashi rubbed his chin, and then said, then, can you take me to your village? Of course, Silver big brother, you saved me. Kasan said that I have to treat people who have helped me, so you can come to my home and eat some lunch with us later. Kasan must be cooking right now. And the meal is almost ready. Then thank you for the invite. Kakashi said with a smile. No need, this is what I should do. It's a pity, I originally came to catch some fish today, but I didn't expect to. Not only I can't catch any fish, but I also almost died myself. Jiro said discouragingly. Thinking of the fish that had just escaped, Jiro was a little sad. Fish? Kakashi whispered and walked to the river. With a light movement of the chakra in his hand, the fish in the river jumped out of the water. Kakashi quickly grabbed the fish with his right hand and held it so it won't escape. The fish kept struggling, but it didn't make any difference. Is this one okay? Kakashi asked Jiro. Jiro was already dumbfounded. Isn't it too easy? Yes, that is okay. Silver big brother, you are so powerful. If I become that powerful, it will be much easier for me to catch fish in the future. Can you teach me? Kakashi smiled and handed the fish to Jiro while saying, it's still a secret. Jiro was sad after hearing this again. Along the way, Jiro chatted with Kakashi non-stop, and Kakashi was not annoyed either, and just smiled slightly. From Jiro's mouth, Kakashi also understood where he is right now. The land of whirlpools has ceased to exist, so Jiro has no knowledge about the land of whirlpools. As for Hidden Eddy Village, Jiro is ignorant about it. It is estimated that because of his age, Jiro simply does not know the glory of Hidden Eddy Village. Jiro is living in Heshi Village, an ordinary small village. There are about hundreds of villagers in here. Every day, they start their life after the sunrise and stop working after the sunset. The rice paddies everywhere and there are chickens and dogs' voices there, which can be called a paradise. Kakashi was quite moved when he saw this place. After all, he didn't expect that there would be a place like this in this cold shinobi world. The land of whirlpools, the place abandoned by the shinobi, seems to have become a very beautiful place. Silver Big Brother, Heshi Village is just in front of us. Kakashi looked up and saw that it was a green place. The big trees and the green fields looked pleasing to the eye. There was smoke from every house, and which gave Kakashi an illusion for a while. It's a really good place. That is of course, Silver Big Brother. Let's go, it's already late now, Kasan will definitely scold me later. Jiro said embarrassingly, as if it was a shame thing to be scolded by his mother. Children at this age have already begun to feel like a little adult. Kakashi smiled and said, okay. At this time, Jiro's mother stood in front of her house, looking anxiously at the entrance of the village. She then muttered, what happened to Jiro? Why hasn't he come back? Did something happen to him? No, I'm going out to find him. Maiko, don't worry, Jiro is big now, so how can something happen so easily? A middle-aged man walked out of the house and said. But San, it is very late now. Mzi said anxiously. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up and said, look, isn't that Jiro? Maiko looked behind when she heard his husband's words. Sure enough, she saw a wet Jiro and a handsome young man next to him. Jiro, what's the matter with you? Why are you all wet? Didn't I already tell you to not get near the river? Maiko said angrily. Seeing Jiro's appearance, she naturally understood that Jiro must have fallen into the water. She can't help but worried about what happened to Jiro. The middle-aged man looks at Kakashi and said, this brother is. Kakashi hadn't spoken yet, but Jiro jumped out and said, San, this is Silver Big Brother. I fell into the water just now, but he saved me. He is amazing. The middle-aged man was surprised when he heard this and then said, you brat, we told you not to play in near the river, but you still go. Nothing has happened, right? Oh, it's all right, thanks to Silver Big Brother. San, I have a fish that I just got from the river. Jiro said, fiddling with a fish in his hand to show his spoils. You brat. The middle-aged man said helplessly. Can I call you Silver? I am Ichiro Matsuda. Kakashi nodded slightly, and said, it's nice to meet you. Can you tell me how you came here, Silver? After all, few people come here before. Ichiro Matsuda asked curiously. It is true that there are very few outsiders here, and the nearest village is also more than 100 miles away from here. So generally speaking, there is very little communication between the villages. I am a traveler. I heard that there used to be a mysterious village here, so I came to take a look. Mysterious village? I don't know which one you are talking about. Maybe we can help. It is called Hidden Eddy Village. Ichiro and Maiko's expressions changed when they heard Kakashi's words, and their gazes at Kakashi became a little strange. Chapter 171 The Ruins of Hidden Eddy Village. Seeing the slight change in Maiko and Ichiro's expressions, Kakashi knew that the two of them should have some understanding about Hidden Eddy Village. Silver, why are you looking for Hidden Eddy Village? It is not a good place. Ichiro said with a panic expression. Ah, it's nothing, I just feel curious. After all, it is said that people there are very long-lived. Maybe there is a secret to longevity in that place. What secret? Now that Hidden Eddy Village is destroyed, there is nothing left in that place. Silver, I advise you not to go there. Ichiro kindly tell Kakashi to not go there, but Kakashi's purpose this time is to go to Hidden Eddy Village, so he naturally won't give up just like that. I am not a person who gives up easily. Kakashi said with a smile. Ichiro sighed helplessly and said, Silver, you have saved Jiro. So it's okay to tell you this, but that place is not a simple place. I'm not a simple person either. Kakashi said, showing a light smile. Jiro also answered at this time, yeah, Silver Big Brother is amazing. He can walk on the water. Walk on the water? Ichiro was taken aback, and then asked, Silver, are you a shinobi? I'm just learning how to keep my body fit, so I'm not as good as a shinobi. Kakashi didn't directly state that he was a shinobi, because he found that in fact, civilians have a fear of shinobi. Ichiro and Maiko looked at each other and they could see the fear in each other's eyes. Shinobi. This word is very scary for civilians. The feeling that life and death are not in their own hands is uncomfortable. Silver-sama, if you have any instructions, we will follow it. Ichiro immediately changed his tone, and his words were full of fear. Seeing this, Kakashi sighed. Sure enough, it was still like this. If I had known about this, I wouldn't tell these things to Jiro before. Matsuda-san, don't do this, I'm not that scary. Ichiro looked at Kakashi's smiling face, and he felt kindness from Kakashi's body, so his heart was slightly relaxed. Matsuda-san, can you tell me where the location of Hidden Village is? Kakashi asked. Silver-sama, the location of Hidden Village that you are going to is at the center of this small island. There is a valley called Uzumaki Valley. That place is surrounded by currents. And water whirlpools appear from time to time, so it is a very dangerous place. Those whirlpools will sink all the boats that go there. The way Ichiro is calling Kakashi makes Kakashi quite helpless, but it's hard to do anything about this. After all, this subconsciousness already exists in civilians' mind, and it's not something that can be changed easily. Kakashi just stopped caring about it. After all, it was just a one-sided relationship, and they wouldn't meet each other again in the future. Thank you, Matsuda-san, then I will leave first. Silver big brother, won't you stay for lunch? Seeing that Kakashi was about to leave, Jiro called out quickly, apparently sincerely wanting to keep Kakashi stay for lunch. It's just that the nervous expressions of Ichiro and Maiko made Kakashi not even wanting to stay. In such an atmosphere, no matter how delicious the food is, it will be awkward. No, Jiro, I still have something to do, so I won't have lunch with you. Hearing that, Jiro was disappointed and said, that's a shame. Kasan's foods is very good. And this fish is also caught by you. It would be a shame to not eat this together. Kakashi just smiled. After all, there are too many people he would meet in a lifetime. And Giro's family is only one of a passerby in Kakashi's life. Leaving too many ties is sometimes not a good thing. If I have a chance next time, let's eat together. Kakashi said. Then he waved his hand and left. Looking at Kakashi's back, Jiro then said to his mother, Kasan, I really admire Silver Big Brother, he can travel everywhere he wants. I want to be like that in the future. Maiko was surprised when she heard Giro's words and quickly said, Jiro, such a person is very dangerous, and it is likely for them to die at any time, are you not afraid? Jiro shook his head, showing a firm expression. Kasan, I don't want to stay here all my life. I want to see the world outside. This world must be more exciting than I thought. Hearing this, Ichiro laughed heartily and said, Jiro has grows up now, and he also has aspirations. It is a good thing. If you want to go out, you must have a strong body. You have to work harder and you need to become as strong as your father. Only then can you go out. Okay. San, I will work hard. Well, you father and son are really strange, you should go in and eat. You need to have a full stomach to have the strength to think about the future. At this point, Jiro's stomach rang. Jiro couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Kasan, I have a fish right here. Please cook this one. Jiro said. Okay, Kasan will make it for you, you little greedy cat. Yay. The life of this family of three seemed very warm. Kakashi looked at it from a distance, couldn't help but feel a little envious. Unfortunately, in this life, that kind of life is too far away from him. At least for now. Hashi Village is just a small episode in Kakashi's journey. Kakashi once again confirms his direction and headed towards the center of the Land of Whirlpools. The Land of Whirlpools is not big, and now it is split into small villages similar to Hashi Village. Kakashi also met a lot of other villages along the way. Without disturbing them, Kakashi just passed by and rushes towards the center. One day later, Kakashi stood on a valley, looking at the scenery ahead. It is a huge valley, and there is a ruin in the middle of the valley. Hidden Eddy Village's territory is very similar to that of Hidden Leaf Village, and it is also a huge circle. It's only that Hidden Leaf Village's wall is built by themselves, and Hidden Eddy Village makes use of this natural valley to become their wall. The valley is very high, Kakashi roughly estimated that it is at least a few hundred meters. Is this Hidden Eddy Village? Kakashi felt some inexplicable feeling as he looked at the wreckage of buildings all over the place. After all, he only has seen a destroyed place like this at the Hell Valley before. After he prepared himself, Kakashi soon came down from the valley. Since he wants to investigate Hidden Eddy Village, he naturally won't only look at it from the distance, but going to the ruins. Going down the valley, there is a small forest with lush trees. It's really quiet here. Except for insects, there is nothing else here. It seems that even wild beasts are not willing to come to this place. Walking through the small forest, Kakashi then saw the current that Ichiro was talking about. The current is quite wide, and it is obviously not realistic to jump directly over it. Above the current, there are occasional whirlpools appearing from time to time, which looks quite frightening. Chapter 172 Piece of paper. It seems that this water current is the protection mechanism of Hidden Eddy Village back then. I didn't expect that after so many years, it would still have such power. Kakashi sighed with emotions. Whirlpools appear from time to time in this current, and if he runs out directly in this current, he will inevitably get caught by the whirlpools. Kakashi looked around and selected a thick tree. He stepped forward and patted the tree, and then he shows a satisfied smile. The Millennium Sword then appears on his right hand. The Millennium Sword, that is extremely sharp, is a good weapon when cutting down trees. It didn't take long for him to make a canoe from the tree. Kakashi didn't stop there, but took the remaining wood out and cut it to make a dozen of planks, and then he placed it on the canoe. After doing all this, Kakashi slowly pushed the canoe into the water. Chakra surging under Kakashi's feet, and without paddling, the canoe moves forward. Ripples being formed as the canoe moves on the current, and the water seems calm. But Kakashi did not show a relaxed expression, as he frowned slightly. Under the current, Kakashi feels that there is chakra's movement, more precisely, it is a technique. Is this the cause of the whirlpool? Just as Kakashi muttered this, a huge whirlpool formed under the canoe and starts to spread. Under the canoe, it instantly became a void. It's bad. Kakashi didn't expect this whirlpool to appear directly under his canoe, and there was also no warning at all. At this moment, the idea of relying on canoe to escape is no longer realistic. Kakashi picked up the planks he had prepared before and flicked it casually. In an instant, more than a dozen planks flew out and become a ladder in the air. Kakashi's gaze condensed, and then without hesitation, with the help of the last buoyancy of the canoe, Kakashi jumped out. And in the next second, the canoe was swallowed by the whirlpool. The planks did not fly high, and soon fell on the water. Kakashi in midair was not idle, but stepped on the planks that are on the water one by one. But it was strange that after Kakashi lands on the wooden plank, waves start surging, and then a whirlpool was formed at the plank location. Every time Kakashi stepped on the plank was instantly swallowed by the whirlpool. After jumping over more than a dozen planks, Kakashi still has a short distance from the shore. Another whirlpool formed under him. According to Kakashi's estimation, if he was swallowed by this whirlpool, it would be very troublesome. After all, he is not Hoshigaki Kisame, not suitable for living in the water. All of the planks is gone now, so Kakashi can't jump anymore. But at this time, Kakashi does not panic, and directly forms a hand seal. Shadow clone technique. The exact same figure as Kakashi appeared on his side. Kakashi was not polite at all and stepped on his clone's back, and then he jumps again. After this, he finally landed on the shore. And then that shadow clone turned into a cloud of smoke. It's really dangerous. I don't expect that even after all this time, the Uzumaki clan's defense still has this much power. How strong it is in their heyday. Kakashi was a little curious. At the same time, he also wondered what kind of force that is able to destroy the village with this kind of defense. Kakashi puts down these thoughts for the time being as he doesn't think it's worth thinking right now. After all, the most important thing right now is to get inside Hidden Eddy village and look around. Kakashi didn't pay attention to the water current anymore, and walked towards Hidden Eddy village. Hidden Eddy village has been destroyed for a long time, and anything that has any value has already been taken away. Here, in addition to the ruins, there is nothing else. Rubble is all over the ground, and after 20 years, it looks really tranquil. It's not big here, and it's much smaller than Hidden Leaf village, so Kakashi only needed to walk for about 1 hour to finish looking around. Kakashi felt disappointed, there seemed to be nothing here. In fact, Kakashi already expected this kind of scenario. After all, it has been a long time since this place was destroyed. 20 years was enough to change many things. It seems that I won't be able to gain anything here. After the demise of the Uzumaki clan, Hidden Leaf village sent peoples over, and the leader at that time was Kakashi's father, Sakamo Hatake. N1 knows what happened at that time, but in order to cover his teammates, Sakamo Hatake was being left behind. And then, he disappeared for a year. Sakamo's teammates returned to Hidden Leaf village with many strange masks of the Uzumaki clan. At that time, Lord Third built an Uzumaki clan's temple for these masks and enshrined them inside. And one of these masks is a mask that hides the secrets of the dead demon-consuming seal. No one knows what Sakamo is doing when he disappeared for a year. Even when he later reports about the mission, Sakamo did not mention anything about it. The next year, Sakamo returned with the newly born Kakashi. These are all the information that Kakashi could assemble during his time at Anbu. After all, he manages to reach a very high rank when he works at Anbu all the time. However, the specific content about Sakamo's whereabouts at that time is not described in detail. This is also one of the reasons why Kakashi wants to go to Hidden Eddy village. Perhaps he would be able to find something about his birth and mother. But now, it seems that there is nothing but a ruin here. Just when Kakashi thought he had come in vain, suddenly, something caught Kakashi's attention. A piece of paper. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, and he instantly appeared next to the piece of paper and grabs it. This is the joss paper used for offering? The piece of paper in Kakashi's hand was obviously burned, and the material and the type of the paper was a material used for the offering of the dead. Someone is offering joss paper here? Is it the orphan of Hidden Village? Kakashi touched his chin. The burnt marks on this piece of paper are not new. It seems that it has been around for a few days now. From this point of view, it is not easy to find where this piece of paper is coming from. But looking for something is exactly Kakashi's strong point. Kakashi starts forming hand seals. Summoning technique. Bang. The Ninkanin shinobi's clothes appeared, and it was Pakkun. Oh, Kakashi, it's been a long time since I saw you, what's the matter? Pakkun, help me find out where did this piece of paper come from. Kakashi handed the piece of paper to Pakkun. After receiving it, Pakkun smelled the paper and said, this piece of paper looks like it has been around for a few days. It's not easy to find its origin. Try your best. There has been no rain these days, so there should be some traces left. Okay, let me try. Pakkun said, and then the chakra inside his body was concentrated in his nose. In an instant, his sense of smell was multiplied by several times. Huh? Pakkun was excited as he seemed to have discovered something. How is it? I found it. Come with me. As Pakkun said that, his 4 short legs start to move as he runs, leaving trail of dust behind. Kakashi was shocked and immediately followed after Pakkun. Chapter 173 Tombstone. After moving for a while, the ruins around them gradually disappeared, and Pakkun took Kakashi to a hillside. It's here. Pakkun stopped and whispered. Kakashi also stopped, and looked around, but he found nothing strange. Pakkun, there is nothing here. Kakashi, look at the boulder. Parker said and pointed towards a direction. Kakashi looked at the direction Pakkun pointing at and saw that there was indeed a big boulder, and it looked very old, with some moss on it. That is. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and walked towards the boulder. I saw a steel-like thing carved into the bottom of the boulder. Near the boulder, weeds are overgrown, but the steel looks very clean. Unfortunately, the text on it has been eroded after a long time, and it has become a little unclear. Kakashi squatted down and saw a small pit in front of the steel with some remaining ashes, which should be the remains of other parts of the piece of paper he got before. The piece of paper came from here, so someone came here to make some offering. Is this steel a tombstone? Kakashi was curious, and lightly brushed the steel with his right hand. In an instant, a familiar feeling filled his heart. This handwriting is. The memory of original Kakashi began to hit his brain. Kakashi patted his head and suddenly remembered. This is San's writing. Kakashi suddenly became sober, as he knows that the handwriting engraved on this boulder was clearly the handwriting of Tsukumo Hatake. Did San carve it? With a huge shock in his heart, chakra starts surging from Kakashi's right hand, and then he starts erasing the dust from the steel, and he also erases the traces of erosion over the years. At this time, Kakashi finally saw the vague words on the steel. The tomb of the beloved wife, Hatake Ayako. Hatake? Ayako? Could this be Kasan's tombstone? For some reason, Kakashi suddenly felt very uncomfortable in his heart, as if there was another force driving him. This is. What's going on? Kakashi? Are you okay? Pakkun saw something was wrong with Kakashi, so he quickly asked. No. It's nothing. Kakashi quickly suppressed the discomfort in his heart and dispelled the inexplicable sadness. Kakashi, what are you doing here? Where is this? Seeing Kakashi didn't want to say anything, Pakkun didn't force him and ask another question. Well, this place is Hidden Village. I came here to investigate some things. So it's like that. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Okay, sorry for troubling you, Pakkun. With a bang, Pakkun disappeared again. Kakashi didn't care, and continued to look at the steel. In Kakashi's memory, Tsukumo has never told him the name of his mother. But Kakashi can be sure that in the Hatake clan, there is no one named Hatake Ayako. So, who is the Hatake Ayako that was engraved on this stone tablet? In this kind of place, it seems that there is only one possibility, and that is the mother he has never met before. Just, why would Kasan die in such a place? At that time, San was probably already reached the Kage level strength. So why didn't he return to the village? According to his father's mission report at that time, it was said that he had encountered a powerful enemy and was seriously injured. After the injury healed, he was able to return to the village. During this period, he met a woman that gave birth to Kakashi. Just what kind of person that is able to make the famous Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang seriously injured? It's strange. Kakashi gently stroked the tombstone, and he feels there was some kind of intimacy. At this time, Kakashi had a certain degree of certainty in his heart that this steel might be his mother's tombstone. The intuition of the strong has always been inexplicably accurate. Kakashi has also developed terrifying intuition over the years. This kind of thing is so unreasonable, but it really exists. Kakashi touched the ashes in the pit, placed it on the tip of his nose and sniffed gently at it. Of course, Kakashi doesn't have the sense of smell as good as Pac-kun, but in these ashes, Kakashi smells a strange smell. These ashes should have been left over from burning joss paper. It is strange that there is a faint scent in the ashes. Kakashi took out the piece of paper he had found before, put it on his nose and sniffed it. There is such a smell, but the smell is much weaker. Kakashi's brows wrinkled slightly. He doesn't know why, but he felt this smell has a familiar feeling. Unfortunately, he can't remember what it is. There are people burning joss papers as offering in this place, which means that the people who burn this paper must have some kind of close relationship with the person whose name is engraved on the tombstone. Otherwise, there is no need to do so. Is it Kasan's relatives? This is the only explanation Kakashi can think of. If they are only a friend, it would be strange for them to still come to burn some joss paper after more than 20 years. After all, they are living in a cruel world. What's more, the location is such a place. Hidden Eddy Village, even if it has become a ruin. It is definitely not a good place. If they can come to pay respect for the dead, they will not be too far from here. Looking at the situation of the tombstone, there should be people coming over frequently. It is not the appearance of something that is being abandoned for 20 years. Since there are such people, Kakashi will naturally not let go of this opportunity. Perhaps what Kakashi wants to know can only be known from that person's mouth. After all, investigating this kind of thing without any clues is extremely hard. Kakashi scratches his head and began to think. Should I wait for the person to come here? Although the method is a bit stupid, it seems to be the only way for now. Apart from these ashes, there is nothing else here. And even if someone came over before, so many days have passed since then, so the smell has long since disappeared. It was already extremely difficult for Pac-kun to find this place just now. If it weren't for the strong smell of the joss paper itself, they might not have found this place. As to find the smell of the person who has come here many days ago, it is not realistic. However, if he waits here for the person to come, the time spent will not be short. Generally speaking, it is enough to do this kind of thing once a year. So is it necessary for Kakashi to wait here for a year? The time is too long, and Kakashi can't afford to waste that much time. Damn it, is there no better way? Kakashi lamented. The trip this time was really not smooth from beginning to end. Standing up, Kakashi touched his chin, no one knows what he was thinking. Suddenly, Kakashi looked towards one direction. Someone is here? Kakashi was slightly surprised that someone actually came to this place. After all, it is dangerous to come here. He can come here because he is a shinobi, and his strength is not weak. This presence. Kakashi's face changed slightly, and he whispered, "Why is it her? What is she doing here?" Outside the Uzumaki Valley, a figure stood there. Is this the ruins of the Uzumaki clan in the legend? This defense mechanism is interesting. A heartwarming smile evoked from the corner of the girl's mouth, and then her hand starts forming hand seals. Chapter 174 Sealed Creature. The girl had long reddish-brown hair, and her right eye was covered by her hair, and only her left eye was exposed. After forming some hand seals, the water spurted out of the current and formed a water bridge, which was placed on top of the water current. The girl walked across the water like a strolling leisurely in a garden. It is much easier than Kakashi. The whirlpools underneath can't do anything to her. When the girl landed on the shore, her expression suddenly changed and she looked towards one side. She then saw a figure wearing black robes, and has silver-white hair. It is Kakashi. Terumi-mai, what are you doing here? The girl is Terumi-mai from Hidden Mist Village. Terumi-mai's original solemn expression instantly disappeared when she saw Kakashi. Kakashi Hatake? I should be the one asking you that question. We're not near Hidden Leaf Village, so why did you come to the ruin of Hidden Eddy Village? Hidden Eddy Village is an ally of Hidden Leaf Village. It's not strange for me to came to this place. Instead, Hidden Mist Village didn't have any relationship with Hidden Eddy Village. So, what are you doing here? The corner of Mai's mouth forms a small arc and then she said, guess. Kakashi was a little helpless when he heard her words. Mai's way of thinking was really strange, and Kakashi couldn't guess what is on her mind at all. Forget it then. Ah, what a boring man. Kakashi was too lazy to pay attention, so he turned and left. After all, he still had things to do, and didn't have the time to talk with Terumi-mai here. Seeing that Kakashi was about to leave, Mai hurriedly followed after him. Hey! Kakashi Hatake, what are you doing here? Guess. You're really stingy. Mai-san, shinobi needs to guard their secret. You don't even know this? Kakashi said grimly. We can be considered a friend. You are really unkind. You're not coming here for a mission, right? Mai sees Kakashi's casual clothes, without Hidden Leaf Village's headband, and he doesn't even have a mask. It doesn't look like he was performing a mission. It must be said that Mai will become Lord 5th Mizukage in the future. So whether it is her wisdom or her observation, it is all very good. Yeah, you are right. I am indeed come here for a private matter, but there is no need to tell you. Mai's expression changed, feeling a little wronged, but she immediately adjusted her mentality, and then said, how about this then? I will tell you the purpose of my visit, and in exchange, you will tell me the purpose of your visit. Kakashi stopped, and looked up and down at Mai, seeing Mai looked a little bit strange. You seem to be very interested in my affairs. Hearing Kakashi's words, Mai suddenly felt a bit hot on her face, but she quickly covered it up. Why, I'm just curious. Kakashi just shrugged his shoulder, and said, curiosity killed the cat. I have no interest in your affairs, and for you to appear here is because you have some business in the former Hidden Eddy village. So your goal must be Uzumaki's Fuinjutsu. Mai was shocked when she heard this. She didn't expect Kakashi to make a deduction in such a short period of time. And it's so accurate. The reason Mai come to Hidden Eddy village this time is because she tries to try her luck. Fuinjutsu has always been a mysterious thing in this world. The 8 trigram sealing style owned by Hidden Leaf Village is the most suitable Fuinjutsu to seal a tailed beast, but other villages do not have such a good Fuinjutsu. For example, in Hidden Sand Village, their Fuinjutsu are very rough, and because of that, one tail will take control if the Jinchuriki fall asleep. Although Hidden Mist Village is not as bad as Hidden Sand Village, but their Fuinjutsu is still not good enough. Moreover, this kind of Fuinjutsu that is enough to seal the tailed beast is in the hands of the Kage of a village. So Mai doesn't have it on hand. In her conversation with Kakashi not long ago, Mai understood that to get rid of Lord 4th Mizukage's tyranny and the one controlling him behind the scenes, Yagura must be defeated. And to defeat Yagura, there is one element that must be considered, and that is Three Tails who is inside Yagura's body. Yagura can die, but Three Tails is an important resource for Hidden Mist Village. Once they lost Three Tails, Hidden Mist Village's strength will drop by another level. Therefore, it is very important to reseal Three Tails. But there is no suitable Fuinjutsu in Mai's hand right now. The force behind Mai is already trying to find a way about this, but the eggs can't be placed in one basket, so Mai is also trying to figure out a way. After thinking for a long time, Mai decided to take a look at Hidden Eddy Village, which was once famous for their Fuinjutsu. So she thought that maybe there will be unexpected gains. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain when she just arrived here. It's just not Fuinjutsu, but Kakashi. Seeing Mai's expression, Kakashi knew that he had guessed right. It seems that you are already planning to finish Lord 4th Mizukage, so you want to find a suitable Fuinjutsu to seal Three Tails, right? Mai chuckled and said, Kakashi Hatake, I have to admit that you're really scary. Thank you for your praise. In this world, it is not a bad thing to be scary. At least a lot of bad people won't dare to do anything to him. Are you not going to help me? Kakashi looked at Mai strangely and said, our relationship is not good enough for me to help you. In theory, if Hidden Mist Village loses Three Tails, it is a good thing for Hidden Leaf Village. You are so rude. Mai stared at Kakashi with her big eyes. Kakashi's expression didn't change and then he said, Mai-san, I don't think you are the kind of weak woman who needs help. Oh? I can't believe you actually praise me. Well, I kind of admire your strength. Maybe when we meet again in a few years, I will need to call you Lord Mizukage. Oh? I think I need to call you Lord Hokage when that happens then. Hokage? Kakashi thought about it, then shook his head and said, at the moment, I have no interest in that position. Hearing Kakashi's words, Mai was slightly surprised and said, I can't believe the famous Kakashi Hatake to be not interested in being a Hokage. There is nothing strange about that. Hokage's responsibility is too heavy, so right now, I am not ready for that position. So it's like that, but I don't think you can escape that responsibility. After all, Lord 3rd Hokage is old and it is estimated that he will only able to hold that position for just a few more years. At that time, you will be the only one who has the ability and prestige to inherit that position. Kakashi just stayed silent. After all, if the plot doesn't change, then Tsunade will come back to inherit the position and become the Lord 5th Hokage. But it's still early, so he won't consider these things for the time being. After all, in Kakashi's view, Hokage's position is not that attractive. Especially after knowing that 10 years later, there will be an unprecedented war in the shinobi world. Right now, increasing his strength is more important than anything else. Seeing that Kakashi didn't speak, Mai thought that Kakashi didn't want to bring up this topic, so she didn't say much. So a strange scene was formed. Kakashi walks in front and Mai follows from behind. If peoples who didn't know anything saw this kind of scene, they would think that Kakashi and Mai were dating. It's just that the man is a little unkind. Hey, Mai, why are you following me? If you want to find a Fuinjutsu, you can find it yourself. So don't follow after me. It's strange to be followed by someone like this. I'm not following you. I'm just walking around, and this place is not yours, so why do you care if I walk here? Seeing Mai's unreasonable appearance, Kakashi felt helpless. Kakashi can't help but remember a sentence in his previous life. Girls are unreasonable creature. At this moment, it seems to be a very accurate description. In desperation, Kakashi didn't bother to do anything to Mai, and walked around Hidden Eddy village on his own. It's not that Kakashi was doing nothing, but after discovering the tombstone, Kakashi wanted to find more clues here. If someone wants to come here and reach the tombstone, they must pass through the current and the whirlpools. And for someone to come here, they must leave a trace. Kakashi looked around, as if looking for something. Mai was very curious when she saw it. Kakashi, what the hell are you looking for? Do you want to search for it together? Maybe I can help you. Trace. Trace? Mai could not figure out what the hell was the trace that Kakashi was talking about. What neither of them knew was that in a dark place below Hidden Eddy village, a pair of huge eyes shined like a red lantern. Humans have come here? And it seems that their strength is not weak. In the dark space, a huge creature slowly stood up. There is a huge cage in front of the creature. This damn seal, it's already 20 years now, so it's already weakened. In another year, I should be able to go out. Under the faint light, it was vaguely visible that its body was very huge. There is also a pair of horns on its head. If someone saw this creature at this time, they would definitely be able to recognize that this monster has an appearance like an ox, but it is much bigger than an ox. But now that there are two shinobi coming here, maybe I can use their strength to get out of here. Thinking of this, the giant ox cannot help but feel a little exited. No one does not want to be free. No one wants to be sealed in a dark place. Why is tailed beast full of hostility towards humans? In addition to human beings coveting their power, the most important reason is that shinobi restrict their freedom. They are wild and unwilling to be kept as pets. Besides, which pets are being kept in cages all the time? Thinking like this, the giant ox's chakra began to slowly seep out along the gap in the seal. And if Kakashi saw the seal, he would be surprised. Because that seal is the 4-symbol seal. Come on, human, use your power to set me free again. The low voice of the giant ox resounded through the entire dark space. Hey! Kakashi Hatake, what the hell are you looking for? Mai asked discouragedly. Since they start searching, Kakashi has been walking around non-stop, only stopping to think about something from time to time. But Mai, who followed behind him, couldn't understand anything at all. This makes Ming very distressed. I said, don't follow me. Kakashi doesn't seem to care about her, and still acts on his own. Humphrey. Mai snorted as the dissatisfaction in her heart reached the peak. What an uncaring man. Mai said, and then she went to the other side. It seems like she intends to start doing her own thing. Kakashi glanced at her and said nothing. No matter how much Kakashi liked Mai in his previous life, it is not suitable for him to get close to Mai right now. The two have different positions and it is hard for them to get close. At least it will be difficult until the end of the war. Mai will become the Lord 5th Mizukage in the future. Kakashi may become Lord 5th or Lord 6th Hokage. By the time, the possibility of them being together will be even lower. People from different villages can marry each other, but no one has heard of the marriage between the leaders of the different villages. Unless one of them gives up the status of leader. There are too many things involved in this. Based on this, Kakashi will not consider it for the time being. Actually, Kakashi has a good impression on Mai, but it has not yet reached the level of affection. And one thing Kakashi has to admit is that after so many years living in the Naruto's world, his heart is now a bit cold. It does not mean he lost his emotion. Rather, he was a little bit cold about the situation of the world. Especially after the incident with Denzo. Therefore, Kakashi is still somewhat resistant to such things as feelings. Kakashi now somewhat understands why Jiraiya chose to travel around the world. Perhaps he had seen enough of these things, so he chooses to banish himself. Unfortunately, Jiraiya loved Hidden Leaf Village so much, and in the end, he finally gave his life to Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi sighed lightly and ignores Mai's actions. He continued to look for clues on his own. Mai walked aside, folded her hands on her chest, and muttered, "This Kakashi Hatake is really a dance." Suddenly, Mai feels something. What is this? A strange chakra emerged from the ground in front of Mai. Mai feels that it was suspicious, so she moves toward the direction of chakra. A voice appeared silently in Mai's mind. Come here, there is everything you want here. In a trance, there seemed to have a map in Mai's mind, and she starts to walk and get next to a boulder. Destroy this boulder, the thing you want is behind this boulder. Mai was puzzled, but she didn't hesitate as she feels confident in her own strength. Earth style, earth flow spears. An earth spear suddenly rose from the ground, directly smashing the boulder to pieces. The boulder shattered and a dark hole appeared in front of Mai. This is... Mai was slightly surprised. From the dark hole, the strange chakra just became much denser. Come in, human. The tempting voice reappeared, and Trumi Mai's mind was in a trance. She no longer hesitates, and jumped into the dark hole alone. Chapter 175 Giant Ox. The cracking sound of the destroyed boulder alarmed Kakashi, who is in the distance. What happened? Kakashi whispered and found that Mai had already disappeared. Is there a problem? Kakashi feels a little uneasy, and then walked in the direction of the sound. Mai only feels that she is jumping into a deep pit, and she can't see anything in this endless darkness. Only a moment has passed, but it seemed that several years had passed. Mai began to regret it a little as she seemed to be a little impulsive just now. No, to be more precise, she seemed to be hypnotized by something. Thinking of this, Mai couldn't help but feel horrified. She doesn't know what on earth is the thing that would able to trick her when she is not paying attention like that. Just when Mai was thinking like this, suddenly, the scenes in front of her lit up, and the darkness disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared before. Here, it was a dark cave. Mai looked up, but she can't see the entrance of the cave that she had come from. It seems that I can only move forwards. There are walls on 3 sides, and there is only one way to go, that is in front of her. Mai also knows that the thing that tricks her must be inside the dark cave. Whether she wants to go out or figure out what's going on, there is only one option now. That is to go forward. Mai didn't stay for long and starts moving forward. After walking for a while, Mai saw a huge iron cage, which is tens of meters high. Behind the iron cage, a pair of lantern-like eyes staring straight at Mai. Human, you are here. Mai was surprised to see the monster in front of her. It looks like an ox, but its size is too huge. When Mai was a child, she had seen Three Tails' real body before, and the monster in front of her right now was about the same size as Three Tails. Who are you? Mai looked warily at the giant ox inside the iron cage. Me? I'm just a summoned beast. Summoned beast? How come you are here and not in your holy land? Holy land? The holy land of our giant ox race has long been destroyed. The giant ox said, seeming quite emotional. The holy land is often referred to as the place where the summoned beast is living. It is equivalent to another small space. It's just like Three Great Holy Land, and Hell Valley. It's just different from Hell Valley. The spatial entrance of the Hell Valley has already destroyed, so that place is connected with the Shinobi world, and just separated by a barrier. Mai knew that the destruction of the summoned beast's holy land was not uncommon. According to the records, when the 5 great villages have not yet been established yet, many Shinobi will look around for the summoned beast. Because in addition to tailed beast, the combat power of the summoned beast is also very impressive. At that time, many summoned beasts were annihilated because of their disobedience to these strong peoples. So that there are fewer and fewer summoned beasts that can be seen at this generation. War is not only harmful to humans, as it is also harmful for summoned beasts. It's just that their misfortune is imposed by mankind. Why are you here? Naturally, I was sealed. You see over there, that is the Fuinjutsu that seal me. Mai looked directly at the middle of the iron cage. She then saw there was a piece of paper with profound runes on it. Mai's heart starts beating faster, and she looks at the paper excitedly. Sure enough, this place has Fuinjutsu. When the giant ox looked at Mai's eyes, he already understood what is on Mai's mind. It's a creature that has lived for a long time. So it can understand Mai's thinking easily. Human, are you interested in Fuinjutsu? No wonder, this is the hometown of the Uzumaki clan. People who come here are trying to find the Uzumaki clan's Fuinjutsu. The giant ox has been sealed for 20 years. Over the years, he knows that there are a lot of people coming to Hidden Village. Most of their purpose is to come and find something, but unfortunately, there is no such thing as Fuinjutsu here. At that time, the seal on the iron cage was still very strong, so the giant ox could not get his chakra out at all, so he could not lure the people coming here before. The weakening of the seal is only happens in the past few years. After all, no matter how strong the seal is, it can't endure the tribulation of time. Can you help me get the Fuinjutsu? Mai asked with interest. Of course. I have been sealed here for so many years, so I naturally know the situation here. When Hidden Village was destroyed, I was already here. Mai then starts thinking seriously. If that is the case, perhaps the giant ox can really give me a fuinjutsu that is enough to seal tailed beast. And your condition is to get you out of that iron cage? Yes, I've stayed here long enough, so I want to go out. The giant ox shows agitated expression, and it can be seen that he obviously had enough of living here. If I let you out, can you tell me where the fuinjutsu is? Jerome asked half-believingly. Of course. The giant ox's confident expression made Mai subconsciously feel that what this guy said was true. Okay, I can let you out, but if you dare to lie to me, get ready for the consequence. Mai said coldly, as her words are full of threat. The giant ox was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect this young Kunoichi to have this kind of aura. Human beings are really a kind of mystical creatures. Obviously they don't have a long lifespan, but the growth rate of their power makes other creatures feel terrified. This kind of thought flashed in the giant ox's mind, but even if he was threatened, he still needs to go out first. Human, don't worry. Although the giant ox had a guilty conscience, he didn't show it, and he still looked confident. What should I do? Mai doesn't know much about fuinjutsu, so she doesn't know what to do it in the face of this complicated four-symbol seal. It's very simple. Did you see the paper at the middle of this iron cage? If you tear it off, I will be able to come out. The giant ox said, his face showed a sly smile. Freedom, it seems to be within his reach in the next second. Mai was stunned as she suddenly realized that that piece of paper was where the seal was. Human, come on, tear it off, and I will give you the fuinjutsu you wanted. Mai nodded, and said, okay. Chakra then surges from her feet, and Mai jumped to the position where the seal paper was located. The chakra on her feet makes her able to stand at the iron cage, and Mai stood near the seal paper. The paper is very large. It is 5 or 6 times larger than the normal explosion seal. Mai looks at the strange runes above the paper, and she didn't understand what it means. Fuinjutsu is not easy to learn, and high-level fuinjutsu are even more difficult. Without a certain talent and rich accumulation of knowledge, it is impossible to learn it. Do it, human. Hearing this, Mai no longer hesitate, and she put her slim right hand on the top of the paper and then tears it. Boom. The cage is open. Ha ha ha, I am finally out. Chapter 176 Breaking the Deal. The iron cage slammed open and terrifying airwaves burst everywhere. Mai was blown away by the airwaves and landed 100 meters away. This is the feeling of freedom. 20 years. I am finally free again. The giant ox's expression is full of joy, and his delighted look is not only ugly, but also somewhat terrifying. Mai frowned slightly. Why did I feel something is wrong? Giant ox, I have already lifted the seal according to our agreement. Now, you also need to fulfill your promise and hand over the fuinjutsu to me. At this moment, the giant Naiu set his sights on Mai again. It's just that at this time, his expression is not full of sincerity like before. Instead, there is a hint of ridicule on his expression. Stupid human, do you really think that I will give you the fuinjutsu? Actually, I don't even know where it was located. But, even if I know, I won't give it to you. It is because of that damn thing that I was sealed here all this time. Mai looked angry and roared, you lied to me? Ha ha ha, lied to you? Aren't you humans the best at cheating? Ha ha ha. Human. Since you let me out, I will send you to hell. No need to thank me, this is what I should do. After the giant ox finished talking, he rushes towards Mai. His huge body, like a big mountain, directly charges into Mai's location. Mai's pupils shrank. If this attack hit me, I am afraid that all of the bones inside my body will be broken. What a terrifying attack power. Iron hoof trample. Mai repeatedly retreat and trying to get out of here first. There is not much space in this place. If she fights with this giant ox here, this place will likely collapse. The size of the giant ox is very large, and his skin is very thick. So he naturally not afraid buried in this place, but if Mai is buried inside, she will die. Therefore, her first priority now is to find a suitable place to fight against this giant ox. Human. You can't run away. Seeing Mai tries to retreat, the giant ox runs towards her. After all, he didn't plan to let Mai escape. Damn it. Didn't the summoned beasts usually keep their promise? What is wrong with this giant ox? Mai cursed as she ran. The reason why Mai believes in the giant ox is because there is a consensus in the shinobi world that summoned beasts are very committed to keep their promises. However, she did not expect that this giant ox is actually not the same as normal summoned beasts. Savage collision. The giant ox rushes again and crashing into Mai. Mai moved her feet and quickly moved away, so the giant ox directly hit the rock wall. With a bang, a deep pit directly formed on the stone wall. The huge movement made Mai stunned. After all, this kind of power is above her imagination. How can he still have this kind of strength after being sealed for so long? He is not a tailed beast. Mai muttered, but didn't think much. Soon, Mai came to the place where she had come in before. Damn it. Where is the exit? Why is it still the same as before? There are 3 stone walls surrounding her, and there is no exit at all. Human, you can't find your exit? Then this place will become your grave. The giant ox came from the back and couldn't help but sneer when he saw Mai was looking for an exit. Mai's expression becomes solemn. Since I can't get out, it looks like I can only deal with this giant ox here first. Oh? Looking at your appearance, it seems that you're not afraid of me. Seeing Terumi Mai's calm and solemn appearance, the giant ox was quite surprised. Mai smiled lightly and said, although you are indeed strong, you are still not my opponent at all. Humphrey. Arrogant. The giant ox is furious when he heard that, and then he stopped talking nonsense. Savage shock. The giant ox speed suddenly increased, and he crashed into Mai again. The giant ox was covered by blue chakra visible to the naked eye, and the entire cave was shaking. Not good, an attack of this level will surely collapse the cave. Mai was anxious, and quickly formed hand seals. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Mai has high mastery in water release ninjutsu. So, even if she is in a place where there is no water, she can still release a very strong water release ninjutsu. The water dragon roared and rushed towards the giant ox. Humphrey, such insignificant ability. With my body, how can this kind of weak ninjutsu do anything to me? Break. The giant ox uses his 2 horns to rush towards the water dragon, and directly destroyed the water dragon. What a terrifying defense. It looks like that horn is really hard. Mai did not have too much time to express her emotions, as the giant ox's horn soon rushed towards her. Without hesitation, Mai retreat again. Boom. The giant ox crashes into the stone wall. At this time, the cave that had been shaking began to collapse. Pieces of boulders start falling from above. It's bad. Terumi Mai secretly thought, as she saw a huge boulder fell towards her from above. At this moment, loud birds' chirp suddenly sounded. It sounds like thousands of birds are singing. Mai was overjoyed, and in the next second, a silver-white figure appeared above Mai. Chidori. The blue lighting scattered everywhere, and the boulder within the radius of 3 meters is directly crushed and turned into countless pebbles. Kakashi took Mai into his arms and dodged the other boulder. Stupid woman, you sure dare to open seal like that. Kakashi said quite angrily. Mai didn't mind Kakashi's tone at all, and instead she said playfully, what's wrong with that? It's just a giant ox. You sure are really confident. Kakashi smiled bitterly. If I don't have this much confidence, how can I dare to say that I want to bring new life to Hidden Mist Village? Well, that's reasonable. Let's go out first, this place won't last long. Kakashi didn't want to argue with Mai right now. After all, it is more important to leave this place first. Mai nodded and said, how did you come in? Naturally, I come by jumping directly. There is Ganjutsu on the entrance hole. The hole is not big, but it is still there. Kakashi pointed to a small hole at a distance. The hole is just big enough for one person. So it's like that. Mai suddenly realizes, so the reason why I can't find it is that hole, this place is too dark, and also that hole is too small. Mai did not look carefully before. That's why she could not find it. But Kakashi is different. The Ganjutsu on the hole is useless against him. Damn human. Another one came unexpectedly. The giant ox snorted and rushed over directly. Kakashi didn't talk nonsense when he saw this. The blue lightning appeared again on his right hand, and he smashed the small hole directly. Boom. A flash of lightning flashed, and 2 figures that were mixed with some gravel emerged from the ground. The 2 of them just fell not far away as the ground suddenly arched and starts to split apart. Seeing this, Kakashi quickly retreated while holding Mai. Boom. The huge body of the giant ox drilled directly out of the ground. Chapter 177 Join hands. A giant ox with a figure like a mountain appears in Hidden Eddy Village. This is the outside air, it's so wonderful. Ha ha ha, I finally came out. The giant ox screams in the sky and laughs like a madman. After having lost his freedom for 20 years, and regaining it at this time, the joy in his heart is immeasurable. Kakashi looked at the giant ox with a slightly surprised expression. This guy looked familiar. Pain summoned beast? No, it looks like Pain has not been subdued him yet. There is no sign that this guy is subdued. This giant ox dared to deceive me, I will send him to hell. Mai said viciously. Mai's voice was not small, so the giant ox naturally heard it too, and his gaze returned to Mai. Oh, you want to send me to hell? The giant ox looked at Mai with disdain. Seeing his expression, Mai is angry. This guy really dares to disdain me. Had it not been for the absolute confidence to subdue this giant ox, how could Mai let the giant ox out? After all, Mai is not stupid. She already knows there are risks that this giant ox will lie to her. It is a good thing if this giant ox gave her the Fuinjutsu after being released. If not, it will be just a little troublesome. The giant ox then starts to look at Kakashi. He knows that this person is the one who came midway and make him fail to kill Mai. But, after seeing Kakashi, the giant ox's expression changed. It's you. The tone of horror made Kakashi and Mai puzzled for a while. You know him? Mai asked curiously. Kakashi shook his head, but there was a hint about this in his mind. Kakashi has never been here before, so it is naturally impossible for him to know this guy. If that is the case, the reason for the giant ox's reaction is because he has mistaken Kakashi with someone else. In this world, there is only one person that will make people mistaken Kakashi with him. Tsukumo Hatake. No, you are not him. Why do you look like him? The giant ox's expression eased slightly, but the previous fear was still on his face. Brat, who are you? The tone of fear of his voice seemed a little hoarse, and Kakashi didn't know what kind of fear it was that made the giant ox have this kind of expression. Kakashi didn't answer, but starts forming hand seals. Transformation technique. With a bang, Kakashi transformed into a middle-aged man that looks like him. He wears iconic Hidden Leaf Village vest, he had silver-white long hair, and there is an armband that looks like Hokage robe on his left arm. His name is Tsukumo Hatake, which was known as Hidden Leaf Village White Fang. Upon seeing this, the giant ox hurriedly took a step back, and exclaimed in horror, "It's really you. You devil." Mai was puzzled after seeing this. Why does Kakashi suddenly use transformation technique? Moreover, who is this middle-aged uncle? He looks like Kakashi. Is he Kakashi's father? Mai was slightly surprised when she thought about this. After all, there was no one in the shinobi world that didn't know who Kakashi's father was. Hidden Leaf Village White Fang. The existence that makes the enemy frightened. It's only that he died young, as he is only 35 years old when he died. Speaking of which, Kakashi is almost as famous as his father right now. When Kakashi saw the giant ox's expression, he transformed back into his real appearance again. I'm the son of White Fang, Kakashi Hatake. It seems that you know my father, or that you are sealed up here is because of my father. Kakashi felt that he was very close to the truth at this time. According to Kakashi's understanding, Tsukumo Hatake is not good at Fuinjutsu, let alone the four-symbol seal. So it naturally would not be his father who sealed this giant ox. So who is it? Most likely it was his mother. So who is she? You are that man's son? Damn. Damn you. That bastard ruined our race. The giant ox's face was distorted, obviously angry to the extreme, and rushed towards Kakashi. Kakashi shook his head slightly. The giant ox is so angry that he couldn't communicate normally now. Hey, Kakashi, what do you want to do? Mai asked. Although she was curious about what was going on, it was clear that the giant ox was feeling uneasy and wants to kill both of them. This big guy is too noisy. We should subdue him first. It seems that we have the same idea. Then let's subdue him. The two looked at each other and then at the same time both of them starts forming hand seals. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Lightning style, thunderbolt. The water dragon rises from the ground, and it is more powerful than the previous one in the cave. The blue lighting is added to it and it keeps flashing. Combining ninjutsu, lighting water dragon bullet. The dragon roared with a boundless pressure, and crashes towards the giant ox. The giant ox and the dragon collide. The terrifying lighting enveloped the giant bull with crackling sound. Because of the collision, countless smoke and dust were scattered around. Roar. After a while, the giant ox releases a painful roar, then fell to the ground with a bang. The whole earth seems to have shaken for a bit at this moment. From time to time, lightning flashed on the giant ox's body, and the powerful paralysis effect from the lighting made the giant ox unable to move. Oh, I didn't expect our cooperation to be this good. Seeing the scene before her, Mai couldn't help but say with a smile. Kakashi just shrugged his shoulder. Using such things as combined ninjutsu really have something to do with cooperation. Kakashi did not expect that the first time they cooperated, they would be able to get such a good result. Without paying attention to Mai, Kakashi walked to the front of the giant ox. Mai's mouth pursed slightly, apparently a little bit dissatisfied, but she didn't say anything. Tell me everything you know. The giant ox looked at Kakashi, and before he had time to speak, he saw the scarlet Sharingan. Ganjutsu. Kakashi knows that instead of talking nonsense with this giant ox, it is better to use Ganjutsu to get everything he wants to know. This Ganjutsu is different from the general Genjutsu. It is based on the combination of demonic illusion, hell viewing technique and the ninjutsu of the Yamanaka clan that is used to search for memory. During his time at Anbu, Kakashi could get a lot of things. The members of the Yamanaka clan in the intelligence department are also very enthusiastic about Kakashi. This is not a secret technique, nor is it hidden. After seeing it for a few times, Kakashi was able to master it. Demonic illusion, hell viewing technique is a Genjutsu that will show the victim their most fearful thing from the bottom of their hearts. Combined with the Yamanaka clan's ninjutsu that Kakashi knows of, it became this new Genjutsu. Mai looked at Kakashi and was quite surprised, and then she thought in her heart, I didn't expect that Kakashi's Genjutsu is so powerful. It's terrifying. However, Mai can also see the reason why Kakashi is able to use such powerful Genjutsu is because of the Sharingan. Even so, for Kakashi to be this all-rounded is really terrifying. Ninjutsu, Genjutsu, Taijutsu, and Kekkei Genkai. Those skills that shinobi can master are almost all mastered by Kakashi. In time, how far Kakashi should be able to reach. What a nice man. Mai looks at Kakashi's face with a smile. Chapter 178 The Silver Sword flashes. Snows are flying everywhere. Hidden Eddy Village is already in ruins. In the center of Hidden Eddy Village, there is a huge summon beast. It is the giant ox. A strangely dressed shinobi stood on the head of the giant ox. Hey, Kurasu, what are you going to do with that woman? The ox said impatiently. The ox saw the man who was called Kurasu is tying a young woman. Humphrey, you don't understand. This woman is not an Uzumaki, but she is someone who knows about the Uzumaki clan's Fuinjutsu. As long as we can obtain the Fuinjutsu from her, our village will become stronger. Humphrey, it won't be that easy. It's not easy, so we can only try. But this Hidden Eddy village sure is really pitiful as they are besieged by so many other villages shinobi. Kurasu said, showing a smirking smile. Humphrey, so you came here to get a share of the pie. The giant ox said. Looking around, he saw dozens of shinobi were looking for something. Shortly after Hidden Eddy village destroyed, they came here trying to pick up some scrap. But they didn't expect that they would actually found two people here. One of them is the woman who was tied by Kurasu. She is about 20 years old, and the other one is a little girl, but the little girl has been buried under the rubbles after being attacked by them. Kurasu didn't bother to care about that little girl. She was too young to be of any value at all. Although from their hair color, these two people are not from the Uzumaki clan, but this woman just used the Uzumaki clan's Fuinjutsu. So it may be possible that she was related to the Uzumaki clan. We shouldn't miss anything else. Okay, we should leave this place now. After all, this place is dangerous. Okay, let's go. At this moment, suddenly dozens of shinobi rushes towards their location. They are wearing Hidden Leaf Village's uniform and headband. Kurasu's pupils shrank, and he immediately ordered, everyone, get out of here. Hidden Leaf Village's peoples are coming. When all the shinobi heard his words, they all looked at the Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi, and their hearts were full of horror. They are all shinobi from a small village. Hidden Leaf Village's name was so famous in the shinobi world at that time, and they couldn't afford to offend Hidden Leaf Village. There is a person in the lead. He has a long silver white hair, and there is a short white sword in his hand. It is Tsukumo Hatake. Catch the enemy. Save the civilians. The deep voice rang, with chill feeling. Yes, Captain. Hearing this, the dozens of Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi dispersed and began to search for the survivor. While the shinobi who were looking for the relics of the Uzumaki clan quickly retreated. Captain, should we chase after those guys? Leave them alone for time being. Tsukumo ordered. It is more important to clean up the mess first. And, Ayako, are you still here? Tsukumo ran around, trying to find the familiar figure, but he found nothing. At this time, under the ruins, an injured little girl was found. Captain. There are people here. Tsukumo ran over immediately upon hearing this. This is... Maiko? Maiko, wake up. The little girl opened her eyes weakly and smiled when she saw the familiar face. Big brother Tsukumo. Tsukumo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was still alive. Maiko, where is your older sister? Big sister. Maiko was shocked when she heard Tsukumo's words, and the scene that happened before appeared before her eyes again. Big sister was taken away by those shinobi. What? Hearing this, Tsukumo was startled, and he quickly stood up and ordered the shinobi on his side. You will be responsible for cleaning up here. I am going to find those people. Captain, there are dozens of people, and there is also a giant summon beast. The shinobi said worriedly. Don't worry. After Tsukumo finished speaking, he ran after them. Captain. The shinobi yelled again, but Tsukumo's speed is very fast, so he had already gone away. Forget it, with Captain's ability, even if he can't kill them all, he would be able to retreat easily. The shinobi said. Then he began to search for survivors in Hidden Eddy Village. Watching Tsukumo go after the enemy, Maiko murmured, "Big brother Tsukumo, please save Ne-san." In the distance, Tsukumo's eyes are full of murderous intent, and he whispered, "Ayako? Wait for me. Kurasu-san, someone is following us." "What? How many people?" "Just one person." "One person?" "Yeah, his speed is very fast. Humphrey, he dares to come alone." "Brothers, there is a hidden leaf village as shinobi who knows nothing about life and death, and trying to chase us alone. What do you say we should do?" Everyone burst into laughter. "Kurasu-san, I've got to say that even if he is hidden leaf village's shinobi, our Take clan is not a clan that someone can provoke easily." "Okay, then we will wait here for that hidden leaf village's shinobi." Everyone stopped after hearing Kurasu's words, wanting to see who the moron who dares to chase after them alone was. Ayako, who is beside Kurasu, also raised her head at this time, and said in her heart, "Tsukumo, is that you?" Soon, Tsukumo's figure appeared in front of everyone. Tsukumo ignored these shinobi, but searched for Ayako's traces. Soon, Tsukumo found Ayako on the head of a giant ox. "Hey, hidden leaf village's shinobi, what do you want to do?" Kurasu asked arrogantly. "Hand over that woman." Tsukumo pointed to Ayako, who is beside Kurasu. Ayako's heart warmed when she heard the familiar voice. Sure enough, he came. "No way. This is our loot. Then, you can all die," Tsukumo said as he looked at them coldly. "Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? So arrogant. We have so many people here, so the one who will die is you." At this moment, one of the shinobi seemed to recognize Tsukumo and said tremblingly, "Kurasu-san, this person seems to be Hidden Leaf Village White Fang." "What?" Kurasu was shocked, and when he wanted to say something, the short sword on Tsukumo's hand is already shrouded with white chakra. Flash steps. Silver sword flicker. A white light flashed, and thunder suddenly appeared. Kurasu hadn't realized what was going on as he felt that his world seemed to be revolving. Blood splattered. The shinobi there saw a head is flying on the sky. It then fell to the ground. Kurasu, who had just been extremely arrogant before, had already dead. His head and body were already separated at this time. For a while, the place was extremely silent. Everyone involuntarily swallowed their saliva. Silver sword flicker. One of the secret skills of the Hatake clan sword technique. When used, it is like a white thunder, with a speed comparable to the flying thunder god jutsu. With a single swing, Tsukumo never found someone who is able to dodge it. Hidden Leaf Village White Fang, hence the name. None of the enemies who have seen this move have survived. Tsukumo hugged Ayako in one hand, and with a slash of the White Fang sword on his hand, he cut the rope on Ayako's body. And then with a flash steps, he left the top of the giant ox's head and landed in the distance. "Ayako, are you okay?" Tsukumo asked softly. There is no murderous aura in his eyes, only boundless tenderness. Ayako's pale face showed a slight smile, and said, "I'm fine, Tsukumo." "It's good if you are fine. Why do you come to Hidden Eddy Village alone? You know that it's dangerous at this time." "Sorry, it's just." "Okay, don't say it. You should rest first. Just leave the rest to me, I will finish it soon. Also, Maiko has been rescued, so you don't have to worry." Ayako nodded and said, "That's good. Hidden Leaf Village White Fang. What do you want to do?" Everyone was terrified, and their hands were soaked in cold sweat. Seeing is better than hearing. With this kind of terrifying strength, they won't even know how they die. Tsukumo placed Ayako next to a tree, and then stood up, letting out his murderous aura from his body. "I hate you for rummaging Hidden Eddy Village. Moreover, you all dare to kidnap Ayako." Terrifying murderous aura was released. Like a sea of blood and mountain of corpse. Dozens of shinobi plus a giant summon beast, all looked at Tsukumo motionlessly. No, it's not that they don't want to move, it's that they can't move. The terrifying aura suppressed the crowd, making them not daring to move at all. The aura of one person actually suppresses the people present and making them unable to move. What a terrifying murderous aura. "So, are you ready to die?" The white chakra on the White Fang sword surged once again, looking very scary. Don't. We are wrong, please let us go." Too late. Flash steps. In an instant, in that location, a white light traveled around, and every time an arc was drawn in the air, a scream sounded. After a while, dozens of corpses fell to the ground one after another, each with an unbelievable expression on their face. It seems that they can't believe it that their lives ended just like this. The giant ox stood on the same place blankly, looking at Tsukumo as if he was looking at a devil. "It's your turn." Tsukumo's cold words sounded again. The giant ox hadn't spoken yet, but Tsukumo's figure already disappeared again. At this time, Ayako whispered, "Tsukumo, wait a minute." Tsukumo's sword that was about to be inserted into the giant ox's body stopped abruptly. "What's wrong, Ayako?" A summoned beast is hard to come by, so don't kill it. But he has hurt you, so he has to pay the price. What a joke, human. How can you say so casually about my life or death? Damn. Iron hoof trample. The huge hooves stepped directly at Sakamo. Seeing this, Sakamo frowned, and his figure disappeared again. With a bang, a big pit was formed at the foot of the giant ox. The giant ox then felt a pain in his body. At this moment, an electric current invaded his body, and then he fainted. When the giant ox wakes up, he had already been sealed at the iron cage. Kakashi retreated from the mindscape of the giant ox. So, it really is the grave of my mother. But why did my mother die here? She was obviously rescued by my father. Also, isn't Jiro's mother not called Maiko? Is she the little girl at that time? All sorts of doubts occupied Kakashi's mind again. Kakashi? What's the matter with this giant ox? Seeing Kakashi already finishes using the Genjutsu, Mai then asked. He's related to my father, but I haven't figured out the specifics. I am afraid I still need to find someone to confirm it. Who are you talking about? Secret. You. Kakashi gave a wicked smile. He doesn't know why, but Kakashi thinks it's quite interesting to look at Mai's desperate appearance. Humphrey. Seeing Kakashi's smile, Mai just snorted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Well, my purpose of coming here has been achieved. I am leaving this place. How about you? I haven't found a Fuinjutsu yet. No need to look for it. After all this time, there can be no Fuinjutsu here. Hidden Leaf Village had already done a thorough search at this place, and everything founded was already brought back to Hidden Leaf Village. Mai was feeling a bit lost when she heard that. Although that is reasonable, after hearing Kakashi said it, she was somewhat helpless. Okay, that's all. You can figure it out yourself. I'm leaving. Wait. Huh? I will leave with you. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, and then said indifferently, well, you are free to do so. Seeing Kakashi did not refuse, Mai was overjoyed. At this time, the giant ox stood up weakly. Damn humans, I won't let you go. Kakashi and Mai were taken aback. It looks like they have forgotten this guy. Hey, Kakashi, what should we do about this guy? Kakashi didn't answer. With a move of his right hand, Millennium Sword appeared on his hand instantly. My father left you with your life back then, and today I will help him to take it. The giant ox's huge eyes showed a trace of fear, that stance, that feeling. The nightmare the giant oxes felt from Sakamo seemed to resurface again. No. Don't. Silver sword flicker. Thunder suddenly appeared. Unlike Sakamo's white chakra, the blue lig thing is wrapped around a Millennium Sword, leaving a very impressive sight. Flash steps. The blue light flashed by. A red dot appeared in the center of the huge ox's head. When Kakashi appeared again, he was already standing on top of the giant ox's head. The giant ox didn't even let out a wailing before he fell to the ground. Mai covered her sexy red lips, and her expression was shocked. What a terrifying speed. What a terrifying sword technique. Is that the Hatake clan sword technique that White Fang is famous of? Kakashi jumped off the giant ox's head, and the Millennium Sword was sealed in his right hand again. Kakashi then starts forming hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. The scorching flame instantly covered the giant ox's body, making a sizzling noise, and the giant ox's brown hair was directly burned into pitch black. What are you doing? Drumroll was puzzled. He had already killed this giant cow. Why did he burn it? This giant ox is not a shinobi, there are no important information is in his head. Nothing, it's just a whim. Kakashi said lightly. However, Kakashi is doing it on a whim. He knows that if the body falls in Pain's hands, it would become his summoned beast. Although the strength of this giant ox is not strong, but it is not bad to weaken Pain's strength a little bit. As for why Kakashi wants to kill this giant ox, the reason is very simple. This giant ox hurt his mother. That is enough reason for him to kill this giant ox. At the beginning, Sakamo didn't want to release the giant ox, but he was probably persuaded by Ayako in the end. However, Kakashi has already seen the nature of this giant ox very clearly. He is nothing but a scourge, so there is no need to let him live. The flame was burning the body, and it didn't take long for the giant ox to turn into ashes under the scorching flame, and then the flame gradually went out. Okay, let's go, Kakashi said lightly. Hearing this, Mai nodded in agreement. The two of them then left Hineti village. This once flourishing village fell into silence again, and only the ashes of the burned body reminded people that someone was here. Chapter 179 The past in Hashi village. Jiro did not go to the river to play as usual, but sat in front of the door blankly. No one knows what he was thinking. Jiro, what are you thinking about? Why don't you go out to play? Jiro looks back and saw his mother showing a gentle smile. Kasan, Shinobi is really amazing. Can I become a shinobi? Maiko's smile became slightly stiff, and then she said, Jiro, you want to be a shinobi? Yeah. I want to be a shinobi like a big brother Silver. Jiro said. There is worship appeared in his eyes. Children are always interested in this kind unknown thing. In Jiro's view, shinobi's strength is really attractive. A worried look appeared on Maiko's face and said, Jiro, isn't your life good now? The world of shinobi is very dangerous. Kasan, my life is very good now, but I want to see the outside world. Jiro looked at Maiko stubbornly, making Maiko not know what to say. Jiro. Well, Kasan, let's not talk about this. I'll go out to play first. Jiro said as he ran to outside. Hey, Jiro. This child. Maiko, what happened? Ichiro came out of the house and said with a puzzled look. It's nothing. Are you going out? Maiko said with a smile. Yeah, Ryo is still waiting for me to go hunting. I don't want to make him wait. You have to be careful. I will be at home waiting for you to come back. Of course, Maiko. You can rest assured. Ichiro finished speaking and went out with his hunting tools. Maiko watched Ichiro leave, and sighed lightly. She then walked back to her room. Looking at herself in the mirror, Maiko couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It's already 20 years. I am used to this life without shinobi. When I saw Silver yesterday, he looks just like Big Brother Sakamo. Wouldn't he be the child of Big Brother Sakamo and Big Sister? Why did he want to go to Hidden Eddy Village? Maiko whispered as she had some doubts in her heart when she saw Kakashi yesterday. She felt an inexplicable feeling in her heart. But she didn't say anything at that time. Maiko is comfortable with the ordinary lifestyle, and she didn't want to change her current state of life. Moreover, she is also not sure that Kakashi is the person she imagined. If he is not, it will be very embarrassing. Big sister, Big Brother Sakamo, are you two okay over there? Maiko looked out the window and sighed softly. At this time, a silhouette appeared outside the window, making Maiko shocked. Who is it? It's me, Maiko-san. Kakashi's figure emerges from the window, revealing his handsome face. Silver-san? Why are you here? Maiko said in surprise. Ah, I just came back from Hidden Eddy Village. I don't know if it is convenient for me to talk with you, Maiko-san. Talk? Of course, I will open the door for you. Maiko said, leaving the room and opening the front door to let Kakashi come in. Maiko poured a glass of water for Kakashi and said, Silver-san, is your trip to Hidden Eddy Village going well? Why are you looking for me? Maiko said as she felt a little worried. Kakashi smiled and said, originally, there is nothing to gain, but later, I found a tombstone and a sealed creature. So it can be considered a good harvest. Maiko was taken aback, the smile on her face looked a little stiff, but soon it recovered. Still with a smiling face, Maiko then said, oh? Then I need to congratulate you, Silver-san. Kakashi looked at Maiko, already thinking about what to say to her. Maiko-san, I am called Kakashi Hatake, and Sakamo Hatake is my father. Maiko was taken aback, and her gaze at Kakashi was full of shock. Silver-san, you. Maiko-san, I saw some things from the memory of the sealed giant ox. Are you my mother's sister? You should be the one who was burning joss papers at my mother's tombstone, right? I was still wondering why the half-burned piece of paper had a familiar scent, but then I realized that the smell is very similar to that of you, Maiko-san. Kakashi said as he looked at Maiko with complicated expressions. The atmosphere became strange at this time. Maiko lowered her head, no one knows what she was thinking. Kakashi did not urge her, and just sat quietly. Not long after, Maiko raised her head as she smiled again, and then she said, Kakashi, I didn't expect you to have grown this much. Big sister and Big Brother Sakamo will be very happy if they know about it. Kakashi was happy. Now that Maiko said so, she obviously admitted her identity. Maiko-san, what happened back then? Why did my mother die here? And why did my father injured here? Maiko sighed and sat on the chair, looking far away, as if thinking about something. After a long time, Maiko finally spoke, Kakashi, Big Brother Sakamo was not injured back then. He didn't go back because of Big Sister. She only has 1 year left, and she still had you in her belly. What the hell is going on? Kakashi asked eagerly. It was like this back then. Snow is still falling, and Mzi was lying in the simple room where Hidden Leaf Village Shinobi was located. Big sister, Big Brother Sakamo, please be safe. Maiko's body, which is only 7 or 8 years old, has no strength at all at this time. Her immature face has a maturity that someone her age shouldn't have. Ayako and Maiko are sisters, and they are living in Hidden Eddy Village. Of course, they are not Uzumaki clan's member. They are orphans who are adopted by the Uzumaki clan. They didn't have a home, But Hidden Village gave them one. Those two were adopted in a family in Hidden Village. And in that family, there is a girl of the same age as them, called Uzumaki Kushina. The two grew up in Hidden Village. Ayako became a shinobi and began to contribute her strength to Hidden Village. At one time, Sakamo was ordered to come to Hidden Village to perform a mission. At that time, Hidden Village asked Ayako to cooperate with Sakamo. Unexpectedly, one thing led to another, and the two started to develop feelings for each other. During the war, naturally there were not so many children in love. Sakamo was called back by the village again and went to the battlefield. Although Ayako was reluctant, she did not stop him. When Hidden Village was destroyed, Ayako took Maiko, who had just become a shinobi, on mission, and they even met Sakamo. After Ayako and Maiko separated from Sakamo, Ayako heard the news of the demise of Hidden Village on the way back to the village. In a hurry, Ayako didn't think much. So she hurried back to Hidden Village with Maiko. As a result, it became the current situation. Fortunately, Sakamo arrived in time, otherwise. Chapter 180 Sakamo and Ayako. Ayako, what are you thinking about? Ayako shook her head, and said, it's nothing. Sakamo, let's go back. Okay. Sakamo carried Ayako on his back and left the place. In their location, there is a huge boulder and the huge body of the giant ox has disappeared. Sakamo walked into the simple house with Ayako on his back. Big sister. Maiko, who had recovered a bit of her strength, saw Sakamo and Ayako come back, and then she quickly stood up and walked to Ayako's side. Seeing that Maiko is safe and sound, Ayako touched Maiko's long hair and said, Maiko, it's good that you are fine. You can blame me for this. I shouldn't have bring you back at that time. I don't blame you, big sister. After all, this is what we should do. It's just that, I can't believe that Anji-san and the others actually. Mzi said as she starts sobbing, and tears flowed down from her eyes. Ayako also felt sad, but she's still holding on and took Maiko into her arms, hoping to give Maiko a little warmth. The medical shinobi also checked Ayako at this time, but his expression was a little weird. What happened? Seeing that the medical ninja's expression was not quite right, Sakamo asked worriedly. Sakamo, Ayako's body is very weak and there are troubles in her lungs. I am afraid that she only has a year left. What? Sakamo was shocked, his powerful aura spread out involuntarily. The medical shinobi burst into cold sweat for an instant, and his hands and feet became cold. Sakamo. Ayako whispered softly, and Sakamo recovered his senses and quickly retracted his aura. Ayako looked at the medical ninja and said, you can go. The medical shinobi was relieved and said, thank you, Ayako-sama. After that, the medical shinobi go out. Big sister, your body. Maiko looked at Ayako incredulously, obviously unable to accept the facts before her. Maiko, it's okay, big sister is fine. But big sister. Ayako, what the hell is going on? As Sakamo didn't understand what they said, he asked anxiously. Sakamo, I used the secret technique of the Uzumaki clan, so my body was seriously damaged. What? You? Why did you that? The secret technique of the Uzumaki clan is based on strong vitality. It can only be used by Uzumaki clan's member. If normal people use it, the cost will be their life. Even if it is used by the Uzumaki clan's member, it will cause a long period of weakness to them. Ayako showed a smile and said, there is no other way. On the way back, I ran into Kushina who was attacked by the enemy, and only a secret technique can save her. But in the process, I still lost Kushina. Ayako said as her expression was a little gloomy, obviously worried about Kushina's situation. Kushina. Sakamo is somewhat silent. He naturally knows the relationship between Kushina and Ayako. After living in Kushina's home for so long, Ayako has long regarded Kushina as her sister. So when Kushina is in danger, Ayako will naturally save her. On the way, Sakamo had already seen Kushina who was injured, and he had sent a team to take her back to Hidden Village. Unexpectedly, it was Ayako who saved Kushina. Ayako, don't worry, I have already seen Kushina on my way here, and I have sent a team to take her back to Hidden Village. Really? That's great then. Ayako breathed a sigh of relief. This was probably the best news she has gotten these days. Thank you, Sakamo. Fool, what are you saying thank you for? But your condition, is there really no way? Should we go back to Hidden Village and ask Lady Tsunade about it? Ayako shook her head and said, no, this is overuse of life force, so the ordinary medical ninjutsu can't heal it. This is what I knew when I used it. It was already really good for me to still have 1 year. Ayako. Sakamo, there is a good news that I have never told you. Ayako said, her face showing a hint of sweet smile. Seeing her smile, Sakamo was curious. What is it? Ayako touched her stomach and said, Sakamo, I already have our child, right here. In a few months, He will be born. Sakamo was surprised, his fingers are shaking slightly, and then he grabbed Ayako's hand and said, Ayako, is this true? I'm going to be a father? Yeah, you're going to be a father soon. Sakamo, he will accompany you for me from now on. Hearing Ayako's words, the joy that had just risen in Sakamo's heart was washed away. Ayako. Sakamo's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and his expression is gloomy. Sakamo, don't be like this, it's not like you. You are Hidden Leaf Village White Fang, so how can you show this kind of expression? Ayako said. Sakamo's expression starts to ease after hearing that. Sakamo, will you stay with me for this time? Of course. The next day, all the Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi that is in Hidden Village were assembled. Sakamo glanced at the crowd and said, you all go back to Hidden Leaf Village. There is still something I need to deal with here. Those who dare to attack the Hidden Village or offending our Hidden Leaf Village's majesty. I will kill them. Captain, let us help you too. No, you all should go back. Hidden Leaf Village needs your strength. And please tell Lord Hokage about this. When I finish this, I will return to Hidden Leaf Village. When the crowds want to say something, Sakamo immediately shouted, this is an order. Yes, Captain. Hearing that it was an order, everyone can only accept it. Soon, Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi left Hidden Village one after another. Sakamo, I'm sorry for making you accompany me arbitrarily. Ayako stood beside Sakamo with a look of guilt. Fool, this is nothing. It's not as important as you, and our unborn children. Thank you, Sakamo. Big sister, big brother Sakamo, where will we live in the future? Maiko interjected. There is a village called Heshi Village not far from here. The villagers there are very kind, so let's go there. Ayako said. Sakamo nodded and said, I will listen to you. That's good. Ayako lay in Shumao's arms, with happiness written all over her face. On this day, Heshi Village welcomed 3 new residents. No one knows where they came from. The villagers thought they were people who left their homes because of the war. Because in this era, there are too many of such people. A young couple, and a little girl, who is the wife's sister. The male is handsome and strong, while the female is beautiful and gentle. Soon, the 3 of them integrated into the village and led a plain and simple life. Big sister, it's so beautiful here. I like it. I want to live here all the time. Maiko, don't you want to become a shinobi? Ayako said with a smile. Maiko was silent for a moment, and then she shook her head and said, Big sister, I don't want to enter that cruel world anymore. Ayako smiled and nodded, and said, it's good if you choose to become an ordinary person here. Yeah. Thank you, big sister. The young Maiko showed a yearning smile. Chapter 181. Thank you, Ayako. Time passes quickly and soon it became October. A new life is born in Heshi Village today. A cry of pain rang in this small village. Sakamo kept walking around the door of the house and was restless. No one could have imagined that such a restless man would be Hidden Leaf Village White Fang, who was cruel and ruthless on the battlefield. Humans are really wonderful creatures. Big brother Sakamo, don't walk around like that. It makes me feel dizzy. Maiko said impatiently. Maiko, seeing your sister like that, aren't you worried? There is nothing to worry about. Big sister said that these are small things. I believe big sister will be fine at all. Sakamo looked at little girl who is confident. But he still can't help but felt restless. Maiko still doesn't understand Sakamo's feelings of being a father and worrying about his wife. At this time, the shouting in the room suddenly stopped, replaced by a loud cry. It's born. Hearing this, Sakamo was overjoyed and he immediately rushed into the house. Maiko also rushed into the house. Congratulations, Kuachiki-san. It's a very healthy boy. The midwife hugged a baby boy and said to Sakamo with a smile. She then gives Sakamo the baby so he can hold him. Kuachiki is the surname of Oyako and Maiko. It is not convenient for Sakamo to reveal his identity, so he used this surname. Thank you, Hirami-san. Sakamo was happy as he holds the baby in his hand and starts playing with his face. No need to say that, I'm happy to help. Oyako is very weak right now, so you have to take care of her. Okay then, I will go back first. Okay. Maiko, please escort Hirami-san back. Okay. Maiko sent Hirami out, and Sakamo came to Oyako's bed while holding the baby. Oyako, this is our child. Look, it is a boy. Oyako's face is very pale, but she still smiles and looks at the baby with eyes full of love. After taking the baby from Sakamo's hands, Oyako gently touches the baby's face. Sakamo, he looks just like you. No, he's more like you, especially his eyes. Sakamo touched Oyako's hair, feeling a little distressed in his heart. She only got a few months left. Will I be alone? No, I've still got our child. Oyako didn't notice Sakamo's expression, but looked at the baby in her arms with complicated emotions. Tears flowed involuntarily. Son, I'm sorry. Kasan can't grow up with you. Holding the baby gently in her arms, no one knows what miracle will be brought by this little life in the future. Ayako. Seeing this, Sakamo was distressed and hugged Ayako in his arms. Sakamo, I am fine. Let's give the baby a name. Ayako gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, showing an expectant smile. Well, what do you want to call him? Ayako frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. Sakamo didn't urge her and waited quietly for her answer. Ah. I got it. Ayako showed an excited look, seemingly satisfied with the name she thought of. What is it? Kakashi. Kakashi Hatake. Ayako said. She then touches the baby's head, and said, Kakashi, do you like this name? The baby suddenly laughed at this time and seemed to be very satisfied with his name. Sakamo, look, Kakashi is also very satisfied with the name. What do you think? Ah, I think it's great. Then, his name is Kakashi. Sakamo looked at Ayako lovingly, as if she was the only person in this world at this time. Kakashi Hatake, the scarecrow in the wheat field. Ayako, do you hope that he can endure the loneliness brought about by his identity as a shinobi? Did you hope for him to become as strong as a scarecrow? I hope that his life will not be as lonely as I am. Sakamo couldn't help but sigh at this moment. Ayako, you are really gentle. It is a pity that neither of them knows that Kakashi's life indeed endured the loneliness that a shinobi deserved, and it also resembles his name. Like the scarecrow that waited alone in the wheat field, he spent his life alone in pain and loneliness. Not knowing their beautiful vision will eventually become a portrayal of Kakashi's sad life. Big sister, big brother Sakamo, what are you doing? At this time, Maiko, who had sent Hirami, returned. It's nothing. Maiko, come here. Look, this is your little nephew, Kakashi. Hearing this, Maiko leaned over excitedly and looked at the handsome Kakashi. She then said, wow. He's very cute. I want a child like this. Big sister, please let me hold him. No, Kakashi is still small. You are usually careless. What would we do if he will fall? Big sister. No, you can't. You should wait for the little Kakashi to grow up and give you a hug, okay? Maiko had no choice but to compromise. Time flows, and life will eventually come to an end. Sakamo and Ayako leaned against a big banyan tree while holding Kakashi. Ayako's face always had a happy smile. Sakamo, I am not willing. I am not willing, why can't I see Kakashi grow up? Why did my life have to end here? Ayako. But at the same time, I feel that I am so lucky. I met you, and Kakashi. After all, my life as an orphan was really miserable. This is enough and I am satisfied. Ayako, I'm sorry. It's all because I didn't protect you. Ayako shook her head and said, Sakamo, you have always done well. I am very happy to meet you in this life. I'm sorry that I have to leave you first. Ayako, no, Kakashi still needs you. Stupid, this day, haven't we have expected it a long time ago? Let me go with confidence, I will leave Kakashi to you, you have to make him become a great shinobi. And don't go there too early to see me. Otherwise, I will be unhappy. Ayako. Sakamo, Maiko doesn't want to be a shinobi anymore, so let her stay in this village. Hirami-san's family is very good. I have already told them about this and they are willing to take care of Maiko. Also, Sakamo, take a good care of Kakashi. Don't let him be like you who only know how to practice, but the other things in life are a mess. You should make sure he becomes a good man, so that he can attract girls' attention. I don't want him to be like you. When you are so old, you still don't have a girlfriend yet. If it weren't for me, you'd be alone forever. And, after I die, I also want you to find a woman to accompany your life, find a mother for Kakashi. Although I will be jealous and angry, I still want you to find a new wife, but don't bring her to see me. Sakamo, I have a lot to say to you and Kakashi, but I am afraid there is no chance. The tears filled Ayako's face once again. Sakamo gently hugged Ayako with his arms. He tries to stay strong but he could not help but shed tears. Ayako, I will take good care of Kakashi, but I am Sakamo Hatake, and in this life, you will be my only wife. Ayako gave the last smile. And in Sakamo's arms, she fell into a deep sleep and never opened her eyes again. Sakamo felt a pain in his heart at this moment. He feels that something important had disappeared at this moment, and he would never be able to find it again. The little Kakashi in Ayako's arms couldn't help crying. Maybe he also knows that he lost his mother at this moment. The wind in late autumn blew up the yellow fallen leaves. It swirled, and slowly landed on the ground. Not far away, Maiko's looked at that scene while feeling the sadness of losing her sister. Chapter 182 Stonebox. That's what happened. After that, I didn't follow Big Brother Sakamo to go back to Hidden Leaf Village. I have lived here until now. I married Ichiro-san and gave birth to Jiro. Only after having Jiro that I really understand Big Sister's feelings at that time. According to Big Sister's request, Big Brother Sakamo cremated her and buried her behind Hidneti village, where they met for the first time. And I go to pay respect to my sister every year. The last time was a few days ago. I didn't expect I would be discovered by you. You are as smart as Big Brother Sakamo. Maiko told Kakashi about the past little by little, and the figure of his parents slowly appeared in front of Kakashi's eyes. If Big Sister and Big Brother Sakamo can see you now, they will be very happy. Their expectations seem to have been fulfilled, but it looks like you still don't have girlfriend. Hearing this, Kakashi scratches his nose embarrassedly. Maiko-san, no, I should call you Maiko-ba-san. Thank you for telling me this. Haha, you're welcome, I'm proud to have a nephew like you. Kakashi's reputation is very famous even in the land of whirlpools. Maiko-ba-san, are you still planning to live here? Maiko nodded and said, yeah, I don't want to watch the world of shinobi anymore. My life here is very good, and Ichiro-san and Jiro are my treasure. I like the life here. That's good, Maiko-ba-san. Please take this kunai. If there is anything you need help with someday, tear off the symbols above, I will come right away. Kakashi said, taking out his special three-pronged kunai. While practicing senjutsu, Kakashi has also raised his Flying Thunder God Jutsu's mastery. Although he still needs Kamui, it consumes a lot less chakra than before. So Kakashi also made some more Flying Thunder God Jutsu's formula to use. Maiko didn't ask anything, and just accepted Kakashi's gift. As for whether it will be used, that's something for the future. Kakashi, wait a moment. Maiko said as she stood up and walked into her room. Kakashi was a little puzzled, but didn't get up immediately and still sat in a chair and waited. Before long, Maiko took out a box and put it on the table. This is... Kakashi was confused. Kakashi, this is a stone box that I later found in Hidneti village. Although I can't open it, I think this stone box is something unusual, so I will give it to you. After all, it is no use for me. Maiko gives the stone box to Kakashi, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This stone box was discovered by Maiko after paying respect to Ayako, under the ruins of the sacred hall of Hidneti village. Although she didn't know what it is, the mysterious pattern on the box still makes Maiko feel that this thing is not simple. Out of curiosity, as she was once a shinobi, Maiko brought this stone box back. It's a pity that after so many years, Maiko still didn't discover the secret of this stone box. My curiosity has gradually been worn away, and now it might be a good choice to hand it over to Kakashi. Anyway, I am no longer a shinobi, so it is useless for me to have this kind of thing. Kakashi took the stone box and looked at it curiously. He saw that there were many strange symbols on it, and there is a warm feeling when he touched it. From this observation, this stone box is really unusual. Kakashi couldn't see any secret on it. So he didn't tweak it, and sealed the stone box in a scroll. Thank you, Maiko-ba-san. You're welcome, Kakashi. Is your reason coming here for Big Sister? Yeah, a few years ago I found 4-symbol seal in the forbidden room of Hatake residence, so I guess that Kasan might have something to do with the Uzumaki clan. It's just that I haven't had time to come here until now. It turned out that the 4-symbol seal was indeed handed over to Big Brother Sakamo before Big Sister's death. Maiko and Ayako were adopted by Kushina's parents. They are treated like a real family, so they were also being taught the ninjutsu of the Uzumaki clan. Ayako handed the seal of the 4-symbol seal to Sakamo, but she hoped that Sakamo only use it for his self-defense. But no one knows if Sakamo has learned it in the end, because no one has seen him use it. Okay, Maiko-ba-san, I've already made things clear, so I'll leave now. Won't you stay a little longer? Maiko said. Kakashi shook his head and said, Maiko-ba-san, now my identity is different, so I can't stay here for a long time. If your relationship with me exposed, it will be dangerous to you. So, I'm sorry, if I have the chance, I will definitely come back to see you. Okay, thanks for coming here. Maiko, who had been a shinobi, naturally understood Kakashi's concerns, so she didn't force Kakashi to stay. Kakashi glanced at Maiko one last time, and disappeared from Maiko's house. Maiko looked at the empty room and felt that everything just now seemed to be an illusion. But seeing the special kunai in her hand, Maiko knew that all of this was true. Big sister, Big Brother Sakamo, your son has grown up now. He has become better than you think. I hope that the next time I see him, he can have a gentle wife like you, Big sister. Maiko showed a nostalgic smile. She then put the special kunai in a good position. It was where the stone box was originally placed at. Kasan, I'm back, I caught another fish today. Outside the door, Jiro ran back happily, holding a silver white fish in his hand. Maiko took it with a smile, and said, "Jiro is awesome, then today I will make fish soup again." Jiro was a little embarrassed after being praised, and scratched his head. An ordinary family also has an ordinary life. On the other side, Kakashi and Mai are resting under a big tree. Suddenly, Kakashi's body shook a little, and there are some informations appeared on his mind. "What's wrong, Kakashi?" Mai asked suspiciously. "It nothing. I need to go to the toilet. Don't follow me secretly." "Hey. I won't do something like that." Mai made an angry face and turned her head to the side. Kakashi chuckled and walked into the woods. When he walked under a tree, Kakashi took out a seal scroll, which was the stone box he had just obtained from Maiko. It turned out that Kakashi had always been with Mai, and it was only Kakashi's shadow clone who met with Maiko. Originally, Kakashi wants to see Maiko himself, but if his thoughts were true, he is afraid that Maiko's identity would be exposed. That kind of result was not something Kakashi wanted to see. That's why Kakashi was staying here with Mai, while use a shadow clone to go to Maiko's house to confirm the truth of the matter. It's just that the shadow clone brought something, so Kakashi needs to come to this place and take it away. Chapter 183 A clan and a village. This stone box is quite weird. There is no gap at all. What is it? Kakashi carefully fumbled the stone box that he takes out of the scroll, but he found nothing. But Kakashi knows that this stone box must have a secret. It's just that he hasn't found it. He then reseals the stone box into the scroll and put it in his ninja bag. Right now, I don't have so much time to study this thing. I should wait until I have time to take a closer look. On the other side, the beautiful young girl is doing nothing next to the river, and she keeps her eyes on the woods. Soon, the figure she expected came into view again, and the girl was happy in her heart, but her face remained calm. "You sure take a long time," Mai said jokingly. Kakashi spread his hands and did not explain. Instead, he said, "I'm leaving the land of whirlpools, how about you? Going back to Hidden Mist Village? Didn't you say you want to meet someone?" Mai asked suspiciously. "Suddenly I don't want to see them again." Mai was speechless. He's really capricious. "Kakashi, can you help me with Yukiga?" Mai suddenly said, making Kakashi stunned for a moment. Looking at the lovely girl that is looking at him with a hopeful look, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a little reluctant. However, Kakashi still understands his position. If he does this kind of thing, then he is really stupid. "Sorry, I have no right to get involved with Hidden Mist Village's situation." Hearing this, Mai bit her lips, obviously not satisfied with Kakashi's answer. "Why are you really so cruel? I sincerely invite you. Mai, we are all shinobi, you should know about it." Ignoring Mai's charming appearance, Kakashi forced the emotions in his heart. What a fairy! Compared to before, Mai has become more mature and attractive. Seeing Kakashi's calm appearance, Mai was a little discouraged, and at the same time she questioned her charm. Is she not attractive enough to him? You can rest assured. With the strength you have, it is enough to deal with Yagura, but I suggest you wait for 2 or 3 years before doing it. Kakashi said suddenly. Wait for 2 years? Why? Mai was puzzled. You'll know at that time. Mai curled one's lip is obviously not satisfied with his explanation. Well, I'm leaving first, see you next time. Kakashi said, and walked away from that place. Seeing Kakashi's back, Mai did not chase after him, but just watched quietly. See you next time? Is there really a destiny between you and me? Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Mist Village, although their relationship is not really, they are also not allies. And Mai is also a person who is determined to become Mizukage. This kind of entanglement is not just an emotional problem between people. Between the village and love, it'll be hard to choose between them. With a slight sigh, Mai knew that the burden on her body was still heavy, and this was not the time to think about this kind of thing. Otherwise, with Mai's temper, she would have already taken the initiative. Kakashi is not a fool either. He also knows that Mai likes him. But these are all restrained by Kakashi. Now is not the time to do these things. The two was separated by the river, and there was nothing happens, they just leave the place without looking back. The throbbing they feel from good feelings was temporarily restrained by them. They are all excellent shinobi, knowing what to do and what not to do. Kakashi did not immediately leave the land of whirlpools, but returned to the ruins of Hidden Village. Next to the tombstone, Kakashi stood quietly, just like when he was mourning Obito at the Hidden Leaf Village memorial stone. With a long sigh, Kakashi's figure disappeared instantly, together with the tombstone and the urn underneath. Hidden Leaf Village, Hatake clan's residence. The tombstone was placed in the ancestral hall of the Hatake clan, next to Tsukumo Hatake. San, Kasan, I hope you can meet again in another world. What Kakashi can do at this time is to let Tsukumo and Ayago buried together. They can't live together. So he hopes that they can be in the same place when they die. After doing this, Kakashi disappeared again from Hidden Leaf Village. No one knew that Kakashi had come back. The matter of Hidden Tea Village has came to an end, so Kakashi did not stay in the Land of Whirlpools, and returned to Hidden Tea Village. Shizue, how do you feel? Kakashi asked with a smile as he was looking at Shizue, who was sitting quietly in front of the house. Shizue tilted his head and said, "It's you, Kakashi. I feel good now." Kakashi sat next to Shizue and asked, "Are you still not going to put your eyes back?" Shizue smiled and shook his head. He stretched out his fingers, pointing the front and said, "Kakashi, look there." Kakashi looked puzzledly. There was a pond in front of them. The pond was not big, it is only about 30 meters square, and there are some fallen leaves floating on it. What's wrong? What did you see? A pond. Kakashi was confused. Shizue was still smiling, and said calmly, "Yes, it is a pond. This pond is like Hidden Leaf Village, and the fallen leaves on it is the Uchiha clan. Are the fallen leaves important to the pond?" Kakashi frowned, not commenting. Shizue didn't care, and continued, "The Uchiha clan used to rely on this Hidden Leaf Village to grow and flourish, reaching the power they has never been seen before. It is a pity that it starts to declines. Compared with the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan right now can be considered very lucky." Kakashi was silent. Indeed, I had never heard of any other Senju clan member except Tsunade. To put it bluntly, the Senju clan condition is much worse than the Uzumaki clan. Kakashi doesn't know why the famous Senju clan suddenly disappeared. For this matter, maybe it's only the people from the previous generation would know about. "Kakashi, it's time for the Uchiha clan to disappear." "Shizue, are you going to give up on the Uchiha clan?" Shizue shook his head and said, "No. I used to have Sharingan, so there are many things that are not as clear as I imagined." "Kakashi, between a clan and a village, which one do you think is more important?" "A clan and a village?" Kakashi muttered, and starts to think about it seriously. Shizue did not urge him, and just sitting quietly. A moment later, Kakashi chuckled and said, "Nothing is more important, it's all about your choice. Everyone has a different position. When you are in their position, you will make the appropriate choice." After hearing Kakashi's answer, the smile on Shizue's face grew larger. "Yeah, Kakashi, there is no right choice. Choosing a village is wrong, and choosing a clan is also wrong. Does it matter what kind of choice you make? What is your plan?" "The glory of the Uchiha clan should disappear, but the Uchiha clan's members should not disappear." Chapter 184. Traveling. Kakashi looked at Shizue with a little surprise as he had a little understanding of Shizue's plans, but it was too difficult to do it. "Shizue, this path is not easy." "Kakashi, there is no easy way to do something in this world, isn't it? Since there's no easy way, why not choose the one you like?" Shizue's face was filled with a big smile, and Kakashi could see that there was a sense of relief in that smile. "Well, since you have decided, then I will accompany you on this path." "Thank you, Kakashi. With our relationship, you don't need to say thank you," Kakashi said with a smile. "Well, the news of my death should stop the Uchiha clan's actions for about 2 years, and these 2 years are the time for me to act." "Shizue, do you already have a plan?" Kakashi asked. "It's just a prototype. 2 years later, I will need you to do a big thing. But I don't know if you have the courage," Shizue said with a smile. "No problem." Shizue nodded, and said, 2 years, it is really a difficult quest." Kakashi looked at the black hole on Shizue's eye sockets, and couldn't help but feel a little distressed. "Shizue, you really do not intend to put back your Sharingan?" "No, I have asked Fuget to prepare a pair of ordinary people's eyes for me, so I will leave my Sharingan to you and Itachi for the time being. Sharingan will remind me of too many things that I shouldn't think about." "Okay, but your left hand, I will definitely find a way to fix it." Shizue's left hand was cut by Denzo and couldn't be recovered. "Then I will wait for your good news," Shizue said with a smile. "Don't worry, I will find a way to make you have a left hand again. Shizue's left hand is missing, and the best way to fix it is naturally the left hand created by Hashirama's cells. But only Orochimaru has this kind of research. There is nothing wrong with looking for Orochimaru to trade once. But, just what bargaining chip do I use? Kakashi, after my eyes are healed, I will leave Hidden Tea Village to do some things. Do you need my help?" "No, there are some things that only I can do." "Okay then." After experiencing this big change, Shizue seemed to have changed a lot, but Kakashi couldn't tell what was different. But Kakashi knows that this change is a good thing. The original Shizue was indeed a bit too naive. The time moves very fast. After Shizue recovered his sight, he greeted Kakashi and quickly left Hidden Tea Village. No one knows what he is doing. However, Kakashi did not care. With Shizue's strength, Even if he is weaker than before, it is still enough to protect himself. What's more, on Shishui's body, there is also his own Flying Thunder God Jutsu's formula, so he can come to Shishui's location if he is in danger. Kakashi sat down in the room, made a pot of tea, and took a sip. "Leader, do you have any order?" Rugachi said respectfully, kneeling on the ground. "Ruga, how is the information network of Hidden Tea Village?" "Leader, in the past few years, in addition to secretly developing our own strength, all the resources of Hidden Tea Village have been used to develop the intelligence network. Although we haven't penetrated the core part of each village, we have our own spies inside all the great villages. If there is something big happens, we will get the news as soon as possible." "Very good. Ruga, you did a very good job. This is what I should do. Looking at your strength, you should also have reached the level of elite Jonin." "Yes, thanks to the leader's teachings all these years, otherwise I will not reach this level even if it is another 10 years. Ruga said as he was looking at Kakashi with gratitude. For a shinobi, belief and strength are the two most important things. And for Ruga, these two things were brought by Kakashi. Therefore, Ruga has absolute loyalty to Kakashi. "How's the situation in Hidden Mist Village recently?" Mai was very anxious when she was in the land of whirlpools. "I am afraid that the situation in Hidden Mist Village is on the verge of explosion, leader. Hidden Mist Village is the most difficult village to infiltrate. They are very repulsive to the outside world, so we now only have one spy in it. It is said that Hidden Mist Village right now is divided into two factions. One faction is the KK Genkai faction, headed by the Tarumi clan. And the other faction is the Loyalist faction, headed by the Lord 4th Mizukage. But there are still a lot of people who are on the fence and watching." Kakashi nodded, almost as much as I imagined. "Continue to watch. If there is any news, you need to tell me." "Yes. Leader. You can leave." After Ruga left the room, the silence was restored again. Kakashi touched his chin and sighed. "Obito, when will you stop doing all this and return?" The reason Obito is controlling Hidden Mist Village is nothing more than because of Rin's death. Obito feels that Rin's death is all because of Hidden Mist Village, so he was very ruthless to Hidden Mist Village. As far as Obito is concerned, he wants to change the world, but before he is able to achieve this goal, Hidden Mist Village is his target of revenge. But in Kakashi's view, Hidden Mist Village is really innocent in this matter. However, Kakashi did not intend to intervene in this matter. Regardless of the consideration, if he intervenes with Hidden Mist Village, it will do more harm than good. After dealing with Hidden Tea Village's affairs, Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. After all, after leaving Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi didn't want to waste all of his time in the Hidden Tea Village. He wants to experience traveling around the world. For practice, traveling is also a very important process. Reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. Unlike running around performing mission, traveling is a state of relaxation. The shinobi's clothes were completely removed, and Kakashi looked like an ordinary ronin at this moment. After instructing Ruga some things, Kakashi left Hidden Tea Village. Shinobi's world is very big, and traveling is also a kind of practice. 2 years later, no matter what Shisui is going to do, Kakashi knew that it is something that required strength. Therefore, he can't slack his training. "Okay, let's go." After finishing everything he needs, Kakashi starts traveling. In the distance, Land of Lighting, Hidden Clouds Village. A big dark man with sunglasses sneaked out of the village. "You idiot, you bastard. Brother, I finally escaped from you," the big dark man said smugly in a strange tone. Suddenly, a voice that no one knows where it came from sounded in the ears of the big dark man. Don't be so arrogant. You will be discovered by Lord 4th Raikage." The dark big man immediately covered his mouth when he heard the words, and whispered, "You idiot, you bastard. Hucky-san, don't scare me like that. Humphrey, hurry up. It's been a long time since I went out to take a look. You idiot, you bastard. That's for sure, let's go." Chapter 185 The Land of Iron. The Land of Iron. In this place, there isn't a shinobi, there are only samurai here. They are good at swordsmanship and have terrifying sword skills. If a samurai's swordsmanship reaches the peak, then their strength won't be weaker than a kage of the 5 great shinobi village. Although they are samurai, they also own chakras. It's just that they don't know how to use ninjutsu. Their powerful swordsmanship, coupled with chakra, is enough to kill the enemy with a single slash. The strength gap between shinobi and samurai is almost non-existent. A long time ago, the 5 great shinobi village had already agreed not to do anything against the Land of Iron. Therefore, the Land of Iron has always been in a neutral position. Even when the first 3 shinobi world wars were in full swing, they did not participate. When Sakamo was young, he also came to the Land of Iron. At that time, Sakamo still hadn't mastered the Hotake clan's sword technique, so he came here to sharpen his sword skills. After staying in the Land of Iron for a year, he finally mastered the Hotake clan's sword technique, and then the name of Hidden Leaf Village White Fang began to resound throughout the shinobi world. The Land of Iron is definitely a must-go place in the hearts of all those who use a sword. It's because if they come here, their sword skills will definitely make great progress. Although shinobi also use swords, when it comes to the subtlety of the sword skills, except for a few people, no one can compare with the samurai of the Land of Iron. On this day, the gate of the Land of Iron, a ronin with a silver-white hair arrives. It is none other than Kakashi. Is this the Land of Iron? It is indeed different from other places. On the street, as long as it is a male, he will have a long sword, making him look somewhat imposing. However, from Kakashi's perspective, it is naturally not difficult to see that many of these people are not really good at sword, and there are only a few who are really capable. Swordsmanship is a kind of ethos in this place, but it is obviously unrealistic to want the entire country to be a master of swordsmanship. Although these people are not really good at sword, their bodies are much stronger than ordinary civilians. Even if there is no skill, it is a good choice to keep fit. Sure enough, it is very different from the 5 great shinobi village. Kakashi said as he sighed. At this moment, the person next to him suddenly said, "Of course, there are no shinobi here, only samurai." Kakashi turned his head to look, and saw a young man in his 20s, wearing a samurai suit with a sword on his waist. He looks quite powerful. "You are Tetsuken, a samurai. And what should I call you?" "You can call me Jintaki. It's nice to meet you. It seems that you are also a samurai." Kakashi didn't carry a sword at this moment, but he was indeed dressed as a ronin. So it was not surprising that Tetsuken would think so. Kakashi did not deny Tetsuken's words. He did not use the identity of a shinobi, so naturally he could only act as a samurai. If Kakashi said that he is just an ordinary person, he knows that this samurai named Tetsuken wouldn't believe it. After all, in a real samurai's eyes, the aura of ordinary people and strong people is completely different. "Yes, I'm a samurai who came here to travel. But I never expected there is such a place in the world where the swordsmanship is so prosperous," Kakashi said. Tetsuken was also quite excited when he heard this, and said, "The Land of Iron is the territory of samurai, so it is natural the swordsmanship is prosperous here. The outside world is dominated by shinobi, but I believe that the samurai will not lose to the shinobi." Kakashi nodded. Strictly speaking, his father was more like a samurai than a shinobi. In other words, Sakamo is a samurai walking in the dark. Although this is a shinobi world, swordsmanship can also shine in this world. "You are about the same age as me, but I can feel that you are very strong and you should be a good opponent," Tetsuken said, looking at Kakashi with eyes that are full of fighting intent. Kakashi is a little confused. What's going on? Why does he look like he wants to fight? Wait a minute. Tetsuken, what are you doing? "Of course I am challenging you," Tetsuken said naturally, with his hand on his sword's hilt. "Tetsuken, I didn't bring a sword. And are we going to start fighting on the street?" Tetsuken looked around, passers-by all pointed to him, making Tetsuken a little embarrassed for a while. So he quickly retracted his posture and said, "Then we can fight in another place." Kakashi shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, but I didn't intend to accept your challenge." "Why?" Tetsuken was puzzled. "It's very simple. I'm hungry now, so I want to go to eat first." Kakashi finished speaking, and walked into a restaurant as soon as he turned around. Seeing this, Tetsuken is just standing in the same place. What is this situation? "Hey, Jintaki, what's so important about eating? Let's fight," Tetsuken said as he quickly followed after Kakashi. "Hello sir, I want to order a pan-fried sori, a bowl of rice, and a bowl of miso soup." Kakashi finished ordering and found a place to sit down. Tetsuken didn't want to give up at all, and sat on the opposite side of Kakashi. "Hey, Jintaki, come and fight me. As a samurai, how can you be afraid of fighting?" Tetsuken said solemnly, as if Kakashi's rejection of his challenge was a big mistake. When encountering such a fighting maniac, Kakashi is also quite helpless. "Tetsuken, sorry, but I didn't go out this time to fight people." "That's boring," Tetsuken said with sad expression. Suddenly, Tetsuken looked at Kakashi with scorching eyes and said, "I know. You are coming to the Land of Iron to participate in the Samurai Conference, just like me." "The Samurai Conference?" Kakashi was puzzled. When it comes to the shinobi world, Kakashi knows a lot of things, but Kakashi really doesn't know much about the Land of Iron. "You don't know? Then why did you come to the Land of Iron?" Seeing Kakashi's puzzled look, Tetsuken was obviously very surprised. "I just walk around." "So what is this Samurai Conference?" Kakashi asked directly without explaining himself. This samurai conference is a grand event in the Land of Iron. Once every 3 years, samurai from all over the world will gather here to conduct a competition and fight against each other. And after becoming the final winner, not only you can ask for advices about the sword skills from the leader of the Land of Iron, you can also get a rare ore. More importantly, this is a good opportunity to be famous. Competition? Yes, the reason I come to the Land of Iron this time is because of this competition. Tomorrow is the last day of registration. Jintaki, you should also sign up. Maybe we can still have match. Kakashi chuckled and said, well, maybe I will. Chapter 186 Samurai Conference, a grand event that happens once every 3 years. Of course, this grand event is only for samurai. In this shinobi world, the samurai is undoubtedly the weaker side. The Samurai Conference is to discover and train outstanding samurai. No matter what kind of country it is, it will need an inheritor. The Land of Iron, Leader's House. Lord Mifune, preparations for the Samurai Conference are almost complete, said a middle-aged man wearing samurai's armor as he was half kneeling on the ground. Hearing his words, Mifune put down the brush in his hand, stood up, and said, thanks for your hard work, Osuke. It's not hard to do this kind of things, after all, it is for the Land of Iron. Haha, Osuke, what do you think of the current Land of Iron? Mifune said with his hands on his back, as he was facing the door, looking at the scenery outside with a meaningful expression. Osuke did not think much, and said directly, the Land of Iron is very good right now. Haha, Osuke, you can't forget the crisis behind it just because of the beauty in front of you. The Land of Iron is neutral, but it also needs the ability to protect itself. You should know that the Land of Iron right now has fallen into a situation where it has no connection. In the long run, I am afraid this place will not be so peaceful. This. Osuke didn't know what to say for a while. But the current Land of Iron is indeed not as good as before. This time at the Samurai Conference, I hope I can see more capable young people. Otherwise, when I am old, who will support the Land of Iron? Mifune said with complicated emotion. He doesn't know why, but Mifune suddenly remembered the silver white-haired boy who he had met 6 years ago. He had that level of sword skill at such a young age. Mifune doesn't know how he is now. Lord Mifune, please rest assured. God will bless our Land of Iron. I hope so. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Osuke, is the ore for the conference ready? It's ready, Lord Mifune. This time, the ore is called Star Iron. If it is used to make a sword, it will definitely become a famous sword. Star Iron? Mifune was slightly surprised. After all, this kind of ore was rare. For the samurai, the sword is their most important partner, so the importance of a good sword is self-evident. In addition to the famous sword, a lot of samurai will choose to recast their previous sword. Witnessing the process of forming a sword is also a practice for the samurai. It is like Mifune's sword, Kurosawa, who has been Mifune's partner for many years. This kind of prize is indeed enough. Let's see now, who will become the final winner. Yes, Lord Mifune. On the other side, Tetsuken got excited when he heard that Kakashi had promised to participate in the Samurai Conference. So, you agreed? Kakashi nodded and said, well, since I have met with this kind of event, it is natural for me to join in the fun. Good. Then I will take you to sign up. Tetsuken said as he was about to pull Kakashi away. But Kakashi pulled his hand and broke away from Tetsuken. He then said, no hurry, wait until I have eaten first. Seeing Kakashi broke away so easily, Tetsuken was slightly surprised, and his desire for fighting Kakashi became more intense. Such an opponent is worth the trip to the Land of Iron. At this moment, the waiter had arrived with the dishes. Simple fried sori, rice and miso soup, but it looks delicious. Upon seeing this, Tetsuken couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and his stomach starts to growl. Kakashi's eyes turned eyes as he smiled, and then Kakashi said, Tetsuken, let's eat together. No need, I am not hungry. Seeing Tetsuken's embarrassed look, how could Kakashi not know his thoughts? It looks like this guy has no money. Kakashi also understood a little bit why this guy kept saying that he wants to duel against Kakashi. I am afraid it's not just because of my strength. According to the rules of the samurai, the party that loses the duel must agree to a condition from the winner. Therefore, the purpose of this guy is very obvious. Kakashi doesn't care either, after all, this guy looks like a good person. Sir, give the same one to the brother in front of you. I will pay for it. Okay. I said no. Although Tetsuken wanted it very much in his heart, he still didn't want to be honest. In his opinion, this is really important to his dignity as a samurai. You don't need to be polite. It's the first time we met, you can say it was to commemorate it. Since you say so, then I won't be polite. Hearing Kakashi's reason, Tetsuken didn't reject his hospitality anymore. Tetsuken had been hungry for a few days, otherwise he wouldn't want to win a lunch through a duel. But Tetsuken is also a principled person. He didn't try to duel the samurai that looks weak. So he searched for a long time and finally found Kakashi. But he didn't expect that Kakashi didn't want to have a duel at all, which made Tetsuken's plan fall through. Fortunately, he got what he wanted in the end. Ah. I'm full. Thank you for the meal. Tetsuken patted his bulging belly and said contentedly. Kakashi looks at the dozen of empty bowls in front of him, and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. This guy really can eat. After paying the bill, Tetsuken takes Kakashi to the registration office to register for the competition. The registration time is 3 days in total, and today is the second day, so there are not many people registering right now. After all, most people are already registered on the first day. So Kakashi didn't wait long before it was his turn. Name: Sakata Jintaki. Age: 20. Well, this is your number plate for the competition. Just come over and report at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Kakashi looked at the wooden plate on his hand. Directly above it is written Z Group, number 6. Tetsuken took a look and said, "You are in Z Group. It seems that we can't meet in the preliminary round. I'm in C Group. The number of applicants for the Samurai Conference is very large, so a preliminary round will be held first. There are a total of 26 divisions in the preliminary round, and 26 winners will be determined to participate in the semi-finals. In the end, the remaining 13 people will fight a decisive battle on the Iron Plaza. So, see you in the competition. Of course, you must not lose in the preliminary round. Don't worry. Even without ninjutsu, Kakashi has absolute confidence to enter the finals.